So I just wanted to welcome everyone to the live Latte Lounge in Lockdown event. We're for today, which is crazy. Many of you probably already do know me and know why I set it up, but for those that don't, a really quick, brief history. 4 years ago, today was my light bulb moment. I had 4 years of very troubling symptoms, from depression to dry skin to crying a lot to low energy, all sorts of weird and wonderful symptoms, which went on for 4 years. And my doctors kept sending me from specialist to specialist. I had brain fog and all sorts of bizarre things. Everyone told me I was suffering from depression and gave me antidepressants. Over that 4 year period, nothing changed. I just felt numb and I just was in a complete state. Luckily, my dad, who's a breast cancer professor, he's now retired, but he joined the dots and said, Katie, this is, I'm sure it's hormonal. And he sent me off to a specialist, and within half an hour of taking all my symptoms, they said, this is perimenopause. I'd never heard of that term, so it was like, oh, fine, that's what's going wrong with me. It was really peculiar because I was still having periods and I didn't have hot flushes. I'd had one, actually. So once she told me that it could all be sorted out, I chose HRT. I turned to Facebook to sort of see if anyone else felt the same. And a lot of the Facebook groups were about babies and toddlers. There was nothing for me that felt I could sort of express how it felt to be a kind of midlife woman with not just my own health problems, but, you know, all the trials and tribulations of teenagers and aging parents and husbands, and all that kind of stuff. So that's how I set the Latte Lounge up. And the name was because I always have my best chats with my best girlfriends in a coffee shop. So that is the history, and we're 4 years. Oh, that's it. Oh. If you've got someone's phone is buzzing, just sort of turn off all notifications. It's probably mine, actually. We've now got about 25,000 social media followers. So we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on Twitter. The reason I set up the website 2 years ago was because I wanted it to be a very safe space for us women to get some really good, accurate information written by professionals who all do it voluntarily. You know, everyone's been amazing. All the doctors, all the sort of business professionals who write for free, and they support me. And I now do this full time. It's just been quite amazing. So I hope you guys, you know, do find the website useful. Our USP, which is very different from other websites, is the content on the website is driven by you and your conversations. So I don't write anything just for the sake of writing it. It's, you know, it's like a magazine, but I will write things that us lot complain a lot about. So actually we can all relate to the content. So, you know, and I've made loads of fantastic friends and colleagues through this website and through this group, which has been amazing. And especially some of the menopause campaigners, we've been invited to Parliament, Westminster, to campaign together. And I'll continue doing that for as long as it takes, really, so that other women don't suffer like I did. And I'm sure many of you may be able to relate to that too. So we do, lastly, just to say, as we grow as a community, we have two reasons why we do what we do. One is just to help all midlife women with any issues we have, because nobody puts us first. You know, we're always bottom of the pile at home. And so I want to kind of shine a spotlight on us because, you know, we're not invisible and we have needs, and hopefully I can help meet all of your needs. But the second thing is, I want to carry the baton for my father. He's spent 50 years looking for the cure for breast cancer and supporting women. He is passionate about women's health. And although I'm frustrated that I could never be a doctor because I was never clever enough, my sort of baton carrying for him is to support the Eve Appeal charity. Dad and I went along to have a look at their labs. I think it was over a year ago, about a year and a half ago. and the work they do in women's gynecological cancer research is literally cutting edge and so important. You know, I've got a daughter, I've got a mother, you know, I've, you know, had my own problems. I had a hysterectomy 2 years ago. And I just think it's an amazing charity to support. So whilst we're on the, I'm just going to switch views so I can actually see Athena. Athena Lamnisos is here with us, and Athena is the Chief Executive of the Eve Appeal. So I would like to obviously introduce you all to Athena. If you can all maybe now go on to mute, and just, we're going to go to, if you all know how to switch to speaker view, just so that we can just see Athena, that would be fantastic. So Athena, can you see just me?
No, I can see everyone, but that's fine. That's
okay,
fine.
Well, I can only just see you, but if everyone else wants to just turn to speaker view, because obviously we're recording the speakers. So please, you know, welcome Athena, and maybe you could just tell everyone a bit about the charity and the work you do.
Yeah, of course. Thank you and welcome and happy Sunday morning. So delighted to be here. So I'm Athena Lamnisos, as Katie said. Katie, you might want to change your profile name on Zoom because you're coming up as Hugh Taylor.
Ah, okay.
Which will be quite interesting for everyone. Anyway, I head up the Eve Appeal. We're a very unique charity. So we work across the 5 gynecological cancers, the ones that are too little talked about, underfunded, and that carry much stigma and taboo around their signs and symptoms. We're very unique as a cancer charity because our focus is on prevention. So we are trying to raise awareness of signs, symptoms, and very importantly, risk factors, and that's genetic risk factors like BRCA1 and BRCA2 and Lynch syndrome, which you may have heard of, that give you a high risk of developing breast and ovarian cancer, for example, and womb cancer in the case of Lynch syndrome, as well as the other risk factors and signs to look out for, so that we can stop cancer before it starts. And that's really important. We're talking to everyone, every woman, and indeed every person, because you can't bust taboos around these signs and symptoms and cancers without talking to everyone. We've got to change the culture of how we talk about gynecological health. We do 3 things as a charity. We spend the lion's share of our donations on cutting edge research, as Katie said, and that's research into developing new screening programs and also understanding how to decode all the factors that go into cancer development so that you can intervene. We've got a very, very large program which is just about to report on its first stages, called 4C, which is looking to develop one single test for the 4 main women-specific cancers. So 4 cancers, 1 test. And it's that kind of work that's very important. If you were to look across all cancer research funding in the UK, about 4 to 5% is spent on prevention. That's just crazy when we all know that prevention is better than cure. But there's also a lot of money in cure, and that's where pharmaceuticals put their funding and many others into that. You know, it's very important to put funding into treatments and new cures, but there's also something very important about prevention and looking after our health. And if COVID hasn't taught us one thing, it really should have taught us that health literally is wealth, and we all need to look after our health. So that's one thing we do. We fund medical research. The other thing that we do, and I hope all of you will follow us on social media after today. We're at Eve Appeal across Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, etc. We run a lot of campaigns raising awareness of signs and symptoms. So giving out expert information, and that's really, really important in this kind of world of Dr. Google. That plays a role, but it's also a really worrying trend. You know, putting out trusted information that's really evidence-based and that really helps people look after their health is a huge part of what we do. Then the third thing that we do, and the only direct service that we run, is called Ask Eve. It's a gynae cancer nurse service, and we're the only charity that employ a specialist gynae nurse. The whole mantra is that no question is too trivial, no question is too embarrassing. It's telephone and email based, so That makes it often easier for people to talk about things like unexpected bleeding, or other symptoms that they might find difficult to talk about. Or what's most common is that they're putting off. And Katie used a phrase about putting ourselves last. What so often happens is that women sit on symptoms quite literally, and don't get themselves to a doctor or seek medical help until something has gone on for a long time. Things are put down to one of those things, or, you know, women's trouble, that horrendous phrase, that kind of thing. And without getting medical help, it may not be cancer, and often it is not cancer, but ruling that out is really important. And I'm sure many of you will be aware that we have quite a lag in early diagnosis of cancer across all cancers in the UK, but particularly the women-specific ones. At this point in time, I really, really do want you to think about your health. So we're living through a pandemic. It's difficult to get health appointments. People are really worried about going to health appointments. Services are not shut. We did some research during May with YouGov, looking at where people were putting off worrying symptoms. And it was just horrendous, really. The number of women who were literally, quite literally, sitting on symptoms was a real concern. We're just about to launch a new online series every Tuesday on Facebook. It'll be live and then it'll be downloaded onto our Instagram TV channel, which is called Probably Nothing. The reason it's called Probably Nothing is because pretty much every email or telephone question that comes into us starts with someone almost putting their concern down. So they say, probably nothing, but I'm worried that my grandmother died of ovarian cancer and I might be at risk. Probably nothing, but I'm postmenopausal and I've suddenly had a bleed. I've had an extra period. Any postmenopausal bleeding needs to be checked out. I can't say that strongly enough. It's a real red flag symptom for one of the main cancers, which is womb cancer, which is often a cancer that no one's ever heard of until they're sitting in a small white room being told they've got it. So we did this research with YouGov, and we found that a huge number of women would not seek medical help if they had unexplained postmenopausal bleeding, or bleeding in between periods, or bleeding after sex. They would not seek medical help if they noticed a skin change on their vulva. They would leave it until after the pandemic, and that's a real worry. You know, we've got all of the kind of horrendous deaths from COVID, and we're going to have a huge range of impacts from late diagnosis if we really don't focus on our health. So that's what we do as a charity. I'm really happy to take questions. There are 5 cancers. I'll just name them so you're kind of aware of what they all are. So womb cancer, which is the most common and one of the least known. Ovarian cancer, which many of you may have heard of, a really tough diagnosis of a cancer with slightly different symptoms to many of the others. So bloating that doesn't go away is one of the symptoms. You know, people often get bloated, but bloating that doesn't go away and lasts for, sorry, you can see my supporting cast of a puppy in the background moving. Bloating that doesn't go away, changes to toilet habits, so going to the loo more often, feeling full much more quickly, and pelvic pain. So, you know, the thing about female organs is that they're kind of either in your pelvis or between your legs, so you're kind of not looking at them all the time. It's not like, I'm not saying men are looking at them all the time either, but it's very different to the male reproductive organs where you can just look down. You know, they are literally hidden from us. So ovarian, cervical, which I'm sure many of you have heard of. It's Cervical Screening Awareness Week next week, which is something that would be fantastic if you could all get online and support, share our information. We've got lots of tips, and we've also produced some really, really good information around COVID and the changes to the screening programme. As many of you may be aware, all of the screening programmes have either been changed or delayed or cancelled during this pandemic. So we've got lots of information there which is specific to this point in time, why you might be worried, why you shouldn't be worried, and how you can get back into picking up on where you were in terms of screening. And then the fourth is vulval cancer, a really, really difficult cancer to talk about. One that often affects older women is another HPV-related cancer, like cervical cancer. HPV is a virus. Our children are now inoculated against HPV when they're around the age of 13, 12, 13. It's usually year 8, 7 to 8, where they're inoculated. Fantastically, boys are now inoculated as well. Anyone can come into contact with HPV. It's a really commonly occurring virus, and there are lots of myths and stigmas around it, which there really, really shouldn't be. And then the fifth one is vaginal cancer, the rarest of the cancers, but you know, a horrible diagnosis and a horrible set of treatments, which, if it's not caught early, means that you have to you have to have everything removed. And you know, when you talk to someone who's had to have their whole vaginal tract removed, you really do think, my goodness, this is a cancer that needs more awareness than it has. So that's kind of my start of a 10. I'm very happy to take any questions, but I know that you've got a tough agenda to get through and lots of really interesting speakers. So over to you, Katie.
Oh, thank you, Athena. We've got, can you see the chat box? Because there's a few people, otherwise I will read them out to you and you might want to answer.
My dog's name. My dog's name is Maya, and I'm Greek, and Maya is a Greek god, and the Greek name for May. And we haven't had her very long, so yes. And also Maya Angelou is one of my absolute heroes. Links of a coil to gynecologist issues, anything evidence-based. There is, and what I would encourage you to do is email nurse@eveappeal.org.uk. I think it's really important that you hear from our nurse specifically about that. And it depends very much on you and your stage of life and whether you are post or premenopausal. And actually, the coil can be a preventative factor in some cases and is often used at this point. If you have suspected womb cancer, one of the things that is being offered to women is fitting a coil, and there's a kind of good set of reasons for that. But please do email that question, that's quite specific.
I'll read it.
Could I just elaborate on why I asked that?
Yeah,
I won't go on too long. It was just, there's an influencer, she says, but with a lot of following, called Caroline Hirons. She's a beauty influencer.
Yeah.
And she said something on one of her Insta lives about, oh, don't get me going about a coil. It leads to ovarian cysts and cancer. And I just thought, oh my word, that's horrendous. I have a coil. It's the gold standard treatment, sort of. That noise isn't me, by the way.
Oh, someone's got the audio.
Yeah, it's, my understanding is that the coil is the gold standard for HRT, coil and estrogen gel, which is what I use, and that just horrified me because of her the numbers that her following, but also I'd never heard that before.
So it's about a personal experience, I'm sure there, and really I think it's a very good question, and we will probably do a whole episode of Probably Nothing, the weekly series that I was saying that we're launching on Tuesday on Facebook. So it's 6 o'clock every Tuesday, on that issue, because people get very confused about it, and it's not like coil bad, pill good, anything like that. It depends on you and understanding your hormone health and your hormone history, and that's what a lot of people don't understand.
And actually, it's a really good question, Claudia. The thing about our website and Facebook group, which I take a lot of pride and care in, is that I won't let any post go onto our Facebook group unless it's gone past our doctors or our scientific advisors, because there's just too much scaremongering out there. So I always say that, and if you're following certain things which are spurting out things, I always say, where's the evidence for that? Don't be afraid to challenge these people on social media. Show me the evidence, because that's scaremongering. And then it's dangerous, because then women go off and try silly things that don't work or could actually cause them more harm.
And it's very good for people to talk about their personal experience. There's a really good reason for story sharing, for talking about your personal experience, and others definitely learn from that. But it's also then thinking about you and your genetics, your hormone history, which is huge. You know, people just don't think about their hormone history being part of them. So whether they've been on the pill, how long they were on the pill for, whether they had HRT, whether they had IVF, how many episodes of IVF, you know, all of that is something that needs to be kind of understood, and whether they're still producing progesterone and estrogen, you know, which, you know, at different times of life, whether you are, if you carry a BRCA gene mutation, there are particular issues around progesterone, for example. So it's always different, but I completely hear what you say, Claudia. Preventative measures. Well, there are all sorts of preventative measures. All 5 of the cancers have different risk factors. Some of them are the kind of usual ones that you hear about with cancer. So BMI is an issue. Smoking is an issue. There's a particular interrelationship between smoking and HPV, which women are often not aware of. So what you will often find is someone who has developed an HPV-related cancer. Obviously, that's because of the presence of HPV, but they are often heavy smokers as well, and there seems to be a real interrelationship between tobacco use and HPV. There are specific things in relation to ovarian cancer. For example, taking the pill for 5 years or more lowers your risk of ovarian cancer. That's very surprising to people, when what's so well documented is that there's a tiny increased risk of breast cancer with taking the pill, for example, and the same with HRT risk. It's a tiny risk, and I know you've got Louise later on today. Do ask her about that, you know, and she can talk to you about the risks. Bloating. There are so many reasons for bloating. Again, this is one which we should do a whole program on. It's quite specific with ovarian cancer, that kind of early sign of bloating. It's bloating that doesn't go away. And I'm not an expert on menopausal bloat, but there are all sorts of menopausal symptoms, aren't there, that people become aware of in terms of changes in how they react with foods and changes to toilet habits, etc. There's something very specific about that bloating that stays with you for 2 to 3 weeks or more. And generally, you know, the good thing to do if you're experiencing something is to write it down and document it, and to know, and then you can, because it's quite hard to remember, isn't it, sometimes, and you think that something's either only happened once or twice, or you're not quite sure about how long it's gone on for. And that's a tip that I would give to all of you. We've got a set of top tips on our website for going to see your GP about gynae symptoms and how to make it easier for you to talk about them. But one of the key things is write things down. So document your symptoms so you can be really clear about when your last period was, or when you stopped your periods, or what brand of pill you take, or what brand of our HRT you take, so you can be really, really clear about those symptoms, and you're much more likely then to get a good response from your GP. And I'm sure many of you will have lots of stories about not having such a good response from your GP, but also putting in place a plan, because if you're really able to say, I've had this for 6 weeks, then, you know, that is something that a doctor will find much more difficult to ignore than not sure how long I've had this, and, you know, you're then sent away for, you know, to come back in 3 weeks time, 4 weeks time. If you've got any other questions, you can email me directly. Katie's got the email address, or do email nurse@evapeel.org.uk.
Thank you so much, Athena, for your time. That was really, really helpful. And as you say, this afternoon from 2:30 to 3:30, we've got Diane Danzybrink and Dr. Louise Newson. So if there are any sort of more menopause related questions, or any sort of women's health questions, they'll both be happy to answer them further. So thank you so much for joining us, Athena.
Okay. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you. And we're going to hope to raise some money for the charity as well. So I'm going to put the links up of how you can donate. But thank you all for your generosity also you know, through your tickets. That's, you know, every little helps, as they say.
It does. Thank you.
Have a good Sunday.
And you have a fantastic day.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm going to put everyone back on gallery view. Okay, guys. So before I introduce you, I hope you all found that helpful. And before I introduce you to Selena, who's going to do our fitness thing, I just wanted to say that I personally don't earn any money from what I do. I've been doing this for 4 years. So we're really grateful that we have a very generous sponsor today. The sponsor is called Silk Natural Lubricant. And we try, and if we ever work with sponsors, we always want them to be sort of scientifically, you know, proven to be very helpful. So we don't take money from anyone looking just to make a quick buck. So thank you, Silk. Silk is a natural personal moisturizer. It's completely natural lubricant. It can be used for sexual pleasure as well as a vaginal lubricant. It's plant-based ingredients, and it's kind and it's gentle to sensitive tissues. It's free from all those nasty chemicals and hormones and parabens. And if you're all okay for me to give your email to Silk, they're going to send everyone a free bottle. If you'd rather not, when I email you tomorrow, just tell me, and obviously, you know, we will keep your details safe. So without further chat, hello, Selena. This is Selena. You can put your, where have you gone, Selena? I'm going to put you on view now. Hang on.
Should I unmute?
You must unmute, yes. So Selena has been a private exercise instructor now for over 10 years. She's worked with both women and teenagers, and her class is low impact, and it tones and it stretches the whole body, and it combines Pilates with yoga and body conditioning. It's a whole body workout, and I'm not going to chat anymore. If you would like to join in, please do, but I'm going to hand you all over to Selena. And for those that don't want to do the fitness class, please come back in about 45 minutes because we're going to be talking about sleep. So over to you, Selena.
Okay, well, hi everybody. As Katie said, I've been training people for over 12 years. So all you really need is for today is a mat. And if you have got a little ball, that would be great. I use a Pilates ball. And if not, you can work with a little cushion, just because we do some exercise which really helps us pull in our core. So if you haven't, it's not a problem. But anyway, I just want to say that obviously I don't want anyone to work through anything that causes any neck pain or knee pain or back pain. So I will give you different options for the exercises and just do what's right for your body. Because obviously I can't watch everybody individually, and I don't know everybody's different abilities. So I'll keep it. So we're going to start with a nice warm up, and then we'll go into a stretch, and then we'll do some toning of all the body. We'll work out abs, our legs, our butt, and our arms. Does that sound okay? Okay. And can everyone see me? And I will probably move the camera because when we go down onto the mat, I might move it. But that's great. All right, so we'll start. We'll just march out, just warm up. We're going to keep our hips about hip width. And we're just going to take a nice stretch over one side, over the other side, one side, other side, one more time each side, one side, other side. Then we're going to stretch all the way up to the ceiling. We're going to come down, swing our arms down and bend our knees, down, down, and just stretch over one side, other side. We're going to do that again, stretch all the way up, take it down, down, one side, other side. Do one more time, just stretch up, swing down, down, one side, other side, and just stretch up to the ceiling. And we're just going to stretch forward. We're just stretching our legs, stretching our back, And then we'll come down towards the ground and just sway over your right leg, your left leg, your right leg, your left leg, just warming up the backs of your legs. We're then going to turn our left leg out and we're going to just take a gentle stretch, just stretching out your right inside thigh. And then we're going to turn out the right leg and stretch out the left inside thigh. Then we're going to come into a squat. And we're just going to lift our bottoms up and down, just warming up our legs. So we're lifting up for 10. Up, down 1, up, down 2, up, 3, up, 4, up, down 5, up, 6, up, down 7, up, down 8, up, down 9, up, down 10. We'll hold it there. We're going to just walk our hands forward so we're in the downward facing dog. And we're just going to bend our right leg and our left leg. We're stretching out our arms back towards our knees. One side, other side, one side, other side. And we'll just walk our hands back towards our legs and just slowly unwind. Bring your arm up towards the ceiling. Take a deep breath in and out. We're going to take a right lunge, so we're going to have our right leg forward and our left leg is straight if possible on the ball of the foot. If it's hard to put the ball of the foot, you can put the foot down. And we're just stretching our arms up towards the ceiling. We're going to come over, our hand on our right leg, which is bent. And stretching over that right side.
Selima, Evie, or whatever her name is, Mum.
Hello? Going to stretch both legs. We're going into what's called a triangle. So you bring your right hand down or place it on your leg and you're stretching your left hand up towards the ceiling, opening up your chest. So we're going to bend the left leg and we're going to stretch out the right leg. Knee facing the ceiling, to get a nice stretch in that leg. And we're going to come over that right leg, which is bent. The other leg comes down to the ground, knees down, toes pointed. And you're going to stretch into what's your left hip flexor, which really important to stretch our hips. And we're stretching the right leg back, bringing the body towards the leg, our bottoms up, so we're getting a nice stretch in our left, in our right hamstring. Forward, and we're bringing that right leg across our body. So you can either have the leg in, or you can have the leg, if you can, put in line with the knee, and you're on top of the leg, and you're getting a stretch into your right hip. And if you can bring the body down so you feel it strong, so you're on top of your body. You can sit back up, you can sit on our sit bones, so facing you. You've got that right leg into the body and the left leg straight, and we're going to use the arm to really open up the chest and stretch over the left side. At the same time, you're really pushing down your right hip. So you get a big stretch down the right side. Then we're going to turn and face that stretched out leg, trying to get the chest onto the leg as far as you can, hold it there. Then we're going to come over and we're going to come into a plank. So there's two options for a plank. You've got your elbows underneath your shoulders, and that can be up on your toes. But if that's too challenging within your core, you can do the plank with your legs down and you're pulling in your core in that position. So you can either be in this position or that position. And you really pull in your core, you really squeeze your bottom and your legs. Everything's tight. And we're going to hold, we'll hold for 20. We'll pull in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. Relax down, sit back on your heels and just stretch your back out. We're going to slowly stand up. And we're just going to repeat that stretch sequence but on the left side. If everyone's okay. So we're going to do a left lunge forward. So our left knee is bent, our right leg is straight on the ball of the foot. Arms come up to the ceiling. We're going to turn, placing the left hand on the left leg, stretching over the left side. Big stretch all down the right side of your body. We're going to stretch both our legs, and wherever it's available, we're going to put our hand either on the leg or on the ground. We're stretching the right hand up to the ceiling in the triangle pose. We're going to bend that left leg and stretching out, bending the right leg, sorry, stretching out the left leg. The knee is facing the ceiling and the foot is flexed. And we're going to come over that left leg. The right leg comes down and we're stretching our right hip flexor this time. Feel a stretch here. We're going to stretch that left leg back, keeping it straight if possible, the bottom up, bringing the chest forward, and a really good stretch in your left hamstring. We're coming forward, we're bending that left leg in front. Going for that left hip stretch, you're on top of the body. You really get a nice stretch into the left hip. And you can come down if it's possible, with further stretch, only if it's possible. Coming up, we're sitting on both hip bones. Got the left leg in front, and now we're taking a twist, so we're opening up the chest and twisting and we're stretching over the right leg. At the same time, really pushing that left hip down. Get a big stretch all the way down your left side. And we're turning, and we're facing the right leg, which is stretched out, getting our chest towards the leg. So we come out of that. So if you have got the ball, we're going to lie on our left side, or you can put it on the cushion. We're going to come onto our left side, and we're going to put the ball between our ankles. So you can either be up on your elbows, or you can be down on your knees.
See you better.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm just going to move it. So.
Someone hasn't got their audio off, I think.
Okay, so we're going to lie on our left side, ankles. You can either have your hand on your head, if you've got any neck issue, you can lie completely flat, or you can be up on your elbow. But the main thing for this exercise is to have your hips stacked on top of one another and keeping your legs nice and straight and squeezing the ball and the stomach. And we're going to just lift the legs for two. We're going to come up, up, down one, up, up, two, lift, lift, three, up, up, four, lift, lift, five, up, up, six, lift, lift, seven, up, up, eight, up, up, nine, up, up, 10, and 10 pulses. We're going to pulse the leg 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relax the legs down. We're going to repeat that. So we're going to squeeze the ball and lift the legs. Up, up, 1, up, up, down 2, lift, lift, 3, up, up, 4, up, up, 5, lift, lift, 6, up, up, 7, up, up, 8, up, up, 9, up, up, 10, and 10 pulses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relax the legs down. We're going to just bring that ball forward, and we're going to just rest the top leg on top of the ball and stretch out the inside, the left leg on the ground. We're going to work the inside thigh. So we're going to keep the foot nice and flexed to start with, and we're going to lift it up, 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 down 1, up, up, 2, lift, lift, 3, up, up, 4, lift, lift, 5, up, up, 6, lift, lift, 7, up, up, 8, up, up, 9, up, up, 10, and I want you to pulse the 10. Pulse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold it there. We're going to repeat that with a pointed toe. We're going to lift up, up, down 1, up, up, down 2, lift, lift, 3, up, up, 4, up, up, 5, lift, lift, 6, up, up, 7, up, up, 8, up, up, 9, up, up, 10, and pulse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're holding it there. We're just going to do a little circle. We're circling the leg round 1, round 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're going to reverse the circle. Circle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold in the center. The last 10, we're pulsing up for 10. Up, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relax the leg down. We're then going into the spinal twist. I want you to try and lie on the mat, getting your shoulder blade onto the mat, and then for a further stretch, you can push that knee, just taking it down very gently to get a lovely spinal twist. We're going to slowly come out of that stretch. We're going to turn around onto the other side, putting the ball between your ankles. Again, you can either be up on your, you can have your hand on your head, you can lie completely flat or put a cushion there, or you can be up on your elbow. It all works, but I want your hips nicely stacked on top of one another, keeping them nice and still, and legs nice and straight. And we're going to squeeze the ball and we're going to lift the two. Up, up, one, lift, lift two, up, up, three, lift, lift four, up, up, five, lift, lift six, up, up, seven, up, up, eight, up, up, nine, up, up, 10, and we're going to pulse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relax the legs. Really squeeze the ball, pull in the stomach. We're going again. Lift, lift 1. Up, up 2. Lift, lift 3. Up, up 4. Up, 5. Lift, lift 6. Up, up 7. Lift, lift 8. Up, up 9. Up, up 10, and 10 pulses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relax the legs down. We're going to, if you've got the ball, or you just bring that leg forward, you rest the knee on top of the ball, so your hips are stacked on top of one another. I'm going to work the underneath leg. So to start, we're going to flex the foot, keeping the leg nice and straight. We're lifting for 2. Up, up 1, up 2, lift, lift 3, up, up 4, up, up 5, lift, lift 6, up, up 7, up, up 8, lift, lift 9, up, up 10, and we're pulsing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Holding it there, we're now going to point the foot, and we're repeating up, up, down 1, up, up 2, lift, lift 3, up, up 4, lift, lift 5, up 6, lift, lift 7, up, up 8, up, up 9, up, up 10, and pulse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold it there. We're circling. Circle round 1, circle 2, circle the leg 3, keeping the hips still 4, circle 5, circle 6, 7, lovely 8, 9, 10. We're reversing the circles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold in the center, and just last time we're pulsing up 2, 3, higher 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relax the leg down. We're going into a spinal twist on the other side. So get your shoulder blade onto the mat, and you can move the ball or the cushion. You can just slightly push the left knee down to get a lovely spinal twist. Now, when you're ready, you're going to come out of that twist. We're going to keep the ball or the cushion, and we're going to put it between our thighs. We're going to have our feet hip width, and we're going to lie on the mat. We're going to tilt the pelvis and we're going to peel the spine up so we're on our shoulder blades where it feels comfortable. We're going to engage our butt, so we're squeezing our bottom, and we're going to squeeze the ball or the cushion for 50, about working out our bottom, our legs and our inside thigh. We're going to squeeze 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. Relax, just roll your back down onto the mat. You can remove the ball or the cushion and just release your legs in and just rock side to side. Okay, we're going to do an abs or core exercise. So we're going to have our legs bent above our hips and our arms are going to come up above our chest. And throughout this whole exercise, I want you to really imprint your spine into the mat. So as soon as you imprint your spine, you're activating your core. Even just doing that, you're working your tummy muscles. So just the movement of your leg is as far as you can take it, as long as you're keeping that back imprinted into the mat. So we're going to start by taking the right leg down and at the same time taking the left arm down and using your stomach to come up. So we're going to do 10 right leg and left arm, then we're going to alternate and do 10 left leg, right arm, and then if it's available, we're going to do both legs down and both arms down. But if it's not available, and it's just keep to the alternation. Okay, so we're going to start right leg, left arm. We'll take it down. If you can touch the floor, that's fine. Pull up 1. Take it down. 2. Down. Up 3. Down. Up 4. Down. Up 5. Down. 6. Down. Pulling 7. Down. Pulling 8. Down. 9. Down. 10. We're going to change arms and change legs. So left leg, right arm. Down. Pulling 1. Down. Keep the stomach peeled in. Spine close to the mat the whole time. 3. Down. Pulling 4. Down. Pulling 5. Down. Pulling 6. Down. Pulling 7. Down. Pulling 8. Down. Pulling 9. Down. Pulling 10. We pull the spine into the mat. If it's available, both arms and legs down. Pulling 1. Down. Pull the stomach in 2. Down. Pulling 3. Down. Pulling 4. Down. Pulling 5. Down. Pulling 6. Down. Pulling 7. Down. Pulling 8. Down. Pulling 9. Down. Pulling 10. Just hug your knees in. Just rock your spine side to side. And we're going to come up and we're going to, I hope no one's got any knee issues, but we're going to come onto all fours. Our hands either side of the mat. And for this exercise, I really want you to keep your stomach engaged and the back nice and flat throughout the exercise. So we're not, all we're doing is working the legs. So we're going to start with the right side, and the foot is flexed. We're coming up to the ceiling. We're bringing the leg and we're coming up, up, down 1. Up, up, down 2. Up, up, 3. Up, up, 4. Lift, lift. 5, lovely. Up, up. 6, up, up. 7, up, up. 8, up, up. 9, up, up. 10. Now I just want you to hold it up there and just give me 10 pulses. You're pushing up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're stretching the leg out. We're now going to take the foot down to the ground, up, 1, only towards the hip level, down, up, 2, down, up, 3, down, up, 4, down, up, 5, down, up, 6, down, up, 7, down, up, 8, down, up, 9, down, up, 10, 10 little pushes, pulse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're going to hold the leg there. We're going to do tiny little circles. We're going to circle 1, circle the leg 2, keeping the hips nice and still, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're going to reverse the circles the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're going to bring that leg down and we're just going to sit back on our heels and stretch out. So stretching your arms, your back, you're releasing that muscle. Then we're going to come back up because we've got to do the other side. So we're going to do the same, repeat the same exercises with the left leg. So again, stomach really pulled in, back nice and flat, head looking down, and we're taking the leg up, 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 down 1, up, up, 2, lift, lift, 3, up, up, 4, up, up, 5, up, up, 6, lift, lift, 7, up, up, 8, lift, up, 9, up, up, 10, hold it up and just pulse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stretch the leg out. Take the leg down, up, up, down, up, 2, down, up, 3, down, up, 4, down no higher than the hip, down, up, 6, down, up, 7, down, up, 8, down, up, 9, down, up, 10, 10 full pulses, push 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, hold the leg there, we're just going to do 10 circles one way, 1, 2, little circle, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, circle the leg the other way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, relax the leg down. Sit back on your heels and just stretch out. Releasing those muscles. Okay. So once that's released, we're then going to work, we're going to do some arm exercises. So we're going to start with push-ups. So again, you can do these on all fours, and you can have your arms slightly wider than your shoulders, your fingers face forward, and you can take the chest down and come up, really pushing the floor away. If you want to make it harder, you come forward more and you come onto the fronts of your knees. Keeping the core really pulled in, no dipping in your back. I want your back nice and strong. And again, coming forward, down, keeping the neck nice and relaxed. So choose your position. We're gonna take it down for 20, and then we're gonna pulse for 10. So even if you're on all fours, stomach really pulled in the whole time. So we're going to take it down, up 1, down, up 2, down, 3, down, up 4, lovely, down, stomach pulled in 5, down, push the floor away, you come up 6, down, 7, down, up 8, down, 9, down, we're going to do 10 more, down, 1, down, 2, down, up 3, down, 4, down, 5, 6, down, up 7, down, up 8, down, up 9, down, up 10. Now we're going to hold it down and we're going to pulse the 10. Push away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sit back on your heels. Use those arms a lovely deserved stretch out. Okay, I'm going to do one of my favourite exercises for the backs of the arms, for the triceps, which is really hard to work because it's a Pilates exercise. So you're lying on your tummies, really try and keep your stomach pulled in, your hips into the mat, and your head is looking down. I want your arms behind you as tight as you can towards your body, and your palms face down. We're going to circle the arms in. So we're going to do 20 circles, and we're going to hold them in, and then we're going to pulse our arms up for 50. Okay, but keep your head nice and relaxed, looking down. So we're going to circle 1, circle 2, circle 3, 4, you squeeze in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold the arms in nice and tight. We're pulsing up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. Last 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax your arms. Just come up on your. Have a nice back stretch. Keeping your shoulders nicely down. Then we're going to sit back on our heels and just stretch out your arms. we're going to come out of that stretch. We're going to come and lie down on our left side, and we put our knees into our chest. So our head is in our hand, although again you can rest your head completely down if it's more comfortable. And I want to have your hips stacked on top of one another, and your legs are in like a 90 degree, like you're sitting in a chair. And we're just going to lift the leg up, down 1, up, 2, up, 3, up, 4, up, 5, up, 6, up, 7, up, 8, up, 9, up, 10, hold it up. Now we're going to just turn the knee down. So the legs coming across the body and up, down, up 2, down, up 3, down, up 4, down, up 5, down, up 6, down, up 7, down, up 8, down, up 9, down, up 10. Now we're turning the knee out. So the heel comes to the heel. Down, up 1, down, up 2, down, 3, down, up 4, down, up 5, down, up 6, down, up 7, down, up 8, down, up 9, down, up 10. We're going to combine that. So we're going to go to the knee, to the heel, and come up and down. So the knee comes over, keeping the hips nice and still, up, down 2. So it's going, you're going to the knee, to the heel, up, 3, knee, heel, up, 4, knee, heel, up, 5, knee, heel, up, 6, knee, heel, up, 7, knee, heel, up, 8, knee, heel, up, 9, knee, heel, up, 10. Just give me 10 pulses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relax the legs down. If you can, we'll just do one more little thing. You either can keep your feet on the floor or you can lift the feet up, keeping the feet together. We're just going to open the knees. So we're going to go open, open, 1, open, open, 2, lift, lift, 3, up, up, 4, up, up, 5, lift, lift, 6, up, keeping the feet together, 7, up, up, 8, up, up, 9, up, up, 10. Just give me 10 pulses. We're done on this leg. 1, up, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relax the legs down. Well done. We're just going to lie on our back and just stretch out these muscles. You've worked really hard. You're going to place that right leg on top of the left leg, and if it's available, just thread through, just easing out that right glute that you've worked very hard. So when that's eased out, we're just going to repeat that exercise on the other side. Now we're lying on our right side, hand in our head, hips stacked, legs are in a chair shape, 90 degrees. I'm going to start by lifting the leg up. So we're coming up, down 1, up, 2, up, 3, up, 4, up, 5, up, 6, up, 7, up, 8, up, 9, up, 10, hold the leg up, turn the knee down, it comes down, up 1. So across the body, 2, down towards the mat, 3, down, 4, down, 5, down, up 6, down, lovely 7, down, up 8, down, 9, down, hold the leg there, turn the knee out. The heel comes to the heel, up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're combining that. So we're going to have the knee, then to the heel, up, down 1. Knee, heel, up 2. Knee, heel, up 3. Knee, heel, up 4. Knee, heel, up 5. Knee, heel, up 6. Knee, heel, up 7. Knee, heel, up 8. Knee, heel, up 9. Knee, heel, up 10, and just 10 pulses. 1, 2, 3, lovely. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relax the leg down. Again, we do the last exercise, which you can have your feet down, or you can have them up, but keep the feet glued together as we open the knees. We're going to go open, open as wide as you can. 1, open, open, 2, up, up, 3, up, up, 4, squeeze into that muscle. 5, up, up, lovely. 6, up, up, 7, up, up, 8, up, up, 9, up, up, 10, just 10 pulses. 1, 2, 3, squeeze. 4, 5, 6, 7, wide. 8, 9, 10. Relax it down. Just lie onto your back. Just place that left leg on top of the right knee and bring the leg in just to ease off that muscle. I think my time is up.
So we've still got time to finish off. Don't worry.
Yeah, should we do a stretch out now?
Yeah.
All right, ladies, well done. So we're just going to sit up on our mat, just stretch out our legs in front of us as wide as you feel comfortable. We're just going to come forward and just ease the body down, just stretching out the legs. And then we're going to stretch up to the ceiling. We stretch the body. We're going to come over the right side, stretching the left side of the body. Then come up and stretch over the left side. Come up. We'll bring the legs across the legs. Sitting up nice and tall on your sit bone. We'll take a twist, looking over one side of the body. And using your hands to twist and look over the other side. Come back to the center. We'll just take one arm up and at the elbow, just stretch out your triceps. And that's released. Take the other hand up and stretch out the other side. And come, release the arms. Just bring one arm across the body, stretching out your shoulders. Just gently pull it with the other hand. And then repeat that on the other side, stretching the other shoulder. And that's release. We're going to come, if it's available, into a squat. If you can, get your heels down, not on your toes. You can, and just ease out your hips from side to side. And then we're just going to slowly unwind. I'm going to move the camera. I want you to come up vertebra by vertebra, all the way through your spine, taking the journey. Coming all the way up to the top, stretching up to the ceiling. And just bend your knees, taking a deep breath in and out. One more time, deep breath in, bend the knees and breathe out. Just bring your arms behind you, either on your back, and just open up your chest, or if you can for further stretch, you can clench your hands, just open up your chest. Release your hands, roll your shoulders, and your dumbbells.
Well done, everyone. Thank you, Selena. Thank you.
Pleasure.
I feel very guilty watching you all whilst you're working out, but well done, everyone. Has anyone got any questions for Selena before we go into our next session? If you have, you can put them in the chat box. Oh, hang on, Selena, there is one. Let me just have a quick look. Oh, it's just, okay, so one of the members said it was giving her some hip pain, so I just said she should sit it out.
Right.
She's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I did quite a, well, I thought quite a low level class. Yeah. And obviously I work with resistance bands and I work with weights, but I just wanted to do something that I thought everybody could join in. But it's really important to not work through hip pain or back pain or, you know, neck pain.
Well, I mean, thank you so much. It was brilliant, and I think everyone's probably going to quickly. Jane's just put that was fabulous workout. Thank you, Selena.
Pleasure.
I think everyone can go and have some water if you want to change before our next session. You don't have a website, do you, Selena? If people want to find you.
No, but I am on Facebook.
Okay.
And Instagram. So if anyone is interested, I am doing daily Zoom lessons. Obviously beforehand I was doing private lessons, but at the moment it's all online, which is going really well, and more than happy to chat to anybody that exercise. So
all right, well, thank you very much. And Alison's also said thank you, so thanks so much, guys, and hope everyone's gonna oh, she said it's eased up. I hope everyone's going to stay and listen to our next session, which is all about getting a good night's sleep, and lots of top tips for that. So thank you, Selena.
Pleasure. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Bye. How did everyone find that? If you want to all turn on your audio for 5 minutes, if there's any feedback you want to give me. Everyone okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Is my audio on?
Yeah. Who's that?
Hi.
Is that Dawn?
It's Dawn. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's fine. Fine. How did you find it?
I enjoyed it. I'm a Pilates teacher, so it's nice to be the other side and do some exercise and not be given the instructions. Yeah, it was good. I would say it was quite advanced.
Did you? Okay. How did everyone else find it?
Yes. I've learned that I do as much as I can do, and when she wants us to do 50 of something, I know that I can't do as many as that, because that's how I wrecked my shoulders years ago.
Yeah.
So I now just do a little, but it's better than doing none.
Absolutely. And I think because our group is really, the age group is 40 right through to 65. We've got an older group for 65 plus as well. I think it was a nice balance from Selena, because I think there's some things that the slightly older age group might find more tough, or not necessarily, but the younger ones might find too easy. So I think it was a good middle ground. I think, Claudia, you're a yoga instructor, aren't you, as well?
Oh, yeah, I was sweating.
And
I wasn't having a hot flush. That was work. No, it was good. I will put my hand up and say, you know, my preference is yoga. I've tried Pilates and I just like yoga better, but I like Pilates if it's like there. I don't mind it. But no, it's really nice to do something different. And yeah, just sort of, you know, I really felt there's a few things that I really felt, and I thought if she says pulse one more time, we're falling out. We're not going to be friends anymore.
I don't know if I'm on the thing, but I think as women, you've got to, as you were saying, you've got to really know your body and obviously not push your body. And I think yoga, Pilates, what I do, body condition combining, it's for women, it's sensible exercising. So for people to really be in tune and to work with their body and not to push it, because that's the last thing you want to do, is to harm. It's there to tone and stretch and make your body feel good. So I think I think all yoga, Pilates and what it is all about sensible women exercise.
Caroline has put, thanks Selena, you've woken up some muscles. So that's thank you, Caroline. I mean, it's funny, when lockdown started, I trawled the internet to try and find some good exercise classes, and I finally found one. It's an American lady, but I haven't been able to find anything since. So for 3 months, I've literally done the same woman every other day, and I'm getting a bit bored of it. So Selena, thank you for that. I'm actually now going to switch to you until I'm out of lockdown.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd love to have you. That would be amazing. But it's about finding what works for you as a person and your body. I do believe that, and everyone's different. So,
and I mean, I've got a shoulder injury here, so anything that's sort of putting pressure on my shoulder, I just go down on the flats there, so that, you know, I think we all just have to work around what we can and can't do.
Definitely.
So thank you. I think Marianne, our next session is on. Are you there, Marianne? Just want to check. Where are you? There you are.
I am. Hello, everybody.
This is Marianne. I'm going to introduce Marianne at 11:30 on the dot, if that's okay, Marianne. I'm going to wait just because there's a few people who aren't on now who said they did want to join, and I don't want them to miss our introduction. So so we've got about 3-4 minutes left.
It's always terrible when you come on and you see the video and you look straight away at the hair.
I just noticed while you were all doing your exercise, I quickly went to brush my hair, but I'm in full view, so it's a bit vain, but we'll we'll have to share whatever we've captured and hope it looks. Right, so I think if everyone goes back onto mute, I'm just going to get Marianne on switch. You can keep your cameras on or off, whatever you want. Marianne has got some slides, so
I'm actually going to share the first slide now, if that's okay.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, I just saw a message from Claire. Thank you, Selena. That was great. Definitely feel better for that. So everyone is feeling great.
You see that okay?
Yeah. I'm just going to do, if it's okay, Mary, I'm going to do quick screenshots just for social of that. Okay. Can everyone see the screen that Marianne shared?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
I can see it, yeah.
Okay. Right, I'm just going to see if anyone else is in the waiting room, and then I think we'll kick off.
Can you imagine if I was on?
Caroline, we can hear you.
Oh.
There's always one.
It says mute. Is it on mute now?
No, we can all hear you.
Can you mute me then? Because it says I'm on mute.
Oh, really? Okay, hang on. I'll see if I can mute you from this end. I don't think I can because I have to mute myself.
If I cross it.
Oh, now you're mute. Okay. All right, I think we will kick off. So take your first step to a good night's sleep, this with our second session run by sleep consultant Marianne Taylor. Marianne had a baby with severe reflux, which caused significant sleep problems for some time. She understood firsthand how a lack of sleep can impact on the whole family. Marianne became a gentle sleep coach, training under Kim West, the sleep lady in America. This program involves over 50 hours of training, an exam, and participation in ongoing advanced training. She then completed an advanced training course with the International Maternity Institute to become a certified maternity and child sleep consultant. As a young adult, she suffered from chronic fatigue syndrome, which had a huge impact on her health, career, and social life. I'm just going to stop myself there while I let the others in. At the time, there was very limited information available, which meant Marianne had to find ways to help herself in order to continue functioning on a day-to-day basis. Following her own issues with sleep and her extensive work with parents, as well as having been asked on many occasions if she also worked with adults, in 2015, Marianne decided to expand her work to adult sleep too. She has completed a comprehensive integrated adult sleep coach certification program and CBT for insomnia training, and she now educates, supports, and motivates adults to improve their sleep. As well as seeing clients, Marianne delivers many sleep workshops and talks, writes articles on many different aspects of children and adult sleep for various parenting publications, and she runs open sleep clinics through a number of social media platforms. She is a member of the British Sleep Society and the International Association for Sleep Consultants. So there you go. Welcome, Marianne.
Thank you. Thanks for that intro.
I hope I got that right.
Yeah, pretty much covers it. Thank you. Thanks for that, and thanks for having me on. It's always lovely working with the Latte Lounge. I'm going to actually start. First of all, I just want to open with just talking a little bit about these strange times we find ourselves living in at the moment, somewhat unprecedented. And we might be feeling out of sorts, feels like we're living in some kind of surreal situation half the time, feeling a bit detached. And this, together with menopausal madness at times, it might be causing some whole host of thoughts, anxieties whirling around in our mind. So what I would like to open with, ask you, if you can, is to just write one word in the chat box that would describe how you're feeling overall. So just one word, whether it's tired or stressed or whatever it is, just throw me a word if you can, the chat box, and just what you can think of, first thing that you can think of. I see Jane's mentioned uptight, emotional, lethargic, brain fog. Yeah, this is all sounding somewhat familiar. Anxious, definitely. Anxieties around us. Grateful. Oh, Claire, that's lovely. Grateful. Anxious, more anxious. So thank you. Thanks for that, guys. So I did the same, and I came up with some similar sounding words. I see changeable as well. Come up with similar sounding words. I had tired, worried, overwhelmed, helpless, stressed, anxious, fed up, angry, wired. Might I just add that I don't necessarily feel all these at the same time. At various points, I definitely have come up with some of these words. And all these words have a direct impact on our sleep and on our ability to be able to achieve a good night's sleep. We have really evolved from a time when we didn't need to be awake at various points in the night. We needed to check our environment for predators to keep us safe, to ensure our safety. And then we evolved into a point where we felt safe enough and secure enough to be able to sleep in one block of time. And these ideal conditions to achieve a good night's sleep is exactly when we feel comfortable, we feel relaxed, we feel safe. And here we are at the moment, certainly in the lockdown situation, that these feelings can make us feel exactly the opposite of secure. Our safety might feel compromised, and add this to general stress and anxiety, we have somewhat of a double whammy here. Is it any wonder that our sleep gets affected? And we can very much let our thoughts run so wild that it lifts us away from reality. It lifts us almost out of our physical body, and our thoughts can often take control and can take over. And that obviously impacts massively on our sleep. So what I want to do is I just want to give you a very, very simple exercise just to help you feel more grounded. You can do this now. You can do this also if you're lying in bed and you have all that whirling thoughts and anxieties going around in your head. So you might be sitting down, you might be standing, and if you're in bed, you might be lying down. And I want you to place all of your awareness, certainly if you're sitting or standing, on the bottom of your feet, on the soles of your feet, and to pay attention to any sensations that you feel where your feet meet the ground. It may be that you can feel sort of a hardness. You can do this. What's also nice to do is to do this on different ground. So maybe on grass, on pavement, all of those different type of sensations, on carpet. Just notice, take a moment. It's very simple, just to take a moment and notice your feet touching the ground. And what this does is it really just helps you ground yourself a little bit and bring you back into your physical body. And if you're doing this when you're lying in bed, then notice the sensation that you feel with your body lying on the mattress and what that feels like, the sensations of your body touching the mattress. That just helps bring you back into yourself a little bit. So now that hopefully you feel slightly more relaxed, I just want to do a little intro. I mean, I know Katie covered a lot of it, most of it. So I just want to just to reiterate myself. My name is Marianne. As Katie mentioned, I have had my own personal journey with sleep. I had chronic fatigue. I then became a parent. I then had chemotherapy. And finally, the joy of the hot flushes and hormone chaos. And all of these things gave my sleep patterns really quite a battering. And as she mentioned, I've been giving talks about how to improve sleep for quite some time. And what I'm going to cover today is about general sleep. I'm also going to focus on some elements that might be happening with your sleep, whether that's due to menopausal symptoms or the impact on lockdown and how that's affected your sleep. It may be that you've had a sleep problem for quite some time, or that you were previously a good sleeper and find yourself now struggling with sleep. I know personally my own sleep pattern has definitely changed since lockdown, since menopausal symptoms, and I find myself now waking up very early in the morning when previously I never did. What I also now, I would like to just switch off my video at this point, because I do want you to focus a little bit on the slides, and then I'll switch it back on for questions. So just give me 1 second. Right. So I want to just talk a little bit about what happens when we sleep. I think there's a bit of an unknown element to it all. It's interesting because when I asked my youngest, she's 9, she's had a period of time when she was struggling with getting to sleep, and I asked her what the problem was, and I really found her answer very helpful. She said, I don't really understand what happens when I go to sleep, and that's why I can't get to sleep. And it's really the same for us as adults. I find it can be very helpful to understand what actually happens when we go to sleep and understand that process a little bit. So I just want to talk you through that. We start off in stage 1 of sleep. This is our light stage of sleep, and it's from this point that you can be woken up quite easily, where any kind of external noise might cause you to wake up fully. So you're just beginning the transition down, the drowsiness. Then you go down into stage 2. That is the next stage of the sleep cycle.
Marianne, sorry to interrupt, but can everyone see the slides, or is it just me? You can all see them. Okay, it's just I can't. Carry on.
Oh, yeah, are you sure? Because I would like them to see.
Everyone can see slides, yes? Okay, it's just my screen, don't worry.
Oh,
Carry on.
Okay. So stage 2 of sleep is where our eye movement starts to slow down, breathing starts to slow down, brain waves, everything just slowly starts to transition down a little bit further. We then move into stage 3. This is our first stage of deep sleep, what we call deep sleep. And this is where our breathing, our heart rate is at a very low level. And this is where it's often quite difficult to wake up from. So if you find that you've set your alarm and you're really finding it difficult to sort of pull into a fully wakeful state, or you feel quite groggy, then it's possible that you're waking in that stage 3 of sleep, and it's a hard pull to get into a fully wakeful state from that point. It's also a very key stage of our cycle because it's where our body makes essential repairs. And to boost our immune system and all of that. So it's really important. I mean, every stage of our cycle is important, but the deep stages are where the good quality of sleep that we need to be able to feel refreshed and healthy. We move on into stage 4, which is our second stage of deep sleep. We call this non-REM sleep. REM is rapid eye movement sleep. And this is where our body temperature drops again. And we're very still. We have no eye movement, no muscle activity. However, our brain, we still maintain an awareness of our environment. So our brain never switches off. It still maintains that sort of somewhat of an awareness of environment, even in the deepest stage of sleep. We then come back out into the last stage of our sleep cycle, which is stage 5. We call this REM sleep. This is rapid eye movement sleep. And this is where our body temperature starts to rise again. Our increased eye movement, our heart rate increases, and this is where our dreams, when we remember our dreams, that's because they happen in this last stage of our sleep cycle. I am going to talk about dreams in a little bit more detail a little bit later. So this whole process is a sleep cycle, and we transition through our sleep cycles throughout the night. And what's interesting to note is that the deeper stages of sleep, the 3 and 4 that you see there, we have the majority of that happens at the beginning part of our night. So from when we go to sleep to midnight, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning, is when we go into our deepest stages of sleep. And it's when the cycle is at its longest. So the sleep cycle lasts longer at the beginning part of the night. And then from middle of the night, as we progress towards early morning, the cycle starts to get shorter, and that we don't reach the deep stages of sleep again. So we maintain light sleep through the later part of the night. So what you may find that if you're having a situation where you sleep relatively okay at the beginning from when you go to sleep, and then you find yourself at maybe 2, 3 o'clock in the morning feeling awake and feeling quite wide awake, it's because you have completed the deep stages of what you're going to achieve over the night. And also the cycles are getting shorter. So you're maintaining light sleep and shorter sleep cycles. And that is then obviously contributing to you getting back to sleep. I see that Jane asked, how much deep sleep should we be getting? So it varies, and our sleep needs change over time. But generally, at this stage, it's probably around 20% of our full night's sleep is in deep sleep, which isn't a lot. It isn't a lot. People assume that they should be getting a lot, most of your sleep should be deep sleep, and that isn't the case. Susan, I see that you've mentioned about dreams. I am going to be talking about that a little later, so hold that thought. So moving on, just that hopefully will give you just an understanding of what happens when you sleep. I want to move on now to talking about what I call our sleep personality. So just like we have our own individual character traits that make up our personality, whether that's an introvert or an extrovert or an optimist or a pessimist, anxious, laid back, whatever it is, those elements that make up our personality, we also have our own unique personality when it comes to how we sleep. So we have the anytime, anywhere sleeper, and you see the visual there. And this is exactly as described. It's the person that can manage to get to sleep really in any conditions. If you ask that person what they do to achieve good sleep, won't really have a specific answer for you. They'll say, I don't know, I just do. I manage to just get to sleep. There isn't anything specific that I have in mind. We also have then the sensitive sleeper. This is the person who possibly needs some conditions in place. They might need to sleep on one side of the bed. They might need to use certain sprays every night, whatever it is. They need certain conditions and certain things, paraphernalia or otherwise, to help themselves with their sleep. They're generally quite sensitive around their sleep. And finally, we have the insomniac. And this is the person who goes to bed in order not to get to sleep in their mind. They already have in mind that they're going to be getting into bed, and they assume they're going to be lying in bed awake, or they assume they're going to be waking up in the night or early in the morning, but they have that thought process already climbing into bed. Many of us are somewhere in the middle of this lot. So if there are any that are the anytime, anywhere sleepers, that's amazing. I would say the majority of us are somewhere between the sensitive sleeper and the insomniac. With the onset of menopausal symptoms, that may change our sleep personality as well. So previously you may have been somewhere between an anytime, anywhere and a sensitive, and now find yourself along the insomnia line. And sometimes lines can become blurred. We transition through these peaks and dips, both physically and emotionally, and obviously then that changes things in terms of our sleep, and it's impacted and it's compromised along the way. So it isn't to set, this is your sleep personality. I just want to mention while I'm here that on top of these sleep personality traits, we also have morning larks versus night owls, and the long sleepers versus the short sleepers. So the long sleeper will be the person that feels they need longer number of hours at night, and the short sleeper less so. So what I want to do now is just prove that point to you. I would like you again into the chat box, just put in a number of hours of sleep at night that you feel that you need in order to feel refreshed, rested the next day, and to be able to feel productive and do what you need to do the next day. It doesn't mean you need to be bouncing off the walls necessarily, but just to feel roughly what you would need. And I see it all coming in there. So we've got a real mix here between 4.5, ouch. Susan, listen up. We've got 5 to 6, we've got 7s, 8s, 7.5. There's a whole range here, which proves exactly my point, that there is not a one size fits all here. And I think I'd like to dispel this myth, and it very much is a myth, and you guys have just shown it right now, that we're kind of informed through social media, through magazine articles. We have to have 8 hours of sleep at night. And if we haven't had the 8 hours of sleep at night, then we haven't achieved a good night's sleep. And I think really problems arise when we govern when and how much sleep we need based on these universal norms. The fact is, it's almost like saying that everybody should have size 7 shoes or be 5'7", that we all should be the same, and that isn't the case. Whatever type of sleeper you are, you will at some point experience sleep disturbances, but there is no such thing as this perfect amount of sleep. And I think really for those that do suffer with sleep problems, assuming that we need this 8 hours of sleep can induce a lot of anxiety, and therefore impacts on and increases sleep problems, because you feel that if you look back on your night's sleep and think, well, I haven't had the 8 hours, that means I haven't had enough sleep, that means I'm tired. And that isn't the case. So I think it's really, really important to remember that there isn't this magic number of 8 hours we all must have. So if somebody says to me, how much sleep do I need? I answer it with a very simple, sort of simplistic reply, and it's this: you know you're getting enough sleep when you have enough energy to do what you need and want for most of the day on most days. Now, yes, it's simplistic, but it really answers the question. It really is that. It's, are you managing? So if somebody says to me, I'm only getting 6.5 hours of sleep, I'm okay. I can manage my day. I'm productive in my day. I have enough energy. You might be tired in the evening. Okay, that's par for the course. But generally, I manage my day okay in terms of my exhaustion levels. Then that is your sleep needs. That is what you need. And I think it's really important to remember that you don't be led by the sort of often these screaming headlines that you have to have had 8 hours. Moving on, I want to talk a little bit about the most common sleep problems. So some of them may sound familiar. Starting with sleep initiation. This is difficulty getting to sleep. So you're getting into bed and you're really struggling with settling down to sleep. The next one is sleep maintenance. That's maintaining our sleep. So you might get to sleep okay, then find yourself awake during the night. Waking very early in the morning. So I have this often, where you're waking up with birds and long before you need to. Parasomnias, just bracketed parasomnias. This includes sleepwalking, sleep talking, nightmares, night terrors, and the vivid and disturbing dreams. And I do want to just have a little minute or two to talk about this, because a lot of people, certainly at the moment with lockdown, have reported that they're having very vivid dreams, very disturbing dreams, when they hadn't necessarily experienced that before. So what are these dreams? It's almost like our own individual healing process, these dreams. We're processing information that we have taken in during the day, that we've seen, that we've experienced, and it's somewhat fragmented. So you may find that you have these, when you're remembering these dreams, it's very, very fragmented bits of information. And you may have a situation like I have, where family members come down in the morning and feel the need to share every single detail of this rather obscure sounding dream, which makes absolutely no sense. If you're happy to listen to that, that's great. But I think a strategy to help you process these dreams would be for you to sit and just write it down. Write down what you remember of your dream, because what you're doing with the writing down is you're just removing it from the whirling of your brain a little bit and seeing it visually in front of you, and it can help just process a little bit, because a lot of it just doesn't make sense when you think about this sort of random person in a dream experiencing something. It's all very, very haphazard. So write it down in the morning. And another tip is really steer away from news, social media, anything disturbing in the lead up to bedtime, because if you get into bed with those thoughts already in place, then you're almost, that is setting you up for part of the processes during your sleep cycles. You want to really be able to reset your thought processes before getting into bed. So really steer away from any kind of disturbing stuff, the social media, all of that stuff, which can be quite disturbing, especially at the moment with all that's happening. Moving on, circadian rhythm disorders. So circadian rhythm is our inner body clock, our 24-hour inner body clock. And a circadian rhythm disorder is when these sleep times are out of alignment and they don't follow normal sleep times at night. So it's that situation when you get into bed, and no matter what time you get into bed, you find that you're only able to get to sleep at 1 o'clock in the morning, for example. And it may be that we're looking at some kind of slight disorder here, that you're stuck almost, your body clock is stuck into these times. So it's irrelevant getting into bed earlier, it doesn't make any difference. Next one, this is going to be familiar to many of us, is the hormonal sleep disturbances. Bit of a vicious cycle here. All these hormone changes affect our sleep. And the more sleep deprived we become, the more our hormone levels are affected. So one thing very much affects the other here. And obviously really relevant for all of us, or many of us at least, is how all these hormone changes have been affecting our sleep. Movement disorders, I will be giving you techniques and tips later on. I just wanted to run through the overall sleep problems and then address techniques afterwards. Movement disorders, these are conditions that cause movement, either before when we're trying to get to sleep or while we're asleep. And the most common one is restless leg syndrome. This can feel a bit like pins and needles, where you feel like you constantly need to move around and shift around, and that obviously has a big impact on sleep. And finally, sleep apnea. So sleep apnea is a sleep disorder, and it really needs to be, it's really important that gets dealt with if you feel that you or a partner might be suffering from this. Common symptoms are snoring, and that doesn't mean that somebody who's snoring necessarily has sleep apnea, but it's certainly a red flag. And also pauses or shallow breathing, all of these things can be a little bit of a red flag for sleep apnea. And certainly if you suspect that it's you or a partner that might be experiencing this, then I would definitely follow that up on the medical front. So that just gives you a general idea as to the most common sleep problems. I just want to talk now a little bit about some of the factors that might be affecting our sleep overall. I call this the holistic science of sleep. You see that visual there of that woman lying in bed with eyes wide open. I want to split it into different processes. So starting with psychological, physiological, behavioral, and environmental. So all these different processes which impact on our sleep. So just going through a few of them, starting with the psychological. We've got the busy mind, thoughts, stress and anxiety, and mood. So all of these really, really have a significant impact on sleep. I'm sure there's many of us that would say, my problem is I get into bed, I just can't switch my mind off. We're pulled in so many different directions, whether it be family, work, elderly parents, now we've got coronavirus to deal with, racing thoughts, and all this also foggy mind, foggy brain. It obviously impacts, and it makes it difficult for us to be able to maintain our focus, and it's very frustrating. And it is amazing the pace that we can fly through varying different thoughts and worries. We're lying in bed thinking, worried about this, we've got to do this, and it just goes, sort of veers from one to the next very, very quickly. Is it any wonder that our sleep is affected? And really our thoughts in particular are so powerful, especially at night. These negative thoughts often and very intensified. It's dark, it's quiet, it's the first time we've had to even process, and it's very easy for these to really take control a little bit. Also, the words that we use to describe our sleep, how we think about sleep, we might say, I'm a terrible sleeper. I never sleep through the night. I'm unfixable. All these things that we say to ourselves completely has a direct connection on the fact. So it's that impact I mentioned before, getting into bed with the assumption that you're a terrible sleeper, so you're not going to sleep well. So it's all these thoughts, and obviously stress and anxiety, they go hand in hand. It's almost like a bidirectional relationship with sleep. Stress and anxiety can trigger sleep problems, and the sleeplessness exacerbate all these feelings. So I want to now move on to talking a little bit about the physiological elements. So it's nutrition and caffeine, the hormones, body temperature, medication. So all of these physiological elements impact on our sleep as well. What and when we put into our bodies, so what we eat, when we eat it, all impacts on us, generally on our health, also on our sleep. So heavy spicy meals very close to bedtime, alcohol, all of that will sit with us. A few things I want to just flag up here. Caffeine deserves a mention of its own. I know we're latte loungers, but sorry guys, I am going to mention it. I know we know about caffeine and sleep. We know that it can impact. A few things that I want to just make sure you understand is how long caffeine stays in our system. So it has a half-life of up to 6 hours. That means any caffeine we put into ourselves can be swirling around in our system, full of sort of half of it will still be swirling around in our system up to 6 hours later. So if you're feeling that dip in the afternoon at 3 o'clock and we're running for the latte, then and finding yourself then struggling to get to sleep, it may be that is a contributing factor. Some people, incidentally, I will just mention, some people it doesn't impact, and they're the people that say, oh, it's fine, I can have a double espresso just before I get to bed and I sleep just fine. But I'm not talking about these people, I'm talking about all the rest of us. So caffeine really, really, and when I talk about caffeine, I'm not just talking about the lattes, I'm talking about tea, fizzy drinks, cakes, biscuits, chocolate, all of that stuff that contains caffeine. And also what is often less known about is that caffeine is often contained in a lot of over-the-counter medication as well, that impacts on our sleep as well. So just be wary of that. Hormones, let's face it, I mentioned before, it just keeps on coming up, this one, hormones and sleep. We obviously, estrogen, one of the big impactors on when we talk about perimenopausal and menopausal as well. So that very much affects our mood generally. Also, serotonin levels, dopamine levels, these are hormones that work hard to try and lift and stabilize our mood. And if we don't allow ourselves that possibility of enough of the production of this stuff, then that's going to impact on our sleep cycles and our sleep-wake cycles. So, as I said, hormone changes, all affecting our sleep overall, not just specifically for sleep, but our overall well-being, health and well-being. Body temperature, enough said, really. I don't know what else to say about body temperature. We all know it. Few things. Our body temperature fluctuates throughout the day. So as we start to approach bedtime, our body temperature starts to drop. So what is often recommended is that we try and have a hot bath, hot shower, raising our body temperature as high as we can, about an hour or so before getting into bed. It's the drop, when we get out of that, it's that drop in body temperature afterwards that really helps melatonin, the sleep hormone, kick in. So body temperature and sleep is directly connected. And obviously, it goes without saying that with hot flushes, that impacts. And it impacts on our ability to be able to drop our body temperature enough to be able to allow the production of melatonin. And medication. So the timing of medication is very key. So if you are on regular medication, really just make sure that if you're having it before bed, that is not impacting on sleep as well, that there isn't any caffeine or any reason why that medication might be affecting your sleep. Behavioral, so inconsistent schedule, work schedule, lack of routine, exercise, all of these behaviors that we do impact on our sleep. So as I mentioned before, we operate on our internal body clock called our circadian rhythm over a 24-hour period. And this body clock dictates to us when we feel awake, when we need to sleep, when we need to eat, and even when we need to go to the loo. Just incidentally, with the current situation as it is, with lockdown being as it has been, it may be that our schedule, our work schedule, our routines are out the window. We're not necessarily getting up for work, school times, all of this is pushed out of sync. Times might be pushed very much later, maybe no alarms in the morning, so our wake up times are all irregular, and all of this is causing our body clock to be totally pushed out of the regular pattern, impacting on sleep. Also work schedule, so if we're working too late in the evening, we're maybe trying to balance homeschool, working hours, all of that, so that's all slightly skewy at the moment as well, and that will be impacting as well. Exercise, really important, and I'm not just talking about running it out, jogging, gym, all of that. I'm talking about movement as well. It's not just your exercise, it's movement. And certainly in lockdown period, we might find that our physical activity has been reduced. You might not be walking to the bus stop or walking around an office or walking around as much, just generally moving. And we know that exercise is regarded as one of the most powerful antidepressants. It has the ability to stimulate that endorphin release, and that's obviously a very strong stress releaser. So exercise has a huge impact as well. And finally, environmental, our bedroom, temperature of our environment, light and screens. So the bedroom are how we associate our bedroom. So if we walk into our bedroom and we already feel rising stress and anxiety, or we get into bed with that thought of this is the place I don't sleep, then that obviously impacts massively as well. So that we build an association of our bed and our sleep space with a place that we feel calm in, relaxed in. If that involves having to do some decluttering, then fine. And also moving away from using your bedroom as anything other than a place for sleep and well, maybe possibly sex, but sleep more so from our point of view. But often we use the bedroom as a dining room, as a lounge, as an office. We turned our bedroom often into sort of a generalized area, and so therefore we've lessened our association with this space for sleep. So we really want to try and bring that in a little bit. Temperature of the room as well. Also, we know about temperature. The temperature, we need to really keep it on the cool side as possible, using a fan, all of these things. So if you need to layer up, then do it with clothing and with duvets, but not with heating in the room. And light and screens. We know so much about light and the important factor that has in determining our sleep patterns, and actually specifically natural light. So when we experience natural light, daylight, we get this injection of energy. This is our serotonin hormone, that's our feel-good hormone, and it helps us clear out the melatonin, the sleep hormone. So if we're feeling groggy and just not at par during the morning, outside and natural light as soon as you can give you that boost, that sort of brush off the melatonin and help you, give you that boost of energy. And just going on from that, blue light that comes off screens, our phones, our laptops, all of that stuff, operates in the same way as natural light, that boost of energy that we get from the sun, which is why all the recommendations are to really steer away from using electronics too close to bedtime, because that blue light gives you that same boost, and therefore makes you feel less sleepy when at a time when you really want to be. So I want to just talk about very quickly the menopausal factors. So where does menopause come into all this lot? Well, let's go through it. Obviously, our busy minds, our stress and anxiety, our thoughts, our mood, let's face it, it's all there with all our symptoms. Our nutrition and caffeine, we feel more tired, we reach for the caffeine maybe, we might tend to sort of comfort eat more, our possible weight gain, hormones, goes without saying, our body temperature, the hot flushes, medication, whether it's regular medication we're on, whether it's HRT, all of this will impact as well on our sleep. Our inconsistent schedule, our work schedule, our lack of routine at the moment, and maybe our exercise also may be that we're just feeling too tired to actually be proper, go into exercise properly and as we would want to. And finally, the bedroom, the temperature, the light, the screens, all of this is so much tied in with our symptoms as well. Screens, it may be that we're searching endlessly online about how to achieve better sleep at 3 o'clock in the morning, all of that stuff. So it's generally general factors, but also the added whammy of the menopausal symptoms and how that impacts as well. Am I doing on the sleep front? On the time front?
We're absolutely fine.
Am I okay?
Yeah, absolutely fine. Lots of time.
Okay, so I want to now just talk a little bit. I am very much of the belief that achieving a good night's sleep doesn't start with when we put our head on the pillow at night. It starts from when we wake up in the morning. And what we do in our day totally has a connection with our night's sleep. So I want to just talk through the day briefly and all the different elements that will help us sleep better that night. Starting with regulating our wake-up time, and this is really, really important, is that we anchor our wake-up time and we don't fluctuate too much from that. So we don't have all these very, very times where sometimes we're waking up at 7 o'clock, and sometimes, when I say waking up, I mean starting our day. 7 o'clock, sometimes it's 9 o'clock. I mean, I would mention about adolescents here, but that's another whole session. That's a big issue with adolescents, but us too, is that if we have all these fluctuating times, then that is going to impact on our body clock and therefore our sleep. And I've mentioned get dressed. It's so easy now when we don't necessarily need to be dashing out of the house to just not get dressed, and it is essential. It's absolutely essential. First of all, it's so easy for the lines to be blurred between night and day. We have to give our body that very clear cue that this is the end of our night and this is the start of our day. So getting dressed is absolutely essential. Next, breakfast within 30 minutes of waking up. We don't have the excuse that we might have had previously, which is that don't have time, rushing out the house, kids to school or go to work or whatever it is. It is so important that you get your blood sugar level boosted within about 30 minutes of waking up in the morning. And then what you want to do is maintain your blood sugar level throughout the day. If you leave it too long from waking up with your first meal, then you're playing catch up for the rest of the day. And that makes you feel much more lethargic, much more groggy and tired and irritable. So try to get breakfast in within about 30 minutes of waking up. Natural light, I mentioned before, the absolute connection between light and sleep, and natural light more specifically. So get yourself outside. If you can in the morning, that's great. If you can't even physically get out for whatever reason, sit by an open window, open the window, breathe it in, look at it, listen to the sounds. Just try and have your body have some sort of access to natural light in your day. Regular meal times, I mentioned before about maintaining routines and how essential this is and how that might have gone a little bit by the wayside. So the breakfast starting within 30 minutes and maintaining regular meal times for the rest of the day. And if you need to snack in between, that's fine, but do make sure that you regulate those timings of meals. Mindful of caffeine and alcohol. I mentioned about the caffeine, being careful with the last caffeine. I would try to keep that to around to maximum 1-2 o'clock in the afternoon to avoid that impacting on your night's sleep. Alcohol, you can probably hear from my accent, I'm Irish, so I'm not going to be the person to say don't drink any alcohol. But what I will say is that just know that it can impact on your quality of sleep. So if it's the glass of wine in the evening, that's fine. Just be aware that you want to leave at least a 2-hour gap between your last alcoholic drink and going to bed, because it impacts on the quality. It also impacts on your ability to be able to get into the deep stages of sleep I mentioned at the beginning. Interacting with family and friends. We're basically social animals. It is really important, even when we don't feel like it, maintain that interaction, and even more so while we've been in this lockdown situation where we've had that reduced ability to be able to see people. Interact and keep maintaining that interaction at some point during the day, whether it's a phone call, even just a text, whatever it is, but have that interaction at some point during the day. Napping. Get asked this so much, and how easy is it at the moment when you're not necessarily needing to get out the house in the way that you did before? Just sit yourself down on the sofa and have a little nap, and then find yourself struggling with your night's sleep. It is definitely a contributing factor to sleep problems. Just to give you the analogy of a pressure cooker, when we wake up in the morning, we start to build up what we call this homeostatic sleep drive, much like the steam is building in our pressure cooker from when we switch it on, when we close the valve. And it builds up and it builds up and it builds up throughout the day. And when you get to bedtime and you go to sleep, you open the valve and it all rushes out through the night, start again the next morning. If you incorporate a nap, and what you're doing is you're opening the valve a little bit, you're allowing some of this sleep drive to be lost, and then you close it again, and then by the time you get to bedtime, you're not at that peak, you're not at the highest level that you need to be, the highest level of your sleep drive, and then you find that you might struggle to get to sleep. So avoiding napping if at all possible. There are obviously exceptions, and there are times when you might need to. As a general rule, I would really try to avoid it. Winding down time in the evening. We talk about this for kids, the importance of a bedtime routine with these little kids. It's so important to have that switch down time. And I think we as adults, we've forgotten how to do this. We just have forgotten. And especially us, if we're busy and we're running from place to place and we need to finish things and we need to, I don't know, whatever it is, clear up the house, whatever it is, we have forgotten how to wind down. And we absolutely need to. It is absolutely essential that we do that. So, and I mentioned here again about avoiding the media and the news updates late in the evening, because that is what stays with you for your night's sleep. Give yourself the time. Let it be the hot bath, the hot shower. If not, then just downtime. Listen to some music, read a book, podcasts. All of those things are brilliant for winding down. Just allow yourself that time leading up to bedtime. And finally, going to bed at a regular time. So same as the regular wake-up time, as important, regular bedtime. It doesn't have to be rigid and set in stone. A bracket of sort of within around half an hour or so either way. Really try and regulate your timings for bedtime as well. I am going to run through, I call a toolkit for sleep stress. And you can see the visual there. I just want to say you put your eyes to that visual of that person lying in bed with gritted teeth saying, I am determined to go to sleep. And very often, this is part of the problem, is that you're so desperately determined to go to sleep that is causing you not to go to sleep. So sleep generally doesn't do well under pressure like that. The more pressure you put on sleep, the more likely it is to kick back. So the first thing in my toolkit is a daily pause in the day. What happens? We're busy in our day. We don't really give ourselves much time to stop in our day. And the first time we have to stop, think, process a little bit is when we get into bed. And is it any wonder? There go the thoughts and the to-do lists and everything's all whirling around because we haven't had any time to process at all during the day. Allow yourself daily pause in the day. It doesn't have to be ages. It can be 15, 20 minutes. Ideally, if you can get outside, that's great. If not, sitting somewhere in your house. But just sit, listen to the music, as I mentioned in the winding down to bedtime. Allow yourself some time to just be without the social media, without the demands, without the news, without all of it. Just read, listen, all of that, or take a walk. what that does is that helps just relieve that mental build-up you're building up throughout the day, so that by the time you get to bedtime, it's all swirling around in there. Next is the put the day to bed diary, and this is really, really helpful. This is where we process our day. We do this in the evening, so not just before you get into bed, but sometime in the evening. And by putting the day to bed, you put in 3 different elements. One is what went well today. What went well in your day? And it can be very small things. It can be, I had a nice meal. I had a nice chat with somebody. I finished a piece of work. Whatever it is, whatever you can think of, put it down in your what went well today. Then what didn't go so well today. Give yourself a few minutes to think, what irritated me today? What was a negative for me today? Maybe, I don't know, you had an argument with somebody, or something disappointing, or you had something hanging over you and you thought you'd get it done, you didn't. Whatever it is, however big, however small, put it in your what didn't go too well today. And finally, your to-do list. Now, the to-do list isn't just short term, I need to go shopping, I need to do this, I need to do that. It can be short term, long term. Put it down. A whole act of writing it down, I mentioned it before, I'll say it again, about first of all, the act of writing it down, it sort of dims down the worry centers of your brain. Also, visually seeing it in front of you helps relieve it from your brain a little bit, and helps process it a little bit to leave yourself some space in your brain. The important thing with this put the day to bed diary is that you action it in the morning. So by actioning it, next morning, take 5 minutes, have a look through it. First of all, it is amazing to consider the different perspectives on the what went well today and what didn't go too well today the next morning from the night before. But just have a little review of that and notice that maybe your perspectives might be slightly different on those. Also, the to-do list. So action it means that you review that list and maybe even deadlines for yourself next to it. So say these 2 things I want to get done by the end of today, these 2 by the end of next week, these 2 by the end of next month, by the end of lockdown, whatever it is. Doing this really pulls in that feeling of, I've got this under control. Even if you haven't actually done the things, to feel like you've got yourself a deadline, you've sorted it out, it's on paper in front of you, it really, really helps just relieve it a little bit and just out of all the swirling in front of you, and you've taken practical steps to handle it. Next one, thought stopping. This is a wacky one. I want to put it in there because it can be really, really effective. So bear with me when I just talk it through. This is where we are repeating a word that has no meaning, it's meaningless, it has no connotation, and the word I'm going to suggest to you is the word the, T-H-E, right? We don't think of anything when we think of that word the. And you repeat this word every 2 to 3 seconds. So this is when you're lying in bed and you can't get to sleep, or you're woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning, or at other times in the day where you're feeling quite build up of stress. So you repeat this word the every 2 to 3 seconds. You can say it out loud, you can mouth it, you can say it in your head, whatever works for you. And what you're doing with this repetition of the word is that you're blocking your short-term memory with this meaningless word. So you're not leaving any space for any other mental information to be processed there. Repetition, the, every 2 to 3 seconds. Keep repeating it, the. It's mad, it's wacky, I know, but it can be really, really effective in just pushing out. And the thoughts might come in. Keep the repetition going. Keep the repetition going. Next, relaxation techniques. So we know that when we feel more anxious, we feel more stressed, and especially when we're lying in bed, what we're doing is we're increasing our breathing, and our breathing becomes much more shallow. So we want to slow that down to enable us to feel more focused and reduce our stress levels, calm the nervous system down. Equal breathing is a very simple breathing technique where you are breathing in for a count of 3. You're holding your breath for a count of 3, and you're exhaling for a count of 3. While you're doing this, you're visualizing your breath. You visualize the breath coming in as you're breathing in, visualize it running through you, and visualize it leaving you. You then do the same for a count of 4. Breathe in for a count of 4, hold your breath for a count of 4, exhale for a count of 4. And you keep this going while visualizing. It doesn't mean the thoughts won't come in, they will. That's okay, just keep on the process, keep with the process. And it's really very, very simple to just slow down your breathing that way. Progressive muscle relaxation, I'm not going to go into that in detail. There's loads and loads of different apps available that you can listen, that will talk you through basis behind it is where you are tensing muscles, individual muscles in your body for a few seconds and relaxing them. And you move through your body, relaxing these muscles along the way, and therefore leaves you feeling much more physically relaxed. So you might need to have help listening to this as you're starting off, but then as you start practicing it more, you can do it without the need to listen. And finally, my 15-minute rule, and this is probably one of the most important things that I will suggest to you. Well, the 15-minute rule is where you are, when you're lying in bed, and what do you tend to do if you're feeling yourself wide awake, you're lying there and you're tossing and you're turning and you're thinking, I'm not getting to sleep, I'm not getting to sleep, and you might be feeling more anxious about it. The last thing you want to do is get up because you're thinking, I've just got to get back to sleep, I've just got to get back to sleep. So avoid that. That's the worst thing you can do. What you're doing is, you're building up your stress levels, and B, you're building up your association with your bed as a place that you feel awake and anxious in. So the 15-minute rule is where you have set yourself a space in another room. So set the space in the evening before, where it's a nice, comfortable chair with a lamp, a book there, headphones to listen to music. This is what I call this nest. And you go to this nest when, after what feels like about 10-15 minutes of not getting to sleep. So it could be 3 o'clock in the morning, that's fine. If you're lying in bed, you're not feeling that I'm ready to go to sleep, you go to your nest. Do something calm, relaxing, whatever it is you've set up there. And when you start to feel your eyes getting heavier and you're yawning, at that point you take yourself back off to bed. Avoid lying in bed for any period of time trying to get to sleep, because you have that visual there of, I'm determined to go to sleep. So allowing yourself to get up to another space and fill that space with something pleasurable, makes you feel calm and relaxed, and go back to bed when you're ready. So I know that we are now out of time, so I'm not going to, this is the general, I've pretty much covered most of this. Sleep hygiene are these various different practices and suggestions to try and improve your sleep. Are these slides going out, Katie?
Well, if you are happy to email me them, I'd love to be able to email them on to everyone else. Yeah,
I'm happy to. I just want to make sure that they don't get passed on, but I'm happy for them to be sent out to whoever okay. Would like.
Well, we are recording it and sharing the recording to the group, so people can always rewatch.
That's fine. That's fine. So that it sort of gives you this general overview of most of what I've covered. But the one thing I will just end with is that line where it says, in order to improve my sleep, I will start with. It's breaking it down into manageable bite-sized pieces, because it can feel very overwhelming, and you can often think, well, I've tried everything, I've tried this, I've tried that, and nothing's working. Start breaking it down. So say, you know what, I'm going to cut out, sorry to start with the caffeine, but I'm going to start with the caffeine. I'm going to cut out that late afternoon caffeine, and I'm going to just start with replacing that with a herbal drink. I'm going to regulate my bedtime. Whatever it is, start with a manageable target and move it on from there. I'm going to stop there to see if there are questions. I know I haven't left that long for questions.
Well, that's fine. We've got about 10 minutes if anyone wants to ask some questions. There's one in the chat box if you'd like to answer that.
Yeah,
Mary.
see from Caroline. Hi, Caroline. If I tried to think of a word to repeat or count numbers, I can feel my thoughts thinking, I'm finding with word counting, breathing to make myself go to sleep and then fully wake myself up again.
I can't see
Explain
you.
that. I'm going to go back on the camera. Hang on. I'm going back.
I can't see you, and I don't know where everyone is. But anyway, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Yeah.
So basically, when I'm trying to go to sleep, I think to myself, right, I need to find a word, or I need to count, or I need to breathe, or whatever, and I start doing that thing, and then my brain starts thinking, you're trying to find a word to think about, and you're doing that so that you can go to sleep, and then it completely throws it, and it's done.
Right.
And then I have to go back to the beginning, and so I'm kind of anticipating why I'm doing it.
I see. So
and self-sabotaging.
So what happens then? Does that?
Well, I'm embarrassed to say, because I have a sleep cue thing, and that's what I get. I end up doing that, but that's what I've been trying not to do.
sleep.
I'm a thumb sucker.
Oh!
And I've been trying for years and years and years to go to sleep without doing that, as I've thankfully managed to convince my children. But all my children don't have any of these sleep cues anymore, because I managed to stop them doing it by threats of the dentist and stuff like that. And
Do they know that their mother's still doing that?
Yes, they're all fully aware. It's very embarrassing. But every evening, every night, I do try not to do that.
Right. So, okay, a few things. Are you allowing yourself enough wind down time before you're getting into bed?
Probably not.
Okay, that's number one. I think you need to give yourself some of that wind down time. Try the put the day to bed diary technique in the evening. Allow yourself that lead up time. I mean, I would say if I ask majority of people here, they will say, no, I definitely don't give myself enough wind down time. So I think that's first and foremost for you. It's inevitable. It is going to, you're not going to just blot out all the thoughts and say, okay, that's it. One thing I might suggest to you, have you ever tried any white noise?
No.
So it may be that having white noise might be helpful for you, in that it can help just dim down a little bit all the kind of. Do you find that you're also quite sort of clued into background noise? Are you hearing background noise? Are you sort of?
No, I'm just completely wrapped up in my thoughts of trying to go to sleep.
Right. Try white noise. The best type of white noise to use from a sleep point of view is a rough sounding constant sound, like a hairdryer sound, a vacuum cleaner sound. So crashing waves and everything, as lovely and relaxing as that may be, it's not the most conducive for this purpose. So that sort of rough sounding constant, but having that white noise on might just help you focus a little bit on the thoughts. Don't shy away from it. If those thoughts are there, that's okay. Even you're acknowledging the fact, okay, I'm doing this because, and I'm doing this because, keep going. Keep going. It's fine. It's okay. You'll find that you are able to just keep a little bit more focused. One thing that might help you as well, before I finish, is to listen to a progressive muscle relaxation. So you're listening. So you're focusing on the listening and doing, rather than just you telling yourself. It might just help you when you're focused elsewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we've probably got time for one or two. We've only got 5 minutes left, so I'm just going to read them all to you, Marianne.
Yeah, go ahead.
So one of them.
Can I just ask, are you seeing my comments on chat? Nobody's commented on them.
Oh, I think you are only speaking to me, Trudy. You need to do send to everyone.
On chat, is it?
Yeah, it says send to Katie, and I think you need to do send to everyone.
Oh, okay.
I don't see on chat.
So someone else is saying, napping, I love a nap. Is it really a no-no? So, and then someone else, and this is one for me as well. Is it okay to lie in at the weekend, even if it's for 1 extra hour?
Right. So the napping, if it's not impacting on your night's sleep, and you have a little nap, but you're not suffering from any significant sleep problems at night, then that's fine. There's nothing to fix here. There's not an issue. The only reason I talk about nap being potentially an issue is if it is impacting on your night's sleep. And the reason being, as I mentioned in the session. So really, if it is helping you and it's giving you that boost and you're not impacted in terms of your night's sleep, then there's nothing to change. The other one,
lying in at the weekend.
Lying in at the weekend. This is a tricky one, because this is the thing that can impact on sleep a lot, because you're fluctuating with your timings. That affects your body clock, and it can give you that feeling, that sort of jet lag feeling. And that's what jet lag ultimately is. It's sort of shifts in your body clock, and you're regulating your body clock, and those different times between weekdays and weekends will impact on your body clock, which affects your sleep as well. So if you find that you are having that sort of midweek issues with sleep, and then you're making up for it at the weekend, then it may be worth just pulling in those timings a little bit more.
Okay, we've got 3 others, but we're running out of time, so I'm going to let Trudy ask one question now, because her chat notes isn't working. She can ask it now. The other 2, I think, are actually going to be more relevant for Dr. Louise Newson later on. So if you guys can come back at between 2:30 and 3:30, you can ask that. If you can't come back to them, what I'll do, Marianne, is email you these last couple of questions, and maybe if you wouldn't mind answering them that way.
No
so Trudy, you can be our last question.
With a list of like the vivid dreams, that list there, and the sleep apnea, in October of last year, I had to have an ambulator fitted for 48 hours, and I had to keep a log of all of my symptoms. Then when I went then to have the ambulator removed, I had to go back to the GP, which he had then a 26-page report. But basically, what was happening is, I'd say about 3 times a year, when I fall asleep, especially if I'm on my front, I wake up and I've stopped breathing. So that's why I went to the GP. Then that's why they gave me the ambulator. But the only way then that I can go back to sleep is to sleep sitting up. So when I went back for the 26-page report, he said that it is all my symptoms that I written down, the heart palpitations, the poor sleep, they're all down to the menopause. And what he advised for the issue with the stopping breathing was to take caffeine, which sort of contradicts what you say, because I only allow myself 1 cup of decaf in the morning with my breakfast, and that's my routine. So I wasn't sure, because when I do take proper coffee, I get jittery. So it wasn't really
I can't believe you were advised to have caffeine to help with your sleep.
That's what
Trudy, are you on HRT?
I can't take it because he gave it to me, and then I found some breast lumps, so they said stop taking it. At the time, I'd only taken it for 3 days anyway. So what I do now is, from Holland and Barrett, I take Menocol.
Okay, so I think, Trudy, what we'll do is, are you able to join us at 3 o'clock?
Yes.
Yeah. I think this would be a really good one for Louise Newson, obviously, and I think I'll email Marianne and put you two in touch as well if you want to continue on, because I'm really sorry we've run out of time. But listen, thank you everyone, and Marianne, especially you. That was amazing and really helpful. I've learned a lot.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, and we'll email everyone the slides, and if you got any other questions, email me and I'll forward them to Marianne as well. But next up we've actually got Emma, so going to be doing a cooking demo, so I just want to make sure Emma's in right now. Hope you're all going to stay and either watch or cook along with us. But Emma, are you there? I feel like I'm doing Eurovision Song Contest.
I am here.
Where are you? I'm trying to find you. Hang on, I'm going to introduce you, but I've actually got to find you on my screen. Oh, there you are. Okay. There she is.
Hello.
Can everyone see and hear Emma?
Everyone can see me. I'm just here, right up at the screen at the moment. Because when you're doing a cooking demo, I actually have to get, behind the table so everyone can see clearly what I'm actually making. But it's quite funny then, they've got to be able to also see what's going on. So at any point, what I'd love you to do is all mute your microphones, just for the time being. So that means you get that red microphone symbol that comes onto your screen. But if at some point you can't either hear me or you lose me or you want me to adjust everything, then unmute yourself and talk. Anyway, I'm going to go to the other side of the table.
Yeah. I'm going to do a quick
It's quite funny in my kitchen. I'm sorry.
I'm going to do a quick intro to you while you go and get in, because people would love to know a bit more about you. But this is Emma, and Emma is very passionate about making a difference to people's lives through nutrition. She's bursting with knowledge and health tips. She loves sharing this through one-to-one consultations, through talks and workshops, and especially hormone balance, digestive wellness, and its associated mood and weight connection, topics which are close to her heart. Emma's written 2 evidence-based cookbooks. One is about hormone balance called the Happy Hormone Cookbook, and the other is about gut healing called the Bone Broth Bible. Emma began her career as a chef, but once her love of health foods took hold, she completed a nutrition bachelor's degree in 2010 and has worked ever since as a nutritionist. Emma currently practices at Newson Health Menopause and Wellbeing Centre in Stratford, but often you might find her all over the country giving workshops and talks. So she brings together years of clinical experience, evidence-based nutritional advice, and a wealth of knowledge about food and the excitement that goes with that understanding. So welcome, Emma, and I'm going to leave it for you to continue, and I'm going to watch.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you so much. I love it. I love it when people read out my bio and I think, oh, did I do that really? It's very encouraging, actually. So welcome everybody on your Sunday and lunchtime. Now I know you were all sent the recipes, but I'm going to talk for a while first before I cook, and you're welcome then when I start cooking to cook alongside me, or you can just sit there and watch, whichever's easiest. I don't mind at all. The idea of the cooking part is just to inspire you to eat well. But I'm going to pull back from that, and Katie's done an introduction, which is fantastic. And what I wanted to kind of really get across right from the get-go is I am a degree qualified nutritionist. However, I really feel like food is the absolute fundamental basis to health and well-being. I know there's lots of offshoots from that, and I really enjoyed Marianne's talk. I was listening there actually, and it was really, really profound actually about sleep. And I actually followed on with Selena's exercise this morning, which I also found really hard on my muscles, and I thought I was pretty fit. But anyway, for me, of course, being a nutritionist, it's all about food. It's just all about food. However, I do understand that there's many factors in this whole kind of well-being and vitality jigsaw puzzle, and sleep and exercise, and for instance, if you're a woman in perimenopause, menopause, then body identical HRT is so important, and our mental health is so important. But for me, because I'm a nutritionist, I bring that all back also to the fact that if what you're eating is not really suiting you and is not being fabulous for your body, then actually a lot of those other areas are still not going to be good enough, and you're not going to feel energetic and full of that vitality. And that's what I want to try and sort of inspire you about. I thought, because Latte Lounge is about women in their kind of 40s and 50s, 60s sort of range, I thought I would talk about female hormone balance in regards to food, and also perimenopause and menopause a bit, if that's all right with you. I am going to bring it back to food, of course, and I'm going to especially bring it back to gut health. But we're going to be talking around all sorts of different things connected with that and why it makes a difference. And one of the first things I'm going to talk about is your liver. And it's quite interesting. Eating whole foods, or great foods that suit your body, actually really supports the liver and not just your gut health. And if your liver is working really well in perimenopause and menopause, you're going to get a lot fewer symptoms, and also you're going to feel more energetic. You're going to feel more alive. You're going to be able to kind of function at a higher level, instead of feeling like you have to. Sometimes some people crawl out of bed, or they just never wake up, and their head just never clears kind of properly in the day, and they don't feel that vitality that they might have had when they were younger. And that can be connected with those things I was talking about: lifestyle, exercise, sleep, body identical HRT, definitely. But it can also be really influenced by what you're eating and how well you're looking after your liver. And many of the foods I'm going to demonstrate today are really good for your liver and supporting your liver's work of detoxifying, as well as being really nutritious for your whole body, and also being fantastic for your gut. Because in fact, it all plays together. What goes on kind of here and all through the body and comes out there is also interconnected. And what goes on in the gut and your liver and the kidneys and your pancreas also affects, how well your joints move, and how clear your head is, and how up your mood is. So it's so interconnected. So one is like the jigsaw again, like I was mentioning it. One influences the other. And actually, as Dr. Louise Newson says, and she's coming on, I think, in a couple of hours' time, she always says that, you know, it's fabulous that women would be prescribed body identical hormones and feel better for it. But if they then sit back on the sofa and just still eat rubbish, they're still not going to feel that good. And their symptoms are still going to be a bit exacerbated. So it's about really making a difference to yourself with your eating. And you can start with small things. You can think about yourself, and it's very individual. You can think about, well, what am I eating, and what do I realize I'm perhaps eating a bit too much of, that actually, to be honest with myself, I know is not doing me any good, is something that's just not doing my body good. And you know what that is. I don't know, because I'm not seeing you in clinic. Bless you, whoever's not got their microphone on silent. Was that you, Katie?
Probably.
So it's okay. So that I want you to kind of internally have a good honest think about what you're eating, and just choose one thing that perhaps is something that you, maybe it's almost like not exactly an addiction, but you're just kind of reaching for it, perhaps more so in lockdown, and you think, you know what, I just actually don't think this is doing me that much good, and see if you could perhaps eliminate it for perhaps 4 weeks. Research seems to show that it takes 4 weeks to develop a habit. So it'll take 4 weeks to try and kind of get yourself off something that's not perhaps beneficial in your diet, and just choose one thing. But conversely, bring in something that you think, you know what, I reckon I need to bring in a bit more of that. And for me, I would be suggesting, like, more, not for me personally, sorry, to you, I'd be suggesting, look at perhaps more vegetables. Generally, in the UK, none of us eat enough vegetables. I always try and make it to the 5 vegetables a day. That's 5 big handfuls of vegetables a day. That's the kind of, based on research, they show that our human bodies work optimally on 5 big handfuls of vegetables a day. And that's the recommended amount. And that's actually the minimum recommended amount to feel pretty good. And even I, some days, don't have 5 big handfuls of vegetables. So it's one of those things. So it's about having a look at what you're eating. And is your plate mostly full of vegetables when you're having lunch or dinner or something like that? Is it mostly full of vegetables? And that's kind of the change. So taking something out, let's say you're taking out, perhaps you're eating a lot of bread in lockdown. It's just an easy thing to grab. You're having toast or sandwiches more often. And if you don't have as much as that, then what are you going to fill your plate up with? Well, I'm suggesting then you fill your plate up with vegetables and make them really creative and interesting and tasty. And that's partly why I'm making this recipe today, is to show you a really fast, really fabulous salad, and some falafels, I call them falafels, that can sit in your fridge or freezer, and you can use those with the salad, and just things like that. But coming back to the liver thrives off vegetables. It loves all the phytonutrients and the vitamins in the vegetables. And our gut loves the natural fibers in vegetables. And if our gut is functioning well, our liver is functioning much better, because when it does all its job all the time, the liver's doing the job of detoxifying, just all the time. And when it's doing that job, it needs the gut to be functioning well, because all the kind of the rubbish, the byproducts of the detoxification going on in the liver is all has to go out through the gut. I mean, some goes out in our breath, some goes out in our sweat, but most of it goes out in our poo, and it's really, really important. So getting the gut right is about that vitality that we want. That's really, really important. Now, I might begin making this dish and showing you how easy it is. And I'll talk about some individual nutrients at that point, and just try and kind of say, well, why have I pulled this together or that together? And it might just encourage you then to make this at home, even right now, or might even encourage you to make it down the track, you know, over the next few days, and then get into the whole kind of swing of eating this way. All right, now I'm going to start by making up these lentil falafel balls, or they can actually even be made into burgers, and I'll show you that afterwards. and I'll show you how you make them, and we'll talk about it. So first of all, in the recipe, I've got my recipe written down here because I'm notorious for not following recipes. And so I need to honour the recipe that I've given you all to see and make sure I follow it so it turns out just like you would make it. Otherwise, I always sort of forget something, or I whack in something new thinking, oh, that might taste quite good. So I'm going to look down the recipe and follow it. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to make up the lentil balls first of all. And I'm going to use a lot of seeds. And the reason I'm using a lot of seeds is seeds are amazing. So they are a protein source. Jane, could you switch your microphone off? Would you mind? Jane Bott. I don't know how many Janes we've got on. Thanks very much. I'm using seeds. Okay, thanks. So, because seeds are an amazing protein source. They're absolutely fabulous. And they also have anti-inflammatory oils in them, all of them. Great, and that's fantastic and very natural. And also they all have their own phytonutrients in them which support the liver and the working of your body, individual ones, so that's great. Plus they have minerals in them. They all have bits and bobs of minerals, but in particular zinc is in pumpkin seeds, and calcium's in all of them, but calcium's especially high in sesame seeds. And so this is why I'm bringing them in, because I want us to have this protein. I want us to have the anti-inflammatory oils, but I also want us to have these minerals, because the minerals support hormone balance. And the zinc supports female hormones, it supports insulin hormones, thyroid hormones. The calcium is not exactly supportive to hormones in the sense, but of course it's supportive to bone remineralization, and that's fantastic. But interestingly enough, calcium actually seems to help be almost like a calmative in our bodies. So having plenty of calcium in the body is very calming to the body, and it's used as a calming mineral. So I'm just going to measure that out. Here we go. And make sure I've got what I say I should have in the recipe. So I say 65 grams of pumpkin seeds. There we go. Let's do that. I always keep my nuts in the fridge or in the freezer if I haven't got room in the fridge, because I buy them in bulk to make nuts and seeds, sorry. I buy them in bulk so they're cheaper. And I want to keep them fresh as possible. So I just simply leave them in the freezer and put a little bit in these containers as I need it. And then I've got, so that was sunflower seeds, and I've got 65 of pumpkin seeds. Fantastic. There we go. And then I've got 30 grams of sesame seeds. I'm having less of the sesame seeds because this recipe uses tahini as well. And tahini is a concentrated sesame paste. So I'm putting less of these sesame seeds in. To be honest, you can use whatever seeds you've got in the house, because hemp seeds work beautifully in this recipe as well. And whatever amount of seeds you've got. So if you've literally only got sunflower seeds in the house, we'll just make all your seeds weigh equal with that sunflower seeds only. It all works to make this really great ball. So, okay, and then I talk about needing some, I'm going to skip the lentils for a second. In the recipe, I talk about having some whole rolled oats. And I pop those in the recipe, partly just for bulk, but so much more than that, because whole rolled oats, they are amazing in the gut. They have soluble and insoluble fiber in them. And what it does in the gut is it feeds your good gut bacteria, so your microbiome that you want to flourish. And it also helps the insoluble fiber, helps to act like a cleanser, like a broom through your gut. And so you want both types of fiber. So you're feeding the microbiome, which gives you masses of benefit because it helps, for instance, help towards making neurotransmitters like the happy hormones in your brain, such as serotonin. But also it helps to, the microbiome helps to produce vitamins in the body, such as vitamin B12 and things like that. And there's lots of links to a flourishing, healthy microbiome and the less incidence of cancer, less incidence of type 2 diabetes, a vastly improved upbeat mood, and should I carry on? Less incidence of bowel cancer, etc., etc. So I'm going to put some oats in this. I eat oats every morning actually, but I always pre-soak my oats because my gut sometimes is okay with whole rolled oats raw, but sometimes it's better soaked because it's pre-digested. I just soak them overnight. All right, so these are okay because there's actually only 20 grams all up going in here, and I'm fine with this. So I'm popping 20 grams in. Here we go. I used to be a chef before I was went back to studying nutrition and do my degree. And so I always think it's so important. Sometimes I look at research to do with, for instance, gut microbiome. And I think now it's saying that leeks are really good for the gut. It's saying garlic is, or it might be saying, the skin of raw almonds is really good. And then, it's this research extrapolating out, what's prebiotic, i.e. feeding the good gut bacteria. And I think, well, if I got those, how am I going to put it together in a recipe, in actually making something that tastes good and is not complicated to make? And so I get the research and the evidence, but I also put my chef's hat on and I bring that into the recipe. And I need it to taste good. So these calcium balls are fantastic for your gut, fantastic for your gut microbes, fantastic source of calcium, so great for your bones. Anti-inflammatory these balls are, but they also taste great and they're easy to make. So win-win, I think. So I'm just going to blend those together for a moment, making a big fat noise. Where's my lid? Here's my lid. It just won't be a second. I'm going to just do it over here. All right. Great. So that's mostly broken up. It doesn't have to be fantastically fine, just as long as it's kind of broken up a bit. There we go. All right. So that's that basis there. And then I talk about having some lentils. I'm a massive fan of lentils. Orange lentils are quite a good source of iron if you're not a meat eater or a seafood eater. It's got iron in it. These are cooked lentils. Once again, the fibre in here is soluble and insoluble. So fabulous for your gut, fabulous for your gut microbiome. And it's a protein source. So I'm going to pop in, I've already pre-weighed it. I'm going to pop in, that's 120 grams of the cooked lentils. And I talk about this, and I talk about popping some parsley. Sorry, let me stop. I'll go to tomato paste next. I talk about popping in about 3 tablespoons of tomato paste. And the reason I'm pushing this in is partly because of the taste. Love it. It's really lovely, natural umami flavour. So on your tongue, it stimulates the digestion, and that's good. But I'm putting it in partly because it's got a really great phytonutrient in it, called lycopene. And I'm also putting it in because it's another source of iron, and I think that's great. You can have a bit of iron from all different foods, which I'm actually very pro. So I'm popping that in, and then I'm putting parsley in. Now, this beautiful, humble herb is an absolute whiz in your body. It's fantastic, and it is really great it's got phytonutrients in it, it's got minerals like calcium in it, and your gut loves it as well. And so it's just, I'm actually always throwing it into dishes, and I had to buy this bunch, unfortunately, but I just didn't get round. In lockdown, you'd think I'd be able to get round to it, but I didn't get round to planting rows and rows of parsley this year. And I didn't have, because I had to move actually, and I didn't have, so I didn't have any leftover plants from last year. But oh, if there's only one herb you want to grow in pots, in gardens, whatever type of living situation you have, is parsley. Just have masses of it coming out all the time, growing. So I'm just going to chop up. I think I talk about having a heaped tablespoon, but that's chopped, a heaped tablespoon of chopped parsley. Now you could have put this in the blender, whole thing. I've only got a little my proper food processor broke. So, but you actually could have put the parsley in when you ground up the nuts, and that would have worked fine. But I'm going to just chop this up a bit, quite finely. But it's amazing that that big handful of parsley that I just cut up off the bunch, actually when you chop it up finely, just becomes roughly 1 heaped tablespoon. So don't shy away from parsley. Don't just put a few leaves in dishes. Really, really put a lot in. It's just profoundly good. And I understand that if you eat garlic, fresh garlic, in an evening and you don't want to stink the following morning, let's say we all do finally get back to work and we're in a work situation where we're close to work colleagues, if ever that's going to happen again. Apparently eating fresh parsley alongside fresh garlic does that, gets rid of that flavour in the morning. So there's a tip for you. Okay, all right. So there's that chopped up parsley. Flinging that in the bowl. Now, what else do I say? I talk about heaped tablespoon. I'm a bit of a fan of tahini because it is protein and actually liver. I should cayenne pepper if I can find it. Oh yeah, there it is. Into this. Simply because I actually want my falafel balls to be a bit spicy. You could add anything you like, any dried herbal spice. I said 1 big pinch, but I actually want it quite spicy, so I'm putting 2 in. And away you go. So, in effect, how you do it. And you could have just whacked all this into your food processor like this. You don't want it. And if you've got, that's not good, they'd all of the water, there's a bit of water left, then just strain them really thoroughly and just, that's the mixture there. It doesn't look very exciting. And I'll show you what I do with it. I'll just get a plate out. Go. If I was just using these as a snack, I would just roll them in sesame seeds so they're not so sticky on the outside. So I just get probably, I don't know, the size is about the size of a walnut, a whole walnut before you cracked it, or a small golf ball or something like that. So that sort of size. And then I just toss it in the sesame seeds. And away you go. There we go.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, I know. And they are so tasty. And they'll keep in an airtight container in the fridge for up to a week. And they don't really dry out. It's quite interesting. And they are just truly, really lovely. Sometimes I'll get a bigger mixture and make like a burger with it. So that's a lovely vegan burger. Without you even trying to be, vegan or vegetarian, you're just trying to feed your body nourishing food. So I just get a bigger piece and I get the ball shape first of all, and then I flatten it out just like a burger. There we go. And I fry it off. I'm actually going to fry off a few of these in a minute because I want to show you how I make this into a lunch with the salad and the tzatziki that I'm going to make in a second. So I'll show you that. I'll just get one more ball rolled off, and then I'll be able to show you what I mean. There we go. And there we go. I always like uneven numbers. So I've got 4 balls and I want 5. There's psychology of eating here. It's quite funny. There's a lot to do with psychology of eating. I don't know whether any of you are aware of intuitive eating. It's eating when you're hungry and not just when the clock tells you it's time to eat and things like that. I always believe that people should understand their bodies and understand when to eat. And it's like me with my, intuitively, I want an uneven number of my falafel balls. I don't know why. Anyway, I'm just going to put those out the way and clean my hands. And what I'm going to do, just over in the corner, and in a minute I'll move my camera around so you can see it, but I'm just going to turn on some heat, and I'm just going to gradually warm up some extra virgin olive oil, and I'm going to fry off these. So did you see me? These are the balls, and I flatten them out into little baby burgers. I'll show you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put some extra virgin olive oil in this fry pan and warm it up. My stovetop's quite slow, so it'll be fine. I'm just popping a bit in, just so it just very lightly covers the bottom of that pan, and I'm going to be frying these off. Whilst I'm waiting for that oil to heat up, I'm going to make the tzatziki dip, because I really think it goes beautifully with these pretend, I call them, they're not actually true falafel balls at all. They're pretend ones, because a true falafel ball would be made with broad beans, sometimes called fava beans, and they would be uncooked, and you just blend up the soaked but not cooked fava beans, and that's how you make those. But these are with lentils. I prefer lentils. Lentils are slightly gentler on your gut. If you are somebody who gets a bit of windiness from beans, generally, beans, legumes, pulses, then lentils are the best place to start. Lentils seem to be better tolerated. Okay, so I'm adding a bit of tzatziki, and I'm doing that just for lovely contrast. I always want to enjoy my food, and this is another easy way. If you can tolerate dairy, it's just another way of getting a bit of fermented foods into your day. So let me just check what I say in the recipe. So I say about 4 tablespoons of natural yogurt. So this is totally natural, no flavorings, no thickeners either, this yogurt. It's live. It has acidophilus and bifidus in it, which are live bacteria and are good for the gut. They don't colonize in the gut, but what they do is they get in there and they meet up with your own gut microbiome. And what they actually do is they have a bit of a chit chat. It's much like the Latte Lounge getting together. And acidophilus and bifidus in the yogurt kind of meets your own microbiome, and they have a kind of like a bit of a happy time in a good way, and it benefits your own microbiome. I know that's a funny concept, but that's what it does. And so I like to have fermented foods every day. In fact, that's partly why I make my own, and I do fermented food workshops quite frequently, actually, because they're always well subscribed. And I love it because I help people to make fermented foods. And once they know how to, it's very easy. And fermented drinks as well. And I just encourage people to have them every day. And you can start with the humble yogurt. And if you don't want to make it yourself, of course, you can buy it as long as you know it's live, as long as you know it's plain and doesn't have added sugar. So I am taking that natural yogurt and I'm popping in some grated cucumber. Cucumber is fantastic because it's quite cooling on the gut. And when we digestion is actually quite hard work for us. It's very exhausting for our body. And actually there's a lot of heat generated in the gut and in the organs attached that support digestion. And so in fact, I find that having a bit of cucumber is quite cooling. And also some people are kind of almost, can actually, even ignoring your hormone balance, can actually get a little bit flushed when they eat from that heat generated in digestion. So I'm popping quite a lot of cucumber in. And then
Emma, can they use coconut yogurt? One of the ladies is asking.
Yeah, so I've tried it with coconut yogurt, and I have found that it tastes a bit odd. Now, it depends on your brand of coconut yogurt. Some coconut yogurts are quite sweet, even apparently where they haven't added any extra sugar, and other coconut yogurts are in a sense blander, and you want a more bland one. It's better. So yes, you can. That's good. It's a good idea. But the other thing I suggest, if you want to make a dip like this, is get some tofu and some softish tofu, not the firm tofu, and just blend it. Blend it up with a little bit of plant milk, and then you kind of make yourself the same consistency as yogurt, and it's delicious. away, and you add all these other ingredients in. I'm chopping up fresh mint. Fresh herbs generally all have calcium, very good source of calcium, but all have their own phytonutrients in them. This fresh mint is great for the gut. It's very calming on the gut. So you can see how the cucumber and the mint is very calming on the digestion and the gut. So I like it. I like to use it to balance what other things I might be eating. So I'm popping in that fresh mint. Then I'm popping in some cumin seeds. I adore cumin seeds because I just love the flavour. But actually cumin seeds are high in calcium, even though we don't use many. They're also stimulating to the digestion. And there is some research going on about them at the moment to do with cancer and them being a kind of an anti-cancer seed. Now, I don't know about it. I've just read a little bit of research on it, but you never know. It could be fun to find out. I'm popping in a good pinch of salt because I like this to be a bit tangy. And there is my tahini. I'm just going to give it a mix. How are we all going here? You all still with me? I hope so.
Yes,
So,
we've got, while you're mixing that, one more question and then we'll ask at the end. I presume you can use any lentils, or is it nicer to use orange lentils?
yes, so you can use any cooked lentils. The reason I use orange is I actually like the colour. And also orange lentils cook down a lot sort of mushier than, like for instance, pui lentils often hold their shape and form. And the thing is, because this is a kind of this mixture where you're kind of mushing it all together, then the thing is, if you've got, say, pui lentils, then you can use it, but it would just, I don't know how much well it would bind together, whereas the orange lentils, because of course they're so fabulous in dals and things, orange or yellow lentils, then they go into that kind of little bit of a mush, and that makes it easier in these balls to kind of mix them together. All lentils are just fantastic. I adore them, and they're great for the body, great for the gut. They're a protein source, and they all have their individual phytonutrients, and they all have that gut microbiome loving soluble fiber and the insoluble fiber that acts as a broom in your gut and helps to detoxify out. I won't swear on this, but you know, detoxify out the stuff. Now I'll put the tzatziki to one side, and I'm going to make up this salad. This salad is one I just make with my eyes shut, you know, several times a week, and often I make an extra amount up, especially before lockdown, when I was shooting off to different places kind of around the UK, or heading up to clinic to Stratford-upon-Avon, the Newson Health Clinic, things like that. It was just one I had a grab and go, and I love it, and it's very giving. You know, it's not full of little, you know, little salad leaves that are really a bit dainty and a bit pathetic, to be honest, and will wilt at just looking at a lemon, let alone having lemon juice exposed to it. And so I love this. I love it. So I'm going to show you it, and it's so easy to make. I think in the recipe I talk about using a red cabbage, or purple cabbage, which is my absolute all-time favorite. But funny enough, I did for Facebook and Instagram yesterday, I did a live recipe, and I used up my last of my red cabbage. So I had this lovely, gorgeous, locally grown actually, white cabbage that I'm going to use. Also part of it I'm using for my fermented food workshop this coming weekend. So I thought, well, look, I'll show you. Any cabbage is good cabbage. Cabbage is a fabulous vegetable. The humble cabbage, cheap as chips, is so good for our gut. It's just fantastic. It's full of prebiotic goodness, so feeds the gut microbiome, and it's also got fiber in it that's great for the gut and the gut wall. It's got vitamin C in it, it has calcium in it, and it's great. So let's just do it. Let's just make this salad. And what I do is, I think your recipe is probably for 2 or 3 people. I'm going to make just a quick one. Maybe it's make it for perhaps 2 people. And I can use it later on as lunch. So I'm going to take a quarter of a cabbage and use that. There we go. Let's get these out the way. And I'm going to make it in here. My oil is smelling just okay. Now, by the way, I've used extra virgin olive oil on purpose because extra virgin olive oil can withstand heat temperatures to 210 degrees centigrade without being damaged. Of all the vegetable oils you buy, this one is the best. Cook with it, use it all the time, slosh it onto your vegetables. Don't save it up for a special salad dressing, use it all the time. The research is unbelievable on how good it is for your body as an anti-inflammatory oil, for your longevity, to help you age well, great for the mind. It's just a fantastic oil. And I wish I had shares in big extra virgin olive oil companies, because I think it's one of those, you know, it's going to be like the ultimate supplement, you know, extra virgin olive oil, because it's so good for you. Now I will turn it around in a second, show you, but I'm going to pop these flattened out balls just in the hot oil and fry them off a little bit so they crisp up on the outside. That's what I'm doing, but I'll ignore those and we'll get on with the cabbage salad. So this slaw, very easy to make, and the key to making it delicious is to cut the cabbage really fine. So I don't know whether you've ever had a Japanese slaw before, but a Japanese slaw is just delicious. And I was often wondering, you know, when I was a chef, I used to think, why do I love this so much? And I used to think it was the dressing, because they often use sesame seed oil and a little bit of rice vinegar. But actually, I thought about it and I thought, you know what? It's because the cabbage is so finely shredded. It's just a lovely texture in your mouth. I think the slaw would not be nearly as nice if you had really big pieces of cabbage in your mouth to chew away on. And so that's, I think that's not to do with health, that's just literally to do with how palatable and how much you enjoy this slaw. So I am getting down here and trying to use up as much as I can of it. I've got a mandolin, so it makes life very easy and fast, of course. But if you've got a good, strong, big kitchen knife, then you'll be fine. If you roll up the cabbage leaves and do this and make your fingers clawed, so I'm not gonna chop off my fingers as I go up and down. And just cut along, using your fingers though, clawed up, as your edge. And that way you get lovely fine shredded cabbage leaves, if you've rolled your cabbage up first of all. So these bigger leaves that I didn't quite manage to get into my mandolin, I'm just finely shredding. Here we go. And a slaw for me wouldn't be a slaw without the benefits of, you guessed it. Yeah, I bet you didn't think you'd come online today and learn all about the fantastic benefits of parsley. I bet you didn't. And cabbage and various other things. So I'm just going to chop up that parsley. I'm going to take a really big handful. I chopped up, pre-washed, I don't care, stalks are delicious. I'm chopping it up a bit, just so it doesn't quite get stuck in the mouth too much. There we go, there's that, here we go. And then I'm reading my recipe to check I have everything. I had carrot in there, simply because traditionally you have carrot in slaw. Now you could go one step further and have a purple carrot. Both purple carrots and orange carrots contain vitamin A, as does parsley. And vitamin A is fantastic in the body. It is used throughout the body. If you imagine, your body is always trying to detoxify, and it's always trying to get rid of like chemicals or anti-nutrients that are often called free radicals, and it's always producing those from all its goings on, all the mechanics in the body and that sort of thing. But it needs to get rid of this all the time, and that's the liver's job. But in fact, those free radicals are often helped to get rid of by vitamin A, and that's why it's great for the body. I mean, it's fantastic, it's used in all other sorts of other ways, but vitamin A, which is in parsley, in carrots, and even more concentrated, for instance, in purple carrots, it's just fantastic. So, you want to bring this in. That's why everyone, me and nutritionists, bang on about eating the rainbow, because all these different coloured vegetables, but including uncoloured vegetables like carrots, but any colour, you want to get lots of colour and therefore variety in your eating. And that It's going to provide that variety and vibrancy and vitality in your body. And your body's going to love it. Your liver's going to love it. You're going to feel more energetic and more alive. So I'm popping a bit of carrot in here. And I can smell those little falafel patties just getting nice and crispy on one side. And so I'm just going to turn them. A second. And remember, they don't need cooking up. I'm just making them crispy because I think they're going to be more palatable that way in my lunch. Now, what else do I have in this salad? I make a dressing from lemon juice because lemon juice contains vitamin C. It's lovely on the tongue. It stimulates the digestion, and I adore it. But you could just as easily use apple cider vinegar that's live. If it's live, it says it contains the mother, then the apple cider vinegar becomes a fermented food, and it's also stimulating for the digestion. So it's just as good. But I want to pump a lot of vitamin C in my lunch today. Especially, and vitamin C is used like vitamin A in the sense that it's this free radical scavenger in and it's great for the liver as well, making us feel more vital, more alive and better. So I am squeezing in, some of the lemon juice is squeezing out all over the place. Give a whole add, because garlic is a prebiotic, because in the gut it works in an interesting way. It works almost like it's an antimicrobial, and it helps the gut support itself in getting rid of microbes and things like that it doesn't want. And in fact, parasites and everything like that, they don't like garlic, but your gut does. Your good gut microbiome does. So I'm really finely chopping up this garlic. If you have a garlic press, by all means use that. I'm just going to turn the heat off on those falafels. And I've chopped that up really finely, and I'm adding that in. Okay, and then there's the extra virgin olive oil. So I'm putting some of that in. I always slosh on a lot more than people would normally, but I've got used to it. My body craves it, I crave it, I feel better for it. My gut is less inflamed with extra virgin olive oil, but all this other vegetables as well. It's great. I'm adding a bit of salt in to help stimulate the digestion as well, which don't really need it because you've got the lemon juice or the apple cider vinegar. And then I'm going to toss it all together. And that is a slaw. And if you don't dress it straight away, that slaw will keep in your fridge in an airtight container for many days, actually. And you can just dress it by sloshing over some apple cider vinegar if you want, and some extra virgin olive oil, and that's it. That's all you need. It's delicious anyway. You can put in other herbs and spices if you want to jazz it up. Sometimes I add in some cooked pulses like chickpeas into this. I might get some firm tofu and I might crumble it into this, toss it around, and it itself becomes a whole meal and it's together. And I don't need anything else. So here's a portion. Here's what I might do. I might pop some of this salad. So about half of this salad that I've made is my portion. And then I might top it. Let's just see if you can see this here. A bit more over there. Can you see my falafels there in the pan? There we go. So I crisped them off. And they're all nice and crisp. Okay, oops. And I'm going to put them on here on my salad. Okay. The smell is gorgeous, actually. It's really gorgeous because the tomato paste, interestingly enough, and the cayenne is kind of like releasing these kind of fragrant smells through the frying in my house. It's really, really nice. So I've got those in there. And then I'm going to put a dollop of my tzatziki on top. Big dollop, actually.
Oh, you're making me hungry.
Good, that's the idea. And there we are. And so that is my lunch today.
Oh, amazing, Emma.
Thank you. I've got plenty. I mean, my husband's going to have the other half of the cabbage, and he'll probably have his he's cooked up like a burger. He'll probably have his the fluffles probably just as one whole burger and fried off. And there we go. But I've also got this much mixture left, which I could make probably about another 8 balls from. And I'll pop them in a container, roll them in the sesame seeds, and I'll pop them into a container, and I'll snack on them during this week. Just pop that out of the way. So that has just fed me, happily so. My saliva is now running in my mouth because of the smells of the garlic, because of the smells of the beautiful cooking coming from the olive oil, frying them up. That has stimulated my digestion. And that's also to do with intuitive eating. You want to really enjoy what you're cooking and love it and make it easy. This is easy. You could make that salad in, as I say, in double the recipe, have some left over, and you're going to enjoy it then into the week a little bit for no effort, which is great. Double batch cooking. And I just think, I just would love to try and encourage you to do that, to benefit you, your microbiome, and feel just a lot more vital and energetic. Yeah.
Can we see, I know Jane's been cooking alongside you. Can we have a look at what you've done, Jane? I don't know if she's going to show us. Where is Jane?
I'm here, but I'm afraid my internet keeps crashing down in the kitchen, so I can't show you. But I wish you had smelly vision and you could smell it, because it's amazing. I can't wait to go and eat it.
Actually, I can't wait to eat this either, but I can't talk and eat. But it's quite funny. I know, it is funny. But I'm really happy to answer any questions. I didn't get into real detail, especially, well, I didn't get into too much detail. I mean, there's a lot, I mean, I could talk for days.
Well, we've got about 5-6 minutes till Andrea McLean's coming on. So does anyone have any questions if you want to turn on your microphones and ask Emma? What's the cookbook called again? I know I introduced it at the beginning, but I put my notes down.
That's okay. So my cookbook is called the Happy Hormone Cookbook. And what I did was, like I mentioned to you about how I come up with the recipes, I looked at the research about what makes a difference to female hormone balance. I was particularly thinking about perimenopause and menopause when I wrote it. But in fact, I had a daughter at home who was in her late teens. And I was also therefore had kind of half an eye on the fact that all the recipes in the book would in fact benefit any female to balance her hormones. And so I called it the Happy Hormone Cookbook. And it's just full of recipes like this. Some is like really easy recipes, and there's a whole mixture in there, and they don't always contain cabbage. So if you can't tolerate cabbage and get too bloaty with cabbage, then there's other recipes using other vegetables and things like that. Yeah, so the Happy Hormone Cookbook. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Claire has said, can we order it through your website?
Yes, and funny enough, and I'm not trying to push my website or my shop, for instance, but I'm the cheapest out there on the web, completely. I had a look the other day, and my cookbook costs, I think it's £17 or something, and I had a look on the web the other day on Amazon, and people are charging £35, and I went, how dare they? Because I was just really miffed. I thought, well, how are they doing that? Why are they allowed to? But anyway, so yes, it's through my website. And I have kind of like a little shop. I pop together just all my favourite things, and not many things, just my favourite things in the UK.
What's the website?
Yeah.
What's the website address?
It's Emma's Nutrition, all one word. So Emma's EMMAS nutrition.com.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much. Well, I feel bad letting your food go cold. But has anyone got where, just before we, I just want to check because it looks like there's, okay. Has anyone got any other questions before I let Emma go and eat her lunch?
Yeah.
No. All right. Well, look, thank you very, very much, Emma.
Pleasure.
Thank you. And the recipe we've sent everyone, but I might email everyone afterwards just a reminder of it, just in case people missed it. And we've recorded today, so I'll share it on the Facebook group over the week.
Fantastic.
So people can play catch up.
Fantastic. Thank you all for listening in. Thank you so much.
You're welcome to stay and listen to Andrew. He's coming at about 1:30, but thank you.
Pleasure. Everyone can have a chance then to just go off. But
Yeah.
bye, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Right, everyone. We've got about 5 minutes until Andrew's here. So if anyone wants to go to the toilet or have a glass of water or whatever, please do. If you have any questions you want me to ask Andrea as well, if you put them in the chat box, she's going to answer them at the end. We're not talking so much about menopause, we're actually just talking more about her latest projects and sort of what being a midlife woman is to her. So if you bear with me just for 2 minutes, and I'm just going to go and see if they're ready. I'm just going to let Dawn in. Do you all want to, how did everyone find the first few sessions? Was it helpful, the sleep one as well? You can put your microphones on if you want. No. Okay.
I thought the sleep one was very interesting. The only thing, the only thing that I'm sure a lot of if you have a partner, is about the fact how disruptive it is often. I find I sleep better when I'm away from my husband, and that sounds horrible to say that, but no, I'm sure there are.
I think a lot of people say that. Because a lot of the partners might snore. There's a lot of heat issues. My husband is boiling hot and I'm freezing cold, and so I think a lot of women say that about their sleep, that they sleep better when they're on their own. I'll ask her if you want me to email.
Yeah, I can see why the Queen and Prince Philip have slept apart for so many years, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure. No, she was excellent, Marianne, and I'm now very, very hungry. I wish I'd cooked.
Okay, I'll go to mute.
Thank you. Okay. They will be 5 minutes, so I'm just going to go and grab a glass of water and I'll see you back in 5. While I've got you all, sorry, it's me again. While I've got you all, just to say, at the beginning I told you about our sponsor Silk. This is the product, I don't know if you can see it, that they want to send you all. So it's Silk Natural Lubricant. Just email me if you'd rather we didn't give out your email addresses, but if you want to just give me your postal address, then I can just forward that on to them. Just let me know either way. Okay.
Katie?
Yes.
I don't know, can you see on the camera? I just wanted to show you that I did make it while she was making it. Can you see it?
Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh, it looks amazing with the red cabbage.
It is, yeah. And it was a bit tricky. I did it with the balls and that cooked a lot quicker than it did with the, but obviously because of the size. And I put it in the oven. So I did it in the oven instead of the frying pan. But it smells amazing.
Well done. That's amazing. Well, you can have a bit now if you want. We won't be jealous.
I might have to turn my screen off then.
That's absolutely fine.
Cheers.
Oh, well done. Gosh. Okay.
And then start again.
And what's in the background?
Hello, Nick. I think your microphone might be on. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Andrea, how are you?
Really good. Sorry, my technical advisor has just had to step in. Gosh, I'm very dark, aren't I? I
love the background. That's a fabulous virtual background. On a green screen.
I know. It's very, again, this is Nick, my IT guy. He's very useful.
Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us. And we've had a fantastic morning. And I'm going to just, I'm sure everyone knows who you are, but I'm going to do a little brief introduction first. Okay. So everyone's got their mics on mute, but hopefully most of them have got their cameras on. The ones who don't have their cameras on just don't want to be seen because we are recording. So Andrea,
I don't want to be seen.
You have to. You look gorgeous. Andrea is #1 Sunday Times bestselling author of Confessions of a Good Girl and Amazon #1 bestselling author of Confessions of a Menopausal Woman. She's an award-winning TV broadcaster, journalist, radio presenter, and CEO and co-founder of the female empowerment site you see behind her. This girl is on fire.com. Andrea's mission is to empower 100 million women around the world to live, learn, thrive in a life they love. She's had a 24-year career as a TV presenter so far and has interviewed some of the biggest names in the business, including Oprah Winfrey, Drew Barrymore, Will Smith, Dustin Hoffman, and Amy Schumer, to name but a few. But most of us probably know you most recently from your daytime chat show, Loose Women, which brings your warmth, your humour, your journalistic skill to the small screen every lunchtime. And Andrea's also worked, just so everyone knows, for 11 years on GMTV, one of the core team of hosts. And I remember you from your early days as a weather presenter and progressing to covering live events and regularly co-hosting the flagship show. Last but not least, Andrea is a trained journalist and began her career as a travel writer after backpacking around the world in her 20s. And she's written extensively for the Daily Mail, The Mirror, Woman and Home, Woman, Red, and currently has columns with Health and Wellbeing magazine and Surrey Live. So welcome.
I'm busy, don't I?
Yeah, you're a very busy girl. How are you?
I'm really, really good. And I'm sorry if obviously I feel like I've come screeching in because I've literally just got off another Zoom call, which was with Loose Women. Because in a nutshell, obviously we've come back on air on Loose Women, and it's taken on a very different, we've had to adapt like everyone else. The reason that, you know, I'm even doing this virtually. So I'm on air tomorrow, so we have our Zoom meeting with the production team and everything else on the Sunday. So we go through the papers and that sort of thing. So I've literally been upstairs, switched off that one, come reaching down here. So if you see me looking through my notes, it was because I made a note for all the things I was going to talk about today. With
well, look, we appreciate you giving up your time. And I know we were going to talk about, you have a phrase, halfway through, not halfway done. What does that mean to you? I know what it means to me, but
Okay, well, I'm 50, 51 this year, and obviously the whole beautiful premise of the Latte Lounge is for, you know, for women over 40, and what does that mean? And I thought, what can I bring to the discussion today from my perspective? The whole thing of halfway through, not halfway done, it came about when I did SAS Who Dares Wins. Now, I don't know if many of you have watched SAS Who Dares Wins. It's on Channel 4. It's probably not the kind of program that you'd be drawn to. It's not a middle-aged woman program, and sadly that's what we are, middle-aged. I was asked to do it, and I turned it down 3 times because it's a crazy idea for someone my age to take part in this show. It's normally people in their 20s and 30s. They're really fit. They, you know, have something to prove. And I thought, why would I want to do this? And then I thought, actually, it's a chance to show. Just because I'm middle-aged, I'm halfway through. I'm not halfway done. Because by saying no to it, I felt like I was kind of giving up. I realize now it would have been a much more sensible thing to do to say no to it, because it's a crazy idea to take part in the show. So that was where the sort of thought process came from. And for me, doing the show in itself was a huge life-changing experience, which I've actually written a book about. It's coming out in September, so I'll happily come back on and talk about it then. But it made my brain start thinking in a different way. Is it everybody's heard of sort of midlife crisis for men, and men seem to sort of show their crisis. Is it a crisis? It is when they start wearing weird shirts and buying Ferraris and this sort of thing. But what does it mean to a woman when you reach that sort of central point in your life and you kind of look around and think, I'm now over that crest, and technically I might have less time left than I've had here. So I need to make sure that everything I'm doing now is what I actually want to do. So to me, that's what halfway through, not halfway done means. And it means adjusting, taking the time to stop and take stock. And I think that this is something that everybody is doing during lockdown. This has been an enforced moment where we've had to stop and think about what we're doing, where we're going, how we're surviving, how are we going to change everything that we've been doing thus far and make it work for us in the middle of a apocalyptic, feels like we're in a movie kind of situation. But it was something that I'd been thinking about beforehand.
And what, I mean, going back to the old sort of the kind of lockdown moment, you've got teenage kids, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I want to talk obviously more about, you know, this Girl is on Fire and everything you're doing, but how has that kind of impacted you as a family in terms of looking after your own needs? Because we always talk about the woman in the middle, which is us. Yeah. But I don't know about you, I've been in lockdown with 7 adults, but, you know, 5 older kids, and yeah, I know. And I am so below the dog at the moment. So how's it been for you, you know, this period of time?
Well, what I would say to you is raise yourself above the dog. You are way more important. I mean, I love my dog. My dog is great. But no, put your oxygen mask on first. You can't take care of everyone else if you're underneath them. Yeah. That's the way I see it. And it's not selfishness. I think that we've had this drummed into us, can I just say mainly by men, because it suits them, that they're looked after. Are you okay? Is everything all right? As long as they're happy. And actually, we need to make sure that we're looking after ourselves, whether that's our mental health or our physical health. So yeah, raise yourself above the dog. You're amazing. I'm sure your dog is lovely, but he's not better than you. So how has it impacted on me? Probably the same sort of way that's impacted on everybody, in that when it first happened, it was this thing that was in the other, you know, it was happening over there. Then when we realized it was happening here, I think we, as a gender, I suppose, we have that, how can I look after the family? How can I make sure that everybody is okay? So, right, we need to have enough food, you know, we need to have enough toilet paper. I did not go grabbing like many people did, but, you know, make sure we're all okay. Then that sort of settled down. And I think what we're all feeling now, and I know that I'm feeling this as much as anyone, the adrenaline's worn off, because it was that adrenaline that was keeping us going. I'm doing well, yeah, we're fighting this, we've got a strategy in place, the kids are they're up at a decent time Monday to Friday. I do not want them lying in bed all day. They're doing their homework. We're in our office by 9:30 every morning, and we're working. And actually now we're sort of going, oh my God, I can't keep this pace up anymore. You know, I'm hearing people talking about lockdown and having the time to tidy their cupboards. I haven't had time to tidy my cupboards. I've been working harder than I've ever worked in my life. So how I've coped is by earmarking spots in the house that are for each of us as individuals. And I think this is really important, whether you're living in a flat, a one-bedroom flat, or you're lucky enough to have a house or a garden. Designate spaces that are your own and that you are allowed to go to and just have a bit of time out from everybody else, because it is not normal for us to be living one on top of the other. For example, like Nick and I work together. We run This Girl Is on Fire. And I said to him right at the very start, I love you, I respect you, don't like you, but all of these things, but I cannot sit next to you at a desk from first thing in the morning, have my coffee break with you, work with you, have my lunch with you, work with you, sit and watch telly with you, and then brush my teeth next to you and go to bed. I can't do that day in, day out, because we'll go mad. So I had to drag a laundry basket in from the hall and put it in our bedroom under the window. I had to put an upside down tray on top of it because it was too low. And that was where I sat at my laptop, and that became my office. And then, top tip, I went on Amazon and I bought a do not disturb sign for the bedroom door, and I hung it up, and it just meant, do not come near me. And I think as women, we're almost too scared to do that because it feels like we're failing everyone, and we need to be at their beck and call. If they knock on the door, how can I help you? But actually, I need to crack on. So how can you help me by staying away? And I'll see you at 10:30 for coffee, or at 1 o'clock for lunch, and then at 5 o'clock for dinner or whatever. But until then, bugger off. I need to be by myself. That's what I did.
Yeah, I just relate to that totally. I mean, a lot of it is mindset. You and I were talking before, I think it was on the last podcast, about mindset, and whether it's mindset with this lockdown and how we're actually all just going to manage and get through. But what, you know, in terms of mindset and sort of having self-confidence and self-belief as a midlife woman, you know, how does that sort of work for you? I mean, not just for you, but the work you do with This Girl Is on Fire as well. What's your, you know, you say you want to empower women, you know, to thrive. What do you mean by thrive? And
I think that's such a brilliant question. And I think that for me, it's really important that women understand that thriving means whatever it means to you. I can't say to you, okay, here you go. Here are 10 top tips for you to thrive, and off you go, and then you'll be thriving. Because actually, if you stop and think about it, when you think about thriving, what's the first thing that pops into your head? I would bet 9 times out of 10, it would be you are half a stone lighter, you live in an amazing house with a fantastic car, and you have beautiful family and kids who never argue, and you have loads of money in the bank, and therefore you're thriving, you're doing yoga every day, and you have a personal chef, and your life is just amazing. And what I would say is that's an advert for thriving. That's not actually thriving at all. It's whatever it means to us. So, for example, lots of people would say thriving means chilling out, having time for yourself, taking stock. To some people, that's a terrible idea. They really get off on being busy and juggling and feeling really at the core of things and being at the center of their own world. They are thriving. So that's brilliant. For other people, it does mean taking a step back and handing over responsibility, going for long walks, and do you know what I mean? Taking time up for themselves. That is thriving. My job and my passion is giving women, and I at the moment it's we're based in the UK, but we have 75 countries around the world come to us, clicking on the site, downloading we have lots of advice and free advice that we give out, and our articles and this sort of thing. I see my job is to give women pointers, because they might not necessarily, they know that they're not happy with every aspect of their life, but they don't really know what they want. They know they're not necessarily happy with what they've got right now. So it's showing them ways to break that down so that they can work out, okay, what do I not want? That's a great starting point. Even just writing down anything that makes you really cross. So then, you know, I want the flip side of that. You know, if it's, I'm surrounded by too much noise, find a way to make your life quiet. If I feel like I'm always put upon, find a way that you feel brave enough to make your voice heard. So for me, it's, I want every woman to just feel, it's not even like up there, life is awesome, because that's unsustainable. It's to feel a level of contentment, because I think that that's all any of us can strive for, is to just to feel, I'm okay. That might not sound too dramatic, but I think that most of us would be pretty pleased if we woke up feeling, you know what, everything's okay.
I think a lot of the issues, I know with me in particular, but I'm sure a lot of people feel the same, is overcoming fear. I mean, I haven't done a big Zoom event. This is the first one. I've done Zoom with my family and friends. But this terrified me to a point, and I don't mind saying that I almost cancelled it last week, because the thought of it all going wrong and people thinking, oh my God, she can't do that, you know, and it was like I had to really dig deep. And I think this applies to a lot of women. I mean, you and I are the same age. I turned 50 a few months before you. And I had two things, you know, one was just, I just wanted to lose weight, which I'm on my way to. But the other one was to not be scared to try things I didn't know how to do. I mean, you were quite drastic with the SAS, you're jumping out of a helicopter.
But I was pushed.
I mean, if anyone hasn't
taken him down with me, I would have done.
I mean, if anyone hasn't watched it, you've really got to watch it. I think you had a bag over your head and were being kidnapped at one point.
Yeah. Have a look at my Instagram. It's Andrea McLean 1, and if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see a post that starts with a helicopter. Click on it, and you'll literally be, what the hell?
But I mean, even just, you know, the whole overcoming fear, it can be a tiny. I think for us women in particular, I think, you know, it's drilled into you. You go to school, you go to either uni or you get a job, and then hopefully you meet your life partner, and then hopefully you have kids and you try and juggle work, and then you wake up one morning and you're like, oh my God, I'm 50, right, now what do I do? And I think, and I think that's, so what you're doing, you know, I relate to a lot. I think there are lots of sort of similarities. We've talked about it before. But in terms of, you know, what advice would you give to women who are really stuck in a rut and they just think, well, I don't want this to necessarily be my life anymore. You know, maybe I don't like my partner, or I hate my job. You know, do you have any sort of tips of how they can sort of dig deep and not be scared?
Definitely. And I think that it is something that all good girls feel, because we're all raised to be good girls. I was raised to be a good girl, where you get praised if you're neat and tidy, and you eat all your dinner and you do all your homework and you get good grades, and then you do, whether it's go off to college or go and get a nice job, and then, oh, you've met a very nice man, and then you settle down and you're ticking all these boxes. And it's sort of, I can see now with hindsight, it's sort of programmed into us from a really young age that these are all good, proper things to do. There's nothing wrong with any of those things. They're all brilliant, and I've ticked all of those boxes, and then I've unticked them, and then I've ticked them again, and then you know, what? Nobody's life is a successive, you know, straight line that goes up the way. It's kind of messy, and I absolutely understand that fear of wanting to. I call it colouring outside the lines. I've been raised this way, and it's ingrained in me as well. You colour neatly within the lines, and you swallow your voice because it will make people cross, or it'll make people feel uncomfortable, and then you have to justify yourself. It's actually easier to go, actually, do you know what, never mind. I think something happens to you when you hit midlife and you realise that whole thing that I said, that you've got less time left than you've had, and is this really how you want to, you know, spend it? You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It doesn't necessarily mean that everything's been a mistake or you're going to jack it all in. It just means making little changes. And I think fear is the biggest reason that we don't do that. So how do you overcome the fear? So what I would do is get a piece of paper. So say, here we go, get a piece of paper. Oh, look at that, it doesn't work with a virtual
Green
thing.
screen.
So put it up here. It's because I'm in such a messy office. Nick set this up so that we look professional. Write down, and I've always done this, pros and cons. If I have a big decision to make, whether it's to accept a job or make any kind of change in my life, I write down a list of pros and cons. And it's fascinating. It's such a fascinating experiment. So you literally write down, what is the decision or the changes I would like to make, pros and cons. There you go. You've done a survey of one, and you've worked out actually whether this is not necessarily technically worth it, but what the difficulties are going to be. So where you've written down all your cons, they're your perspective difficulties. So what you then have to look at is all those lists of cons that you've written. Are they reasons or are they excuses? And I think you have to dig quite deep with that, because sometimes there are perfectly valid reasons why it's not necessarily possible to make the kind of changes that you're feeling that you want to make in your life. If they're reasons, how could you change them? What's in your control to change those reasons? If they're excuses, why are you making those excuses to yourself? And none of these things are bad. They're all just working through. It's just a process that you're working through. So if it's an excuse as to why you can't make whatever change it is, why are you making them to yourself? I think one of the key answers that we have to look deep and don't worry about letting anybody down or embarrassing yourself. This is an experiment of one. Nobody needs to see this list. You're doing this purely for yourself. The excuse could be, you don't actually want it that much. You think you want it, but you don't want to pay the price that it's going to take. And pay the price sounds awful. It sounds like the ultimate bad thing. What I mean by that is the sacrifices that you're going to make, whether it's time, whether it's uncomfortable conversations. Maybe it just means that you're not quite ready to make those sacrifices or pay that price, or you just don't want it enough. So here's an example. You really want a six-pack. Maybe not necessarily, I think six-packs are ugly, but you really want a flat stomach, for example. I know you were talking about losing weight. You really, really want it. You really, really want it. But you also really like sitting down with a glass of wine and a packet of crisps and watching Netflix in the evening. I hear you. I'm exactly the same. But then you have to, I think, make the decision as to which one do I actually want more, or do I want a balance of the two? If you want to have a balance of the two, then yeah, you might end up with a flatter stomach, but you're still going to enjoy your wine and your crisp in the evening. If you want to go the full hog and you want the six-pack, you can't have both. So which one do you want more? Then the really important thing is, once you've made that decision, stick to it and don't beat yourself up. If you decide that you prefer the crisps and the Netflix, there you go. You're never going to have a six-pack. Just enjoy that you are what you are and you're doing what you like. But if you've made the decision that you want the six-pack, don't beat yourself up for having the crisps. It's actually really simple. I think what we do is we try and, but I really want that, but I really want that at the same time. Sometimes you just have to stick a pin in it and stick to that and remind yourself it's not forever. It's not forever. If you're wanting to have that, it's six-pack is an analogy, like I say. But if you want something, even if you set yourself right, I'm only going to stop the metaphorical wine and crisps for a week and see how I get on, because it feels too big to say I'm going to do it forever and ever. And if you get to the end of that week and you fell off the wagon 3 times, that's amazing, because that means 4 times you didn't. So reward yourself, as in give yourself a little pat on the back. The key thing is don't be so hard on yourself. I think as women, Nick and I talk about this all the time, and he genuinely doesn't understand it. Why are you so hard on yourself? Why are you always beating yourself up if you don't get it 100% right? And I don't know why that is. I don't know if it comes from that whole raised to be a good girl and do everything properly thing. But we are so hard on ourselves if we're not getting it perfect all the time. I think put that out of your head. 80% is good enough. 60% is good enough.
I think, that's excellent advice. I'm sure you get the same. I get a lot of emails from women saying, well, okay, but what am I going to do? What can I do? And I think we've got a lady coming on this afternoon, Emma May, who is going to be talking about sort of how you can, you know, reskill, you know, do new courses. And I think this time in lockdown is a really good time. You know, if you've unfortunately been furloughed, or, you know, even if you've lost your job, you know, it's a good time to actually do your list.
Yes.
Sit down and reflect and say, okay, how can I use this time to maybe retrain to do something else? I think we're, you know, a good point you said, we're so used to being the capable ones, and I look after my family, I look after the kids and the husband and the dog and everything. It's don't be scared of asking for help. And that takes me back to being terrified of doing this Zoom event today, was it just got to a point where I said, right, I'm just going to ring up everyone I know and do, you know, and their advice was practice. If it goes wrong, you're only human, you know, tell everyone in advance. And I think, you know, I think that's quite a good, my message to everyone would actually be just surround yourself with people who do know, because we can never know everything.
Yeah.
And
actually, everyone is more forgiving than you realise as well. You know, I've done quite a few Zoom events like this one, and something has happened at every single one where, you know, someone's dropped out or whatever, or, you know, can you hear me? Can you hear me? And all of this sort of stuff. It doesn't matter.
No. Really I think it was because we had a work one last week, and my husband walked right past without his top on, and I was absolutely mortified, and I was just terrified today someone was not going to be clothed.
I can call Nick in. It's a shame we're not doing this on the phone, because he is actually, I can see him right now, he's in the garden working. And he's taking his top off, so I was like, hello, Mr. Diet Coke man. So I could have, you know, given you a
I'm sure he looks better. Looks a lot better than my husband without top. We've got, have you got time? We've got a few questions that have come into the chat box. Oh, fabulous.
Sorry, I'm so dark. I can see myself. I'm like
well, you look like you've been on a beach. Okay, hang on a second. So someone said, can you ask Andrea, please, what she thought when Ants Middleton referred to Anthea Turner as a grandma?
I just laughed because I know Ant and I know Anthea, and funnily enough, Anthea went into SAS because of me, because she was offered the chance to do it, and she got in touch with me, and she was like, should I do it, should I not do it? And I said, I can't give you any advice on this, because it is like nothing you have ever done. So all I can say is, if you go with it, if you want to do it, just go with it. When they were calling her grandma, it was a term of endearment. You know, they didn't mean it horribly at all. I just laughed. The guys are great. They are really, really, we can never understand their work history and the stuff that they've seen and their mentality that they have. But actually, all their shouting, well, I'm going to say all, most of their shouting comes from a really good place. And when they were saying that to Anthea, it came from a really good place.
Okay, and I think someone else, I'm just going to, get it up. Oh yes, can you ask Andrea about her meditation practice? She talks about it a lot in her book, which I loved, by the way.
Oh, yes. Well, I started meditating a good few years ago. I can't really remember what I know. Basically, it was before apps and all this sort of stuff, because obviously there's hundreds of them now, and there's hundreds of different ways that you can do it. I used to go away once a year with a girlfriend of mine. It started off as a girly holiday that there was a group of us would do. And we went on a yoga retreat, and it sounds really fancy, but basically it was another friend was a yoga teacher, and they put it together, and it was very basic but lovely. And I learned it then. And obviously now I use Insight Timer, which is great because it has a huge selection. Because it's something I feel so strongly about, I've now introduced it on the website. We've got some really incredible ones which are specifically for lockdown and anxiety and this sort of thing. So I would say, look around a little bit and look into the different types of meditations that there are to see what might benefit you. However, if you don't want to you don't like the whole idea of it, and don't worry, you don't have to say Om, and you don't have to light any incense, and you don't have to do anything that is British people we might find embarrassing because it's out of our norm, as in sitting cross-legged, and we're very stiff upper lip about all of this. We went for a walk yesterday, and I could feel my anxiety levels were kind of rising because the weather had been so bad. We hadn't left the house for a few days. Everything was kind of getting on top of me, but I was trying to smile and do that mum thing. And so I did it while we were walking. No one else would have even known that I was doing it. And what I did was this. I call it the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Name 5 things I can see. So I looked around and I was like, I can see a tree, I can see the dog, I can see a whatever. Name 5 things that I can smell. Basically it's what I can see, what I can hear, what I can feel, what I can smell, what I can taste. You can make those, the list can be in any order, however you like. The reason that works is because it takes your mind off all these things that you're worrying about and that are starting to overwhelm you. And it brings the mind absolutely back into the present. So that I like to think of your brain as like a toddler. You can be mid-conversation and your brain, like a toddler, has wandered off and has gone to do something else or is having a tantrum. And what you've done is you've made it focus on these things that are happening to you right at that moment. And you find, it only takes a few minutes, and you find that everything has calmed down because you've given your brain something else to think about. The biggest misconception that people have about meditating is that they've got to sit and think about nothing for 10 minutes. It is impossible to think about nothing for 10 minutes. Yeah. Literally impossible. So you have to give your toddler brain something else to think about. And I find that works really, really well. And like I say, I was walking the dog at the time. No one would even know that I was doing it. And it also calms the breath. Now, the whole thing of anxiety comes from this fight or flight and overwhelm. And another great thing to do, and again, you can do it sitting quietly, or you can even do it walking around the supermarket, because that's quite stressful now at the moment, is box breathing. Have you heard of box breathing?
No, I haven't, no.
It's so useful because, again, you don't have to sit. I mean, you can sit quietly and put your hand on your chest and on your stomach and take deep breaths. But moments of overwhelm happen at really awkward times. So you need to have something that you can click into right away. So box breathing is really simple. It's where you take a breath in for 4 seconds. Imagine a box. A breath in for 4 seconds. Hold for 4 seconds. Breathe out for 4 seconds. Hold for 4 seconds. So you're just breathing in a box like that. Again, you can do it while you're pushing a trolley around the supermarket. And it just helps lower all those sort of cortisol levels and those feelings of overwhelm. So yeah, that's when I talk about meditating, these are the kind of things that I mean.
Oh, fascinating. Well, thank you so much. Look, I know you're really busy and you've got lots of other things to do today, but can you leave us with so what would you tell maybe your daughter or yourself all those years ago as sort of teenage Andrea? If you could have done something different sort of in terms of approaching midlife and overcoming fear, is there sort of
that's such a great question. It's a really good question. The biggest thing that I would say to me, and sometimes I get quite tearful when I think back to me when I mean not even a teenager, but many of you might know every blooming headline on every magazine at the moment because I mentioned it once. I had a breakdown last year, which is why I have now looked into all these things that have helped me and why I'm passing them on to other people. And I know that came about because I held everything in and tried to be good. And what I would say to my teenage self, and I pass on now to my teenage daughter, you don't have to get it right all the time. I think girls in particular are put under so much pressure to just get it right all the time. You're allowed to fail. You're allowed to make a mistake. And actually, each time you make a mistake, it's a learning lesson. It's a life lesson. So what I do say to Amy and my lovely stepdaughters as well is that, what did you learn from that? Okay, brilliant. Park that in your brain and use it as useful information, and you won't do that again next time. And I think that would be the key thing. And also that our generation was told, you, like you said right at the beginning, you go to school, you get married, and that's it. It's all kind of prescribed. There's no prescription now. do whatever you want, whatever makes you happy. And I drum this into all the kids. We've got the 4 of them, and do what lights your fire is what I would say. I mean, hopefully it'll make you some money so that eventually you move out, but do what makes you feel good. You're going to spend your whole life, you know, whether it's working or with other people. So try and surround yourself with good people and doing something that you like.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, it was lovely seeing you again. You look very suntanned.
I just look like I'm in the dark. I can't even, and I haven't got my glasses on, so there we go. Oh, hi everyone.
Oh, well, thank you again, and to Nick for sorting all this out, and you know, good luck with everything. So the website is
it's girlsonfire.com, and basically all the wonderful things that you're talking about here, it's sort of a carry on from that. We have there's so much on there just to help you feel amazing. And I know what's great about working with you, Katie, is you have exactly the same mindset as we've had the same mindset all along. It's just, what can we do to help? Any information we get, how can we pass it on? So yeah, that's why I'm happy to be here today. And if you want to go to my site, that's what it is, thisgirlsonfire.com.
Thank you so much. Be well, and thank you. Have a good rest of Sunday.
Bye.
Take care. Bye, Andrea.
Bye.
I'll try and switch this setting off now. Okay. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, who's there? So Claudia has said she can talk us all through box breathing later. Thank you, Claudia. You can turn on your mics for a minute if you have any questions you want me to email Andrea, about today. We've got Diane Danzibrink up next, who runs the Menopause Support Network. I just want to see quickly if Diane is on yet, because we're running ahead of time, which is brilliant, actually. So let me just have a quick look. If you guys need to go and get a drink or go to the toilet again, please feel free. We're meant to start at 2:30 with Diane. Oh, she said, are we still okay for 2:30 start? Yes, I'll just tell her that we finished a bit early. Does anyone have any questions for Diane that you might want me to ask? She runs the Menopause Support Network, which is a Facebook group that we connect with. And Diane is, I'll give you the proper intro when she comes on, but she's a menopause specialist trained nurse, and is fantastic with advice on everything from perimenopause to menopause symptoms and just how to feel better. So you can either put your questions in the chat box and I can ask her them, or feel free to put your mics on at the end and ask as well. Okay, so let me just see what she says and I'll tell you if we can start a bit earlier. Also in the chat box now, can you just let me know if you're going to come on to our last session, which is a lot of women have been furloughed or lost their jobs, or their partners have lost their jobs, or they're just looking to retrain, whether it's skills or new CV or how to find part-time jobs. And this is Emma May, and she's really, really brilliant with that kind of advice. Can you just put in the chat box if you'd like to be part of that, because she's just asking me how many to expect. That was the only one I haven't replied to yet. So Jane says yes, please. Thank you, Jane. Okay. Okay. Sharon, yes. Oh, that's fabulous. Okay, thank you. That's fine, Trudy. Thank you. So we've got Diane Danzy-Brink next, and Dr. Louise Newson after her. Louise is a menopause specialist doctor. She's absolutely fantastic. So I really recommend you all stay on for those as much as you possibly can. Right, so I'm just going to text Diane and see if she's ready. Okay, Diane said she can be with us in 5 minutes. So is everyone happy to start at 2:15? Yep, fabulous. Perfect. All right, I'm going to go and grab a glass of water. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, Diane is coming in now. Hello, Diane. Hello.
Hi, Katie.
I'm sorry, we were running early, which was amazing.
Fine, honey. I just need to turn my sound up because I can't really hear you. I should have thought of that before, perhaps. That would have been a good idea.
No, well, we're early.
Oh, that's better. I can hear you now.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, lovely. How are all you lovely people?
Yeah, we're all good. It's been a great morning.
Good.
Absolutely brilliant. I'm starving and thirsty, but I think I've been sitting here for about 10 hours.
You should have bought snacks.
Yeah, well, I've got Baby Bell. That's my snack.
Excellent. Good, good.
Anyway,
Marvelous.
So everyone is here to see you. So I'm going to do a quick intro so they all know who you are.
Okay.
And I will hand over to you. So,
all right, lovely.
This is the lovely Diane. She's passionate about menopause care and empowering women to take control of their health and well-being. As a result of her own menopause experience, which had a profound effect on her own quality of life for a period of time, she created the social enterprise project menopausesupport.co.uk. It's a not-for-profit organisation which provides evidence-based information, advice, guidance and emotional support for women and their families, and educational workshops for employers and organisations. Diane has completed the Menopause Foundation course for nurses and is the media lay spokesperson for the Royal College of Obs and Gynaes and a member of the RCOG Women's Voices Involvement Panel. Diane is also a member of and an ambassador for the British Menopause Society. She's a passionate campaigner and advocate for improved care and support for women experiencing menopause both in and out of the workplace, and will be a consultant on the upcoming Royal College of GPs curriculum review.
Well, that's old, Katie.
Oh yes, that's an old biog. She's done that. I should have updated my notes. she picked that one. It's already on the curriculum. But I'll let Diane tell you more about that achievement. Oh dear, I'll never make it as a job as a journalist. Right, where was I? She was also a counsellor and a coach who specialises in working privately with women to achieve optimum health and well-being. Her other professional passions include working with private clients to resolve PTSD and teaching workshops on menopause, well-woman yoga therapy, yoga nidra and mind management skills. Diane also provides employee wellbeing services to businesses and organisations via Diane Danzebrink Consulting. So, hello,
wow,
Diane.
That was a mouthful, wasn't it?
And how much of it is out of date? Oh, dearie me. I just took a website.
Lovely.
Oh dear. Right. Well, we've had an amazing morning, which has started with, we spoke to Athena this morning about the Eve appeal. We have had a fantastic exercise class. We have had amazing nutrition and cooking demo. We've had a talk about sleep. Now, within that talk about sleep with Marianne, there were a lot of questions about poor sleep, which was much more to do with hormones, probably. So I wanted to sort of hand over to you to, because not everyone here knows you, to sort of start from scratch and tell people how things might feel as we turn 40 and beyond, and what are the red flags women should be looking out for, what they mean and what they can do.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So hello, lovely people. Nice to see you all. As Katie said, I am Diane. So I run this organisation called menopausesupport.co.uk, and I founded something called the Make Menopause Matter campaign. So what the campaign does is we campaign for mandatory education for all GPs. We campaign for better awareness and support in the workplace, and I'm delighted to say that we were campaigning for menopause to be added to the curriculum in secondary schools, to the new RSE curriculum. But I'm delighted to say that we achieved that in July last year. So menopause will be added to RSE from September 2020. So yay. So I'm going to kind of give you the sort of basic overview, I hope, of menopause, and then we'll allow a few minutes for questions. Is that all right, Katie?
Yes, please. At the end.
And then directly after me is going to be my lovely friend, Dr. Louise Newson, who's going to come on and talk to you all about HRT and other management options for menopause. So essentially, when we're talking about menopause, I think, you know, sort of if we went out onto the streets and asked people, when does menopause happen? Most of them would probably say it happens to women in their 50s, but of course that's not true. For a lot of women, they will actually start to experience their menopause symptoms around their early 40s, some perhaps even as early as their late 30s. It's true to say that some people go through it earlier. So some people will experience what we call premature ovarian insufficiency. So that's an early menopause. So anybody under 40 who experiences menopause, we call that POI, for any reason, whether that's medical, surgical, or what the doctors call idiopathic, which essentially means we don't know. So currently in the UK, 1 in 100 women under 40 experience early menopause, 1 in 1,000 under 30, and 1 in 10,000 under 20. Earliest that we're aware of is as low as 12, which is really, really rare. But there are numbers in their teens. So that's an early menopause. Then when we talk about sort of what we would more regularly think of as being the perimenopausal years. So essentially perimenopause is the term that we use to define from your first symptom all the way through to the time when you've had 12 months without a period. So although we use this word menopause all the time, actually clinically, the word menopause defines the one day after the 12 months without a period. And then everything after that is called postmenopause. So typically, perimenopause lasts roughly between about 4 and 8 years. For some people, it can be much less. For others, it can be longer, but on average. So we're kind of using broad brushstrokes when we talk about averages here. Also important to say that approximately 1 in 4 women will not really experience menopause symptoms, apart from the fact that she will at some point notice that she stopped having periods. But approximately 3 in 4, 75 to 80% of women will experience symptoms. And of course, typically, if we pick up, you know, sort of any of the newspapers, what you're more likely to be reading about are things like hot flushes and night sweats. But actually there are lots of perimenopausal symptoms, lots of menopausal symptoms. Things, cognitive symptoms, psychological symptoms, some physical symptoms that you might not even consider may be related to what is essentially depleting hormone levels and specifically depleting estrogen, because it's really the estrogen, long-term estrogen depletion and the estrogen fluctuations that are responsible for the majority of the symptoms. So we're talking about perhaps with psychological symptoms, one of the most common ones that I hear, and I can see Louise has joined us now, and I know she'll nod her head when I say this. One of the most common ones that I hear is increased anxiety. And if that comes along as your very first perimenopausal symptom and you are not aware that that's related to your hormones, unfortunately, what very often happens is if your anxiety is increased, that in turn will increase your stress levels. And what happens is that starts to have an impact on your quality of life. And for a lot of women, they'll then go along to their doctors and they will say, I'm stressed, I'm anxious. They might even say that they're feeling depressed. And probably what they mean by that is they mean a kind of constant low mood feeling. And very often, unfortunately, roughly 6 out of 10 women, those women will then be offered antidepressants. And antidepressants are not first-line treatment for menopause. But if the woman doesn't recognise it as a menopausal symptom, and if her doctor doesn't recognise it as a menopausal symptom, then very often that's what happens. But there can also be things, so as I said, anxiety, low mood, what somebody might describe as feeling depressed, mood swings, irritability. For some women, they notice that they're feeling more angry than they have in the past. And that can be really upsetting for some people too. Cognitively, people can be struggling with things like brain fog, reduced confidence. They can be struggling with memory, concentration, and of course, if you're in the workplace particularly, and you're struggling with those things, again, that can increase anxiety. As far as physical symptoms are concerned, as I said, hot flushes and night sweats are the ones that pretty much everybody talks about if they're talking generally about menopause. But actually, approximately 20% of women who are symptomatic will never experience a hot flush or night sweat. But some of the things that they might experience are joint pain, muscle aches. They might experience things like itchy skin, dry itchy skin, dry eyes, a dry mouth. They might be having increased urinary issues, so things like UTIs, going backwards and forwards, perhaps having 3 days antibiotics, another UTI, and going on that kind of merry-go-round. They could be experiencing vaginal symptoms, dryness, soreness, irritation, etc. Again, possibly not even relating that to menopause if they're not aware of the symptoms. So one of the things that's really useful to do, particularly if you're considering going and seeing your doctor, is I know on my website, the menopause support website, there is a symptom checker, and I know on Louise uses the green climacteric scale. So on both of those, so mine is menopause support, Louise's is menopause doctor. You can download one of those symptom checkers, complete it, and take it along to your doctor, and that will sort of steer your doctor in the right direction of these symptoms being, they're typically menopause symptoms, but as I say, there are quite a lot of the symptoms that you might not even notice. And Katie mentioned earlier about sleep. One of the first things to be disturbed for a lot of people when they're experiencing menopause is their sleep pattern. So we know that the hormones estrogen and progesterone can have an effect on our sleep. As Louise will tell you later, when she's talking about specifically about HRT and hormones, we know that the hormones can be erratic when they're fluctuating, and that can go on for some time. So if your sleep is being affected and you're having any of those other symptoms, then it's probably time for you to, you know, sort of, if it's something that you want to manage, it's probably time for you to go along and have a chat with your doctor. It's really important to say that every woman's menopause is different. So the length and breadth of your symptoms is going to be different for everybody. And how you manage them. So this should, you know, we're quite a passionate movement about women having a say in what their management should be, but also having access to factual, evidence-based, non-biased information. So it's really key, because at the moment we're in a situation where none of us learn anything about menopause when we're younger. For a lot of us, our mothers didn't talk to us about menopause. None of us get a letter or a leaflet dropped through the door at around the age of 40 explaining what menopause is, which would be a really good idea. And consequently, we're in this situation of, we've kind of got this knowledge void. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're in a situation where our GPs don't have mandatory menopause education. There's work going on to change that, but you know, it will take time. So it may be that when you go along, you probably, if you've investigated it and you've done your homework, you might actually know more. So it's important to know that we do have national guidelines on menopause. So the NICE guidance came out in November 2015. As far as NICE guidance is concerned, it's actually not that heavier a tome to go through. It's only about 30 pages. And it's written in very clear, understandable language. It's not all in medical jargon. So it's written for healthcare professionals, but it's also written for women and their families. So you can download or just read those online, so that you know what to expect when you go along to your appointment. But one of the things that you'll find on the Menopause Support website in our resources section is essentially a guide to getting the best out of your doctor's appointment. So it will say things like, if you're still having periods, make sure that you do a cycle diary for at least 3 months. Take along a symptom checker with you. Read the NICE guidelines, at least have an idea of what to expect. If you are struggling sort of psychologically or with your confidence, take somebody along with you. Not somebody to speak for you, but somebody that can be there to support you, because it can be really useful to have sort of for somebody to have your back while you're having that appointment. It can be really helpful. And also be prepared. So if you see a doctor who perhaps isn't up to date, be prepared for them to go away and ask perhaps a colleague who does know more, or perhaps even to contact a menopause specialist on your behalf. It's worth knowing that quite often there could well be a nurse within the practice who's taken a particular interest in menopause. So when you ring up to make your appointment, unless you make them online, but if you're calling to make your appointment, it's really worth asking, is there somebody in the practice that takes a particular interest in menopause? If you have any possibility, and I know that GPs are always really pressed for time, but I know certainly at my practice, they do still offer double appointments for particular things. So it's worth asking for a double appointment. So there are lots of things that you can do, and there are lots of resources. So you'll find podcasts, you'll find videos, you'll find, as I say, all these resources on the website. You'll find lots of those things on Louise's as well. So there are lots of things where you can go and sort of do some homework. But I think it's also worth, is it all right, Katie, just to mention relationships and workplace? Have I got
Please
time?
mention it all.
Okay. I think it's also really worth mentioning, as well as, and Louise will talk about other management for menopause, but I think it's also worth mentioning two of the things that come up the most regularly when I'm working with women are personal relationships and also workplace. So we'll look at workplace first. So currently in the UK, we have about 4.4 million women over 50 in the workplace. That demographic is the fastest growing demographic in the workplace at the moment. We currently don't have any national policy on menopause in the workplace in the same way that we do for maternity. And whilst I think it's very useful to raise awareness and for there to be guidance, experience has taught me that policy can be a tick box exercise. So just having policy doesn't really mean anything if the ethos isn't there within the organisation to actually use that. But as far as sort of menopausal women and how they're protected in the workplace, so we have health and safety at work legislation, and we also have the Equality Act 2010. But if you are experiencing symptoms, and unfortunately in the sort of work that I do, I very often end up speaking to women when they're either at the point of considering leaving their job or they already have. So we know from various studies that approximately 1 in 4 women consider giving up work particularly during their perimenopausal phase. And if you think about it, when you think about who experiences menopause and how they experience it, we know that approximately 1 in 4 will experience what we call debilitating symptoms, so severely affecting quality of life in some way, shape or form. So there's a real correlation there between that 1 in 4 and the 1 in 4 who consider giving up work. And I'm sure a lot of you will have heard Katie's experience of having given up several really jobs that she really enjoyed because nobody had diagnosed her menopause and given her the right help and support. So it's well worth knowing that there are some really good resources out there. The CIPD have a whole hub on their website dedicated to menopause in the workplace. There's some information on ACAS and also the Faculty of Occupational Medicine. Now, for anybody that's going back into the workplace in the not too distant future, I would be absolutely delighted if you would download and share with your colleagues our fabulous menopause posters. So the posters were, these posters were designed for us, interestingly, by a member of my support group. So I run quite a big menopause support group on Facebook called the Menopause Support Network. We've got, I think it's just over 14,000 members now. And one of the lovely ladies there who got support by coming to the group, she offered to design this for us. And essentially, it's just a really simple way. So you'll see there are lots of the symptoms highlighted here. It's a really simple way, sticking this up either in your staff room or on the back of the loo doors. And I don't just mean the ladies' loo doors either, but sticking them up, sort of either in your workplace, or if you're sort of part of a community, if you go to a yoga class or a Pilates class or something like that, again, they're free it's another free resource. You'll find them on the website, but just by raising awareness, it can be really helpful. A lot of the women that I've worked with have then gone on to start support groups within their own organisations, and they could be face-to-face, or some of them are support groups on things like WhatsApp. But if you're thinking, do you know what, I need to speak to somebody because my work I'm being affected at work by my symptoms, then first port of call, I would say, is either your line manager, if that's a possibility. For some people, it depends on your relationship, or your HR department, or if you're in a big enough organisation, either your wellbeing team or your OH team. But it's definitely worth, whoever you're going to speak to, just bear in mind that you could be the first person ever to go and raise the subject of menopause with them. And if they don't know anything, it's well worth taking along some of the resources so that they can upskill themselves. And the other thing that I always say to people is, if you know how you're being affected and what the effects are on you, then work out some kind of plan and decide what it is that you think would help you. So if it is perhaps having more flexible working hours, if it is being able to travel at different times, if it is being able to have more access to outside space, to be able to leave your desk on a more regular basis because you need a breath of fresh air or you need 5 minutes, then come up with a few sort of key points that are simple adjustments that your organisation can make for you. Give those to whoever you're speaking to and allow them a few days to go away and consider them and come back to you with a plan, because they do have a responsibility to you to do that. And then with relationships, I'm really, I'm really encouraged. It's only a small number, but I'm really encouraged by, over the last 6 months, how many male partners have got in touch with me to say, either, could you tell me some more about the support you can give my wife, or can I book a session with you so that I can understand how I can better support my wife? So I'm really encouraged by that, because, you know, I've been doing this a while now, and I definitely, in the last 12 months is the first time that I've ever had male partners contact me and say, actually, I'd like to do something about this. I even had one amazing young man contact me to find out how he could help his mum. So, you know, sort of, they might be baby steps, but I think we are definitely moving in the right direction with everything that we're all doing. So again, you know, sort of, the key is communication. Communication is absolutely key. Again, if as women we don't understand what's going on for us, how on earth are our partners, our friends, our family going to understand? And of course, oh, hello, I can hear several voices.
Someone has got their mic on. I don't mind. Dawn, I think you're not on mute.
I think is it Sam?
Oh, Sam Willoughby. Hi, Sam. I think you're not on mute.
Okay. So,
especially if we get a sponsor. It's virtual
Sam,
no, she's still not on mute.
Oh dear. I'm going to quickly try and text her.
It's all right. I'll just keep going. Lovely. So I think, you know, communication is absolutely key. And again, if we don't understand what's going on for us, then it's probably likely that those around us don't understand either. So what we've done is I put together an understanding menopause for partners, which is just a few pages long. And now Louise and I we've amended this, and it's in a small booklet, which you can find on Louise's website as well. So that's a nice resource that I know has been left on pillows, on car seats, in envelopes for partners particularly. But I think for most people, whether they're partners, whether they're children, particularly your teenage children, they probably just don't understand how to help. So it's really important that we kind of try and give them some guidance where we
try
can.
and do something with the girls, just one night or something.
Sorry, Katie, I can hear.
I'm so sorry. I'm trying to mute her, but by muting Sam, I'm me. 1 second. Sorry, everyone. Oh dear.
True. Yes.
That hasn't helped.
Sam?
Sam, can you hear us?
Oh, she's talking to me. Sam, can you hear us?
Sam, can you mute yourself, because we can all hear Diane's talking. Sorry. Continue. Carry on, Diane.
No, because I'm not actually watching it.
No, she's still talking, Katie. Sam?
I'm just trying to mute, but it doesn't seem to. The joys
Sam
of Zoom.
Willoughby, can you put yourself on mute, lovely?
Yeah.
No, she's not.
Well.
Never mind. It's fine, lovely. So again, there are resources out there that you can use, hopefully, to help. You know, sort of, as I say, I think communication is absolutely key. It's really important that we keep the lines of communication open. One of the things that I hear a lot from women is they're really struggling with things like the urinary and vaginal symptoms, and that they're embarrassed to go and talk about those. So please don't be embarrassed to go and talk about those. There are really, really simple simple treatments that you can have to help with those symptoms. But it's key, I know Louise will continue with this, but it's really important to know that those symptoms have to be managed, and they have to be managed long term. And far too many women essentially suffer in silence, and we don't want that to be happening. We want women to have the right information, to be able to get the right treatment, so that it's not having an effect, because that's not just a physical effect. Those symptoms can also, physical symptoms can also have an effect on our psychological health, on our, you know, sort of on our sense of well-being. So whatever you do, if you take one line away from what I've just said, please don't suffer in silence. Please share the information that you've learned with your friends, with your family, with your colleagues, because just by sharing it, you will possibly change somebody else's life too.
Oh, thank you, Diane. I have managed to now mute poor Sam Willoughby and her children. Sorry about that, everyone. It was a glitch. I've got a question now from someone here, and then I've got a few that were sent in advance. So,
okay, lovely.
The one in the chat box is from Susan, who says, one thing I wasn't told is the link between menopause and osteoporosis, which I was diagnosed with after the menopause.
Yeah, it's, you know, again, Katie, we've had this conversation a lot of times. As I said earlier, menopause, in many ways, menopause needs a rebrand, because we need to be thinking about particularly those postmenopausal years as estrogen deficient years. Because we know that estrogen helps to protect our long-term bone health. You know, the Royal Osteoporosis Society tell us that, you know, sort of over a woman's lifetime after 50, her likelihood of a bone fracture is 1 in 2, whereas for a man, it's 1 in 5. Well, it doesn't really take a genius to work out why that might be. So again, it all comes down to, and this is what the campaign's about. This is what my work is about, your work is about, Louise's work is about, everybody that's kind of pushing for better information and knowledge. Because if we think about it, it's a bit of a no-brainer. This is a win-win situation. You know, at the moment, women are losing long-term health and well-being because of this lack of information. It's costing the NHS a fortune, because women are going backwards and forwards for repeated appointments where they're not being diagnosed and treated correctly. They're going to onward secondary care for things like rheumatology, psychology, cardiology, etc., etc. If we consider that a proportion of the 1 in 4 who consider leaving work actually do, there's a financial cost to that, to the individual woman, but also to the organisation. And then if we think about the societal cost, it's enormous. So, you know, sort of, and the other thing to remember is, of course, is that, you know, bone fracture, not all bone fractures heal. You know, for some people, that is debilitating for the rest of their life. In a small percentage of cases can be life-ending. So, you know, this is really vital information.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you're right. It's almost a marketing thing. We should stop saying the word, you know, menopause almost, and think about what happens with, you know, low estrogen levels. Yeah. And Louise will talk about also hopefully some of the work she's doing, you know, especially during COVID, because there's some very interesting research around estrogen and outcomes in COVID patients. I've had a question, if I can just ask you, it's a bit lengthy, but it was sent in from a member who can't be here today.
Sure.
It says, I'm 55 and I think I've gone or I'm going through the menopause. I haven't had a period forever. I'm extremely lucky as I don't have any noticeable symptoms. The only one which I think is menopause related is I have a fizzy, slight strange taste on my tongue. It's really annoying, and I've been told that magnesium could help. So I'd like to know from Diane if it would help, and if so, how much magnesium she thinks I should take.
Okay, the honest answer to that is I've got no idea, and I'm going to give it to Louise.
I don't know why. I think she probably just thought that Louise was only talking about HRT, but we did say it was all sorts of, and she'd be happy to answer any questions. So has anyone got any more questions for Diane in particular? And then we're going to have a chat with, obviously, Dr. Newson. If you have, will you just put them in the chat box? Diane's petition, if where can they sign? It would be amazing if you can all sign the petition if you haven't already. Where, remind everyone where.
Yeah, so it's the Make Menopause Matter campaign, and you can find the link to the petition at menopausesupport.co.uk. Thank you.
All right, and Trudy said, what will help joint pain?
Well, HRT would be first line for joint pain, because we know that. So essentially, think about it. Think about your sort of your whole body. Your body is full of estrogen receptors. So we've got estrogen receptors everywhere.
Yeah.
So one of the jobs of estrogen is lubrication. Lubricates the body, lubricates the eyes, the mouth, the gut, lubricates your entire pelvic area, lubricates your joints. So as your estrogen levels start to do this, go up and down, up and down, up and down, and then eventually they will flatten out, and they will be at a minuscule amount of what you would have had sort of in your 30s and 40s. Then obviously all your estrogen receptors are not being fed the way that they would have been previously. So there are going to be long-term effects. There are going to be symptoms. So as I said, Louise will talk to you more about that, but the first line would be HRT. If you don't want to consider HRT and you want to think about other things, then of course there are literally hundreds, probably hundreds of thousands now, of different supplements. All I would say to you about supplements is there is very little unbiased research around supplements. If you're going to look at supplements, then all I would say is do your due diligence. Because if you can find research around a particular supplement, it's possible that that research was funded by the company that make the supplement. So just, sort of just be aware of that. Sort of we know that some of the fish oils can be useful. There's a little bit of research around omega-7, but in all honesty, the only thing that's going to replace estrogen is estrogen.
Yeah, all right, Diane. I've got one more before we go on to Dr. Newson. I'm just going to read it now. It may be for Louise as well, or for you, but just tell me and I'll deal with it.
Okay.
So Dawn says, do fibroids shrink after menopause? I'm perimenopausal and trying to avoid a hysterectomy.
Okay, so from my knowledge, generally, yes, they do. But I'm sure that Louise can give you more clinical information about that.
All right, thank you. Look, thank you so much, Diane. And
my pleasure.
I told everyone at the beginning that we link our Facebook groups together, and if I get any sort of menopausal questions that I think Diane is better to advise you on, I'll just message you through the Facebook group and sort of pass you over to there. So thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And hi, Dr. Newson. Hello, Louise. I'm going to put you on active speaker. I'm going to just do a quick introduction so everyone knows a little bit about you. Louise qualified from Manchester University and is a GP in Solihull in the West Midlands. As well as a writer for numerous medical publications, Louise works as a medical editor for different publications and has authored several books on evidence-based medicine for GPs. She's an editor for the British Journal of Family Medicine too. Louise is an editor and reviewer for various e-learning courses and educational modules for the RCGP. She has a keen interest on the menopause and HRT. Louise feels passionately about trying to improve awareness of safe prescribing of HRT to healthcare professionals and women, and has written many articles, editorials, and given local and national presentations on this subject. She's the West Midlands lead for the Primary Care Women's Health Forum and runs Newson Health, which is a menopause clinic in Stratford, and is also a member of the International Menopause Society and the British Menopause Society. And she has a fantastic website, which I go to all the time as well, which is menopausedoctor.co.uk. And Louise works regularly with the West Midlands Police and Fire Brigade to provide advice and support regarding menopause in the workplace. So welcome, Louise. Dr. That was a mouthful. How are you, first of all?
Yeah, I'm fine. Very well. Thank you very much.
Oh, fantastic. So, you know, Diane's given everyone, you know, a really good sort of background on what women should do if they're feeling certain symptoms don't add up. But we've had a lot of questions come in, and a lot of women come to, you know, as you know, the Facebook group, wanting to know more about HRT and other sort of management options. So I wondered if you could talk to us a little bit more about, well, starting with HRT and, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm conscious of time, so I don't want to spend all the time talking. So what I thought I'd do is talk a bit about HRT, what it is, why we use it, and then maybe have some questions. And then if there's time left over, I can carry on talking, if that's all right. Perfect. So HRT is only 3 letters, hormone replacement therapy. And as Diane said, the menopause occurs because estrogen levels drop, and it's either naturally because we get older or because of surgery or medicine that stops our ovaries working. And for me as a doctor, I'm very interested in health prevention or disease prevention, sorry, and being healthy. So we know that without estrogen, a lot of women experience symptoms, as Diane alluded to, but also women have this increased risk of diseases such as heart disease, diabetes, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, depression, and dementia. So really important conditions. And it's very important to realise the estrogen has a protective effect on our heart, on our bones, on our muscles, on our brains. Because we're living so much longer, it's really important that we know this. In the Victorian times, we used to die quite soon after our menopause, so it didn't really matter to the same extent. Whereas now, thankfully, we're living for decades, and a lot of us hopefully will be menopausal for decades. So it's very important to look at this increased risk of all these diseases that we get. So as Diane was saying, if we think about menopause as a long-term hormone deficiency, then if someone says, oh, well, you're deficient in vitamin B12, you want to know how to get vitamin B12, or if you're iron deficient, you'll take iron tablets. And this is very much the same. So a lot of women tell me that they don't want to take HRT because they want to have something natural. Well, actually, it's not very natural for our bodies to not have hormones in the same way it wouldn't be natural to survive without thyroxine or without insulin in our bodies. It's just another hormone. But also, a lot of women think that their symptoms aren't bad enough. They have to wait till their symptoms are really bad or they're on their knees. And certainly a lot of women I see in my clinic have actually given up their job, their careers, and often their lives as well with their partners because their symptoms have been so bad. None of us have to wait for that length of time. So estrogen is the most important hormone. Interestingly, women also produce testosterone, and we produce testosterone in higher levels than estrogen before the menopause, so it's not just a male hormone. And then we have another hormone called progesterone as well. And so with HRT, there's different types, there's different doses, there's different formulations. And the guidelines that Diane mentioned, the NICE, the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence guidelines, are very clear that women should receive individualised advice. So every woman, for every menopause or perimenopause consultation, should be, we should discuss about their concerns, their worries, their symptoms, their future health, their lifestyle. It's not just about HRT. HRT is part of the picture. We need to be looking at our nutrition, we need to look at our sleep, our well-being, everything else as well. So estrogen is the most important hormone for most of us, and replacing estrogen, we know, can improve a lot of symptoms. It won't improve them all if some of the symptoms are due to low testosterone, but it also will reduce the risk of heart disease, diabetes, osteoporosis, dementia, and so forth as well. So it has health benefits too, if the dose and type is right. If a woman still has her womb, then she still needs to take a type of progestogen, because progesterone works naturally in our body to protect the lining of the womb from the stimulatory effects of estrogen. Usually, if women have had a hysterectomy, they don't need a progesterone. Some women do if they've got a bit more of a complicated history, for example, if they've got endometriosis. So estrogen, the safest way of having estrogen is through the skin. There's a patch or gel, and now there's a spray as well. And these simply get rubbed onto the arms or legs, or the patch just put onto the skin, usually below the waist. And the estrogen just gets absorbed straight into through the skin into the bloodstream. It's a very efficient way of having estrogen because it's not dependent on what a woman eats, but it also, because it goes straight to the bloodstream, it bypasses the liver, which produces our clotting factors. So there's no risk of clot or stroke with having it in that way. So it's very effective. And the dose can be changed. So we can change the dose according to symptoms, which can be very effective for a lot of women. Now, there are different types of progesterone. The natural progesterone, which is the body identical progesterone, is called micronized progesterone, and it basically is the same structure as the hormone we produce ourselves. And that's the safest way of having progesterone because it has less side effects for a start, which is great, but it also has less risks associated with it as well. There are some synthetic progestogens, which mean they're not quite the same structure as what we produce. They're similar, but not quite the same. But they have some slight risks, which I'll discuss with you in a minute. And then some women who don't take a tablet of progesterone or the synthetic progestogens have a Mirena coil, which some of you might have heard of, which is a coil. It's a contraceptive coil, but it contains a synthetic progestogen in it in a very low dose. So it works locally on the womb to stop the womb lining building up, which can happen as a result of having estrogen. And that can be used for 5 years as part of HRT. So it's a very safe way. There are some combination patches with estrogen and an older type of progestogen in, which many women take. So a lot of women still take tablet HRT, which can be fine for a lot of women, but there are better alternatives. So if you're on a tablet, it might be worth exploring having an alternative. The estrogen in the patch, gel and spray is body identical. It's derived from the yam root vegetable, so it's not from pregnant horses' urine. So it's very safe. And we've got good data how safe it is. The progesterones, the natural body identical progesterone, again, is derived from yams. It's very safe. The synthetic progestogens are still very safe for most women, but the research that's made everyone very scared about HRT has been done with synthetic progestogens. The biggest reason why women are scared of taking HRT is the breast cancer risk, and that's fueled to the medical press, it's fueled to the media. A lot of people are very scared. So I'm just going to spend a few minutes, if that's all right, telling you where it's come from. So in 2002, a report of a big study was produced in America. And because before this time, people were really enjoying HRT and realizing there were lots of benefits, not just for symptoms, but for future health, they decided they wanted to give HRT to women who were older, who had often not had symptoms of the menopause because they were in their mid or late 60s. And a lot of these women were overweight and had heart disease already. And they were given tablet estrogen, which I've already said has a risk of clot, and they were given an older type of progestogen. And then some of the results showed that there was an increased risk of heart attack and breast cancer in these women. And so this was fueled to the papers very quickly, and people just thought, my goodness, HRT is so dangerous, let's stop it. And across the world, people stopped taking it. However, when they looked at the study properly, there were younger women in the study as well, so women who started HRT within 10 years of their menopause. And it showed quite different results. It showed that women who were young, who started HRT, usually under the age of 60, had a lower risk of heart disease. They also, the risk of breast cancer was a very low, it was a very small increased risk. And when you look at other factors, it probably wasn't even significant. The magnitude of increased risk with taking these types of HRT is similar to a risk a woman has if she drinks a couple of glasses of wine a night, if she's overweight or doesn't exercise, because these are all risk factors for breast cancer. So very, very small risks. So very reassuring, but obviously no one talks about that. They just talk there is a risk of breast cancer. They also did not show, and no other study has shown, that there's an increased risk of death from breast cancer in women who take HRT, which again is very reassuring. Interestingly, the women who had had a hysterectomy and only had estrogen as part of their HRT had a lower risk of breast cancer. So people often think that estrogen is the dangerous bit, the bad bit, but actually estrogen is very important for us, and it's not associated with causing breast cancer. The progestogen, the synthetic progestogens, appear that they might proliferate some cancer cells, so make it more obvious to diagnose, if you like, rather than causing cancer. So it's very important that women know the difference. They've looked at studies with the micronized progesterone, this body identical progesterone that we now prescribe, and women taking it for the first 5 years have no increased risk of breast cancer. After this time, the risk is lower than with the older types, which I've already said is very low anyway, so there's a big debate whether it's even relevant or significant. We have to look at the bigger picture though, because we know women who take HRT not only have a better quality of life, but they have a better quantity of life as well. And we know that if we follow women up, even taking the older type of HRT for 18 years, they have a lower risk of all-cause death, including from cancer, which is really important to know. Most of us will die from a cardiovascular disease, so heart attack, strokes, not from breast cancer. And taking HRT reduces the risk of heart disease by about 50%. So it's very important that people know why they're taking it. And the NICE guidelines are very clear that for the majority of women, the benefits of taking HRT outweigh any risks. I did mention testosterone, and a lot of women benefit from testosterone, but rather frustratingly, it's not licensed for women in the UK, which I think is absolutely outrageous that we're not allowed our own hormone. I can imagine men not being able to access testosterone. There are ways around it though. In the NHS, we can prescribe the male testosterone in lower doses, or privately there's a cream called Androfem which is available. It's made and regulated in Australia, but we're allowed to prescribe it under the MHRA here. It costs about 80p a day, but it can really help with mood, energy, concentration, stamina, sleep, sometimes joint pains as well. So if a woman's on HRT and they're finding their symptoms haven't quite improved enough, then it might be worth speaking to a doctor who specialises in the menopause to see if you can be considered for testosterone. Most women, when they take HRT, don't have many side effects. The commonest side effects are bleeding, and some women find they get some irregular bleeding, sometimes heavy when they start, but that usually settles after a few months. Some people get some breast tenderness, which often improves with time. Some of the older progestogens can cause side effects such as bloating, mood changes, sometimes skin changes. And so changing to a different type of HRT can often make a really big difference for a lot of people. So many people ask about weight gain on HRT. Most women actually lose weight on HRT, and that's partly because they feel better, so that it's easier to exercise, it's easier to eat better, and have a healthier lifestyle. Some people get some bloating or weight gain due to the synthetic progestogens. So again, changing the type of progestogen can really make a difference. Because we're giving HRT to replace the missing hormones, once a woman goes through the menopause, it's usually lifelong, unless the woman has, say, for example, had a medical treatment, such as a treatment for breast cancer that induces a temporary menopause. It will be lifelong for most of us. So the duration of taking HRT can be lifelong, because you're just replacing the hormones that your body would be producing. So we don't need to stop it at a certain age. And Clearly I'm very open, I take HRT, but if I stop taking it today, I might not have any symptoms because it's only helping my symptoms on the days that I would have them. So I might have finished having symptoms, but if I stop taking it today, then I'll have this increased risk of heart disease, osteoporosis, dementia, and so forth. So the reason that I'll continue taking it is for my future health, rather than just for symptoms. But again, it's an individualised choice, and as long as women are given the right information, and sadly there's a lot of wrong information out there, so if any of you are reading information, you have to make sure that it's evidence-based, and Diane says is non-biased as well, because there's a big market out there for menopause because we all go through it. So there's a lot of greedy companies out there, and so it's very important that you know the source. You know if it's based on the proper evidence. And I need to add that I'm not funded by anyone. I don't work with any pharmaceutical company. My website is not sponsored by anyone at all, so I'm not here to promote anything. I'm just here to give medical evidence, because it's important that women have it so they can have the right choice and make the right decisions going forwards. So often when people take HRT, because they start to feel better, they can look more at other aspects of their life. So it's important to look at I've already said, our diets, because a healthy, balanced diet can really reduce our risk of heart disease and osteoporosis, which I've already said. The risk increases during the menopausal years. And also we need to look at our exercise as well, because we know exercise clearly improves cardiovascular disease risk, reduces risk of osteoporosis, and is really good for our mental health. And we know mental health can be really affected during the perimenopause and menopause. So it's very important that any care and advice you are given is holistic. It's not just looking at one part. You know, a lot of women come to my clinic just for advice, and there's a huge amount of advice out there, and certainly if any of you have looked at my website, under the resources section, I do a weekly podcast. There's lots of booklets and leaflets, and they're all freely available to download. So hopefully that will be a start for some of you that want more information. So that's been a very quick whistle-top sort of information about the HRT. So I hope it's not been too much of a minefield, but if you've got questions, shall we just open up and have some questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Louise. I've got 4 that were sent in advance, but I'm going to go to the ones first in the chat box. The people are here. Okay. So someone has said, so let's just go back to Dawn's. Do fibroids shrink after menopause? I'm perimenopausal and trying to avoid a hysterectomy. So Diane sort of briefly touched on it, but if you wouldn't mind answering that one.
Yeah, it can be very confusing. When I was at medical school in the 80s, I was taught that estrogen fuels fibroids, and so women shouldn't have HRT if they had fibroids, and that's absolutely wrong. A lot of women have fibroids, and a lot of women have bleeding, and not all bleeding is related to fibroids, and not all fibroids are stimulated by estrogen. So a lot of women find that their bleeding obviously improves during the menopause, and that's the best symptom that improves of the menopause is not having periods. But some people with fibroids find that their bleeding continues, but this can be whether they take HRT or not. So I know quite a few gynecologists incorrectly tell women that they shouldn't take HRT if they have fibroids, but our advice is that if women have fibroids, are taking HRT and have troublesome bleeding, then they need to have a treatment for their fibroids. And it's not always hysterectomy. They now do something called uterine artery embolization, UAE, where they actually put a little catheter in and embolize the blood supply to the fibroid to reduce the need for having a hysterectomy. So if you go onto my website and put in fibroids, there is a little leaflet about fibroids and menopause.
Thank you, Louise. Someone else has said, does losing weight help symptoms, or does it further reduce estrogen levels?
Yeah, it's very interesting. Most people find that their diet can really help symptoms. So we know that, for example, eating processed foods, spicy foods also can worsen some of the vasomotor symptoms, the flushes and sweats. people tend to put on weight during the perimenopause and menopause because of the low estrogen levels that occur. And fat cells have a natural occurring estrogen in it, but it's actually an estrogen called estrone, which is a lot weaker than the 17-beta estradiol, so the estrogen that we give as a patch gel or spray. So the overall level of estrogen will still drop, although more obese women will have higher levels than slimmer women. It's not enough to provide any benefits with respect to often symptoms, but also reducing risk of heart disease and osteoporosis.
Yeah, thank you, Louise. The next one says, I'm currently on Everol patches and estrogen gel to top up. I'd like to try the new Lenzetto spray. My doctor won't or can't prescribe it because it's not on their formulary. What can I do to get this?
Yeah, the Lenzetto spray has just come out in the last few weeks, and it's still not on a lot of formularies because of COVID-19. Obviously, it's delaying all sorts of things, including updating formularies. Some GPs can still prescribe it the old-fashioned way, so a handwritten prescription, but otherwise some people are getting it privately. It's actually cost the NHS the same amount as the sprays or patches, so it's no more expensive. So it just depends on your GP, but you might have to be seen by a clinic to get it if you can't.
Okay, there's more in the chat box. I was through menopause by my late 30s and I had a hysterectomy in my late 40s. I have two questions. Number one, I have not had a smear or any checks since then and wondered if there are any checks I should be asking my doctor about. And two, would I benefit from any progesterone or estrogen for any reason? I have just turned 60.
Okay, so I mean, this lady, if she's had a hysterectomy, I'm wondering whether she's still got her cervix there, if she's asking about smears, because usually when they do a hysterectomy, they remove the cervix as well, which means a woman doesn't need a smear. If she's still got her cervix there, then there is always a small risk that there is some endometrial tissue that's attached to the cervix, the neck of the womb. There certainly is lots of benefits for her considering estrogen, and on my website, one of the fact sheets is starting HRT when it's been many years since the menopause, so it would be worth reading that. If her cervix is still there, then there might be a question that she needs some progesterone as well, and we sometimes give estrogen on its own for 3 months and then add in progesterone for 2 weeks. If a woman has a bleed then it suggests that she still has some lining of the womb tissue and we need to carry on with progesterone. If she doesn't have a bleed then we're reassured that there isn't any left. So it needs to be a conversation with a doctor if she's still got her cervix.
Okay, thank you. I've got one here that was in before saying, I wondered about using Vagifem pessaries and sex with one's partner. Should one wait some time for it to dissolve? With estrogel, the leaflets tells you no intimate contact for an hour, so it's confusing to know what to do.
Okay, so Vagifem is localized estrogen. So the localized estrogen, which comes as Vagifem, which is a vaginal pessary, or there's a cream and there's an estrogen ring as well, very different to HRT. So they don't have the same risks because they only work locally in the lining of the womb. So this means women can use them in addition to HRT, but also women who can't have HRT first line. So for example, those women who've had an estrogen receptor positive cancer can still very safely use vaginal estrogen. When people use it, the dose is incredibly low. It's only 10 micrograms, which is very low if you think that the lowest tablet of estrogen is 1 milligram, so that's 100 times more. So whether you put it in before or after sex is actually not going to make much difference. A lot of women psychologically don't like the thought of having something up their vagina just before they're going to have sex. So she can always delay it, or she can put it in the morning. This is me presuming that she's going to have sex in the evening, but she can put it in at a different time of the day as well. Vagifem dose is usually, when we start it, we give one pessary a day for 14 days, and then it's twice a week. So some women need it more frequently than that, but if she delays it by a day or just works out a schedule where it's at a slightly different time, she might just find it psychologically better.
All right, thank you, Louise. This one's a bit longer. Said, I've been getting some slight vulvar irritation thanks to tamoxifen. I'm recovering from early stage breast cancer. I had a therapeutic reduction and lift followed by radiotherapy. The RT finished 4 weeks ago. I'm now experiencing sharp stabbing pains around the nipple, and the nipple and scar tissue itself feels hot to the touch. Could it just be nerve regeneration? She's also gone on to say, I was worried about ending up with atrophy. My oncologist insists I can't use local estrogen cream and has told my doctor not to prescribe it because my breast cancer was ER. However, my oncologist has written to me saying that as tamoxifen is of very little benefit in your situation because my cancer was so tiny, only 1.2 millimeters, and the risk of it returning was very low anyway, he advises I should stop tamoxifen if the vulvar irritation gets too uncomfortable. I now don't know what to do, whether to continue with tamoxifen if it's not benefiting me, especially if it's known to increase my risk of heart disease, strokes and endometrial cancer. But both my oncologist and GP won't guide me and just say it's my decision. So lots of back and forward.
So this is I feel really sorry for this lady, and obviously I can't give you individualised advice without seeing it, but I can be very general. It would be very much worth her listening to a podcast that I brought out on Tuesday of this week by a doctor called Dr. Tony Branson, who's an oncologist in Newcastle, and we talk a lot about this because a lot of treatments for breast cancer, especially estrogen receptor positive breast cancer, block the effects of estrogen all over the body, so therefore women experience menopausal symptoms. So it would certainly be worth her exploring. If a lot of women are given tamoxifen and actually their benefit from it is very small, and so having a 6-week holiday, if you like, so a time where she's not taking tamoxifen for 6 weeks, it would be worth her seeing whether it is the tamoxifen that's causing the symptoms. Tamoxifen works as an anti-estrogen in a lot of places in the body, so it would be worth her doing that, and that wouldn't make any difference to her long-term survival either, or prognosis, if you like, from her breast cancer. If she decides to carry on the tamoxifen, or if she still has symptoms despite being off the tamoxifen, sadly her oncologist is wrong. She can completely safely have vaginal estrogen, and you'll hear this with Tony Branson, and I'm very happy to be quoted because the consensus is that women can still have vaginal estrogen because the dose is so very low, the systemic absorption is negligible, so she can still have it. So she needs to see another doctor and ask for it, because with vaginal dryness the lining of the vagina becomes very thin, and because it becomes thin there's less blood supply there, it becomes painful, it's less stretchy, so obviously penetrative sex can be painful, but sitting down can be uncomfortable. Sometimes people find they can't wear underclothes, and it's a progressive symptom. It won't improve with time without some treatment. Some women use non-hormonal moisturisers such as Silk or Yes, which can help, but actually treating the underlying cause with replacing the estrogen is more beneficial and help in the long term, and can be used in conjunction with the non-hormonal moisturisers. So it's very important these women get the right help, and we also know that there are estrogen receptors around the urethra, the tube we wee out of, our pelvic floor, our bladder. So a lot of women have concomitant bladder and urinary symptoms as well, which can really improve with localised estrogen.
Thank you, Louise. We've got one more from the chat and one more sent in advance, and then I think we will wrap up. So Jane has said, what do you think about ketogenic diet and intermittent fasting in perimenopause? And someone else wants to know your website address, if you could just give it again at the end.
Yeah, that's fine. So ketogenic, there's diets every day. There's a new diet, isn't there, that you can read. And I think the most important thing with diet and nutrition, and I know Emma Ellis-Flint would say the same, is that it's individualised. What suits one doesn't suit another. Intermittent fasting, again, can be very good because it gives the pancreas time to relax. So this whole glucose and insulin spurt doesn't happen. I mean, I personally, for example, get migraines, and if I do fast for about 12 hours, sometimes 14 hours overnight, but if I miss my breakfast, I know it will trigger a migraine. So it's, you know, I might be slimmer, but that's not great for my health. So we need to look at what's works for us, if you see what I mean, rather than getting so worried, because the problem is, once people think about diet, all they'll do is think about food. We all need to eat, but food should be pleasurable. It shouldn't be something that we worry about. So we need to make it as part of our life that we enjoy, but we have the benefits from it. So it's really about what's right for you. We know that having a balanced diet is really good. Looking at the glycemic index is good. Looking at food that improves our gut health, so probiotics, prebiotics, and I know some of you have met remotely Emma Ellis-Flint, but she's done a couple of podcasts with me as well, so it's worth having a talk about, or have a listen to us talking about food types there. My website, as someone's just put on, thanks very much, is menopausedoctor.co.uk, which is there's lots of information there. Like I say, you can springboard to other information, to other resources there as well. We've also developing an app called Balance. So if you go to balance-app.co.uk, it's going to be launched in the next couple of weeks, and I've actually got it on my phone already. It looks really good. And it's free, and it will be giving women free evidence-based and unbiased information. And there's a community section, there's an area where people can track their symptoms, also put in about their lifestyle, and they'll be able to download a health report for their GPs and healthcare professionals as well. So it's going to be good. So there'll be lots of information on there as well.
Oh, thank you, Louise. Well, look, I think we'll leave it there. The two others you've sort of covered already, but I might just email them if any of the people watching feel it wasn't answered quite well enough. But really appreciate you giving up your Sunday, and I hope everyone found that very informative. And we've got the lovely Jane Simpson, who you introduced me to, coming up next.
Great.
So, yeah.
Enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks for inviting me. And I think the most important thing for all of you listening is that, you know, don't feel alone and don't suffer, and don't listen to everyone. It's a bit like when you have a baby or when you've bought a new car. Everyone's going to tell you different things. You've got to do what's right for you and just stick with it.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, 1 second. Someone's just said, what is that? Alison, I'm trying to find it now, Alison. Where has it gone? Sorry, I think it might have been one that was written down here. Let me just quickly check. Oh, I know, sorry, I haven't quite finished with the magnesium one. Do you know, this lady's got a fizzy, slightly strange taste on her tongue, which is annoying, and she thinks it's to do with menopause, and she just wondered whether magnesium would help.
Yeah, it's very difficult. A lot of people have changes on their taste. A lot of women have dry mouth. Some people have burning mouth syndrome because the mucous membranes, the cells lining our mouths, can be affected by low estrogen. So a lot of time it's difficult to know without replacing the estrogen. A lot of women find that taking the right dose and type of HRT will really improve those symptoms. There's a lot of different types of magnesium. So if you're going to take one, it's worth really exploring what type you're going to take. I'm not convinced that it will really help. There are also other reasons why people get mouth symptoms, for example, iron deficiency, vitamin B12 deficiency, even thyroid disorders can affect the mouth. So if you are experiencing symptoms, just get it checked out by a healthcare professional.
All right, lovely. Okay, thanks so much, Louise, and have a good rest of a Sunday.
Yeah, all right, bye.
Be well, bye. Thank you. So guys, we have a couple of minutes until Jane Simpson's coming on. Oh, Jane is there. Hello, Jane. You're nice and early. I was just going to say, if anyone needed a glass of water or a quick toilet visit, most of us have been sitting here since 9 a.m.
Oh, please do. It's fine.
Especially
I'm having to wait.
Especially with what you're going to talk about. I don't
Well,
think
quite.
should be holding on. But I'm just going to give everyone 2 minutes and then we're going to start.
Okay.
All right, I'm just going to grab some water myself. Okay, I'm back. How are you, Jane? I'll just have a quick chat for the next couple of minutes till everyone comes back. Are you well?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm growing long hair. I don't know.
Yeah.
this lockdown, I'm waiting for the hairdresser to return. I've never had a ponytail before since I was a teenager. Yeah, I'm otherwise fine. Actually, my clinic started again last week in a small way, so that's very encouraging. You know, because my patients haven't been able to see anyone over this period of time, and so that's actually really good for me. I feel very relieved about that.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of people that just are desperate to get their other things seen to, and
well, that's right. And in fact, the very first patient that I saw on Tuesday just sat down and burst into tears, and she'd actually had somebody who'd had a baby a few months ago, and she said, I've just been waiting and I've got a prolapse, and I just felt so bad. I couldn't even hug her. No. I'm a bit of a hugger, I'm afraid. So I was like, I just had to sit there, and this poor girl with the tears coming down her face. It was awful. So although it's not life-threatening pelvic floor dysfunction, it's very distressing. So I think you know,
it's terrible.
It's hard, you know, on that group of people. But yeah, we're starting up again, so
okay,
all's good.
So good. All right, we've got about 20 women here. Some have chosen to keep their cameras off. Everybody is muted at the moment so that we can just hear you. Hopefully we'll have time before our last session for a few questions. I've had about I'm just counting now, about 3 or 4 questions sent in for you in advance. But we've got a chat box so people can ask you some questions at the end in the chat box. So I'm going to introduce you first to everyone. So this is our 6th session of the day. And this is Jane Simpson, who is the author of the Pelvic Floor Bible. At the age of 18, Jane started her nurse training at Adam Brooks Hospital, Cambridge, becoming a registered general nurse. She went on to become a district nursing sister, and while visiting her patients, her passion for urinary and pelvic floor problems began. She became a continence nurse specialist in the NHS in the early 1990s, treating patients with incontinence and seeing their joy on getting better. She helped to found one of the English National Board 978 courses, the promotion of continence and the management of incontinence. The idea was to teach nurses and doctors about how to help, cure, or deal better with their patients' incontinence problems, therefore reaching the wider community. For the last 22 years, she has had her own practice at the London Clinic in Harley Street, where she treats men and women, young and old, with all forms of incontinence and pelvic floor dysfunction. For example, stress incontinence, overactive bladder and urge incontinence, pelvic organ prolapse, constipation, and aspects of the menopause and childbirth relating to the pelvic floor. She's also a member of the Pelvic Floor Society, the Association for Continence Advice, the International Continence Society, the British Association of Urological Nurses, and the Association of Coloproctology of Great Britain and Ireland. She's just written this book called The Pelvic Floor Bible, and we've actually got 6 to give away, and we've had a few requests already. We ran a competition earlier this week, so we'll talk about that at the end. But she's very keen to spread the word on a global scale that pelvic floor dysfunction is very curable and does not need to be life-changing or life-limiting. So that's an awful lot to say, but welcome, Jane.
Thank you, Katie.
So will you just talk more to everyone here, obviously, about the work you do and the most common problems you see, especially with us sort of midlife women?
Okay, yes, I will. And hello, everybody. I'm going to talk a little bit today about the 4 things that are most commonly affect women at perimenopause or the menopause. So firstly, stress incontinence, then the overactive bladder, then pelvic organ prolapse or prolapse, a little bit about atrophic vaginitis, which Louise talked about, the treatments for it, and then a bit about how to help yourself, which I think is most important. So starting with stress incontinence, how many of you have ever found that trampolining is no longer a good idea? Do you leak when you sneeze, cough, laugh, jump? That's stress incontinence. It's basically the pelvic floor is childbirth to start with, and then you might actually, do you leak when you sneeze? And then when you get to the perimenopause, suddenly you think, oh, that game of tennis was a bit tough. I've actually had 2 girls who play netball recently who've actually stopped playing because of stress. In general, it's very curable, and there's no need to suffer in silence from stress incontinence. We're going to talk at the end about how to deal with pelvic floor rehabilitation. So that's specifically stress incontinence. The overactive bladder is, I'm sure all of you have been on your front doorstep with 2 shopping bags and put the key in the door and thought, oh my God, if I don't get to the loo really quickly, I'm going to wet my pants. And that is the bladder having a little spasm. And it can be a tiny bit irritating, and it can happen after that macchiato that you knew you shouldn't have had. Or it can be overwhelming and actually having large incontinence pads. And she's our age, and that's terrible. So for the overactive bladder, although pelvic floor rehabilitation is part of the treatment, because quite often it's due to weak pelvic floor, and it's possibly an exacerbation of you might leak when you sneeze a bit, so you start going to the loo a bit more just in case. And there's a good case in point, because at the moment all the public loos are closed. So I know we're all being locked in our houses, but we're starting to go out a little bit more. And
Oh, I think you're frozen, Jane.
Out a little bit. For example, on my walks around Clapham Common, I've seen, you know, kids peeing against the trees, all the loos are locked. So if you're very distressing that you can't find a loo when you need one, and I'm sure a lot of you will be thinking that you know every loo in London, you know, where you're the one in John Lewis and so on, and there is no need to live like that. So possibly you start with some pelvic floor exercises. It's very helpful to look at your lifestyle, look at what you're drinking. Are you having lots of fizzy drinks, coffee? Sometimes spicy foods can affect you. And keeping a little diary of what you're drinking and how often you're going to the loo is quite helpful. We should go to the loo 6 to 8 times a day, not more than that. And so if you're going 12 times a day, that's too many, and it can soon get out of control that you stop going out. You think to yourself, oh, I won't go and meet my friends, or I won't go for that game of tennis because actually, God, what if I need the loo? And so trying to do a bit of bladder training, so holding on between visits to the loo can be helpful. If you've done lots of pelvic floor rehabilitation and tried to train the bladder to hold on better, there are medications available, and now there are some quite good medications available. They used to have a lot of side effects, and a bit like HRT, they've moved on quite a lot, and there are some good medications out there now. one called Vesicare and another called Betmega, which don't have side effects like the old ones did. And in a way, it was counterproductive because side effects of these drugs were constipation and a dry mouth, which made you want to drink more, which was particularly counterproductive when you're trying to drink sort of 1.5 litres a day and go to the loo 6 to 8 times. If you don't want to take drugs, but you actually really aren't getting better from this problem with just doing the pelvic floor rehabilitation, then maybe you can do something called nerve stimulation. And up until quite recently, it was something that involved lots of trips involved having a needle inserted into your ankle and you connect it to a small machine. But you can now actually buy little stimulation machines and do it yourself by sticking little pads on your ankle. And it does help quite a lot of people. I think if you're going to get that far down the road, you need to have seen a professional before you do that. But I'm really trying to make sure people are aware of what's available for them and not think, well, if I can't take the drugs because they didn't agree with me, that's me done for. You know, there are other things. And in fact, some women even end up having Botox injected into their bladder and not into their face, as that can help. When you have an overactive bladder, it relaxes muscle just like it does to the face. So, there's all manner of things to help the overactive bladder. And frankly, if you have urinary urgency and frequency, it can be very debilitating, and it really can be life-changing, and it's unnecessary and in general very curable. Food for thought on the overactive bladder. I'm going to just talk a bit about pelvic organ prolapse. We know that 50% of women over the age of 50 have a degree of prolapse. Prolapse comes in various forms. The commonest form is what we call a cystocele or a bladder prolapse. It happens when the front of your vaginal wall is inward.
I think your connection's is bad, Jane.
Collapses inward. It's usually probably 20 years ago, but as you drop, if you start getting urinary tract infection, you start running to the loo, or you feel like you're sitting on an egg or a ball, or something just doesn't feel right, or sex is uncomfortable and strange there, that might be a prolapse. And cystocele quite often is found with people suddenly getting lots of urine that they never have had in their lives. A rectocele is the back wall of the vagina collapsing and falling inwards, and that symptoms often are sudden constipation or having to put your fingers in your vagina to push the poo back so that you can empty your bowels properly. Neither of which are pleasant, and all of which can be helped. Or having to put your fingers in. The third one is a uterine, having to put neither of which are pleasant, and a uterine prolapse, which is when the uterus starts to descend down into the vagina. Sometimes almost something rubbing on your pants. All of these have some. Sorry, I'm reading out. It seems that I'm wobbling about. I'm sorry. All of these are unpleasant, and it's all right. All of these are unpleasant, and you should seek help for them. They come in various degrees too, so quite often we don't even know we have a small prolapse, which in a sense is an accident waiting to happen. And so, you know, when you go for your next smear test, just ask the person doing it, can you just have a look, do I have the signs of a prolapse? Prolapses can be treated with pelvic floor rehabilitation and quite often helped by vaginal estrogen, as is the overactive bladder and stress incontinence. If not, in the past, lots of women ended up having surgery for prolapse, either a hysterectomy or a repair. I'm sure all of you remember your grandmothers or your mothers talking about, I've had a repair, dear. I remember my granny had a repair and took to single beds after that. And that was the end of that, poor grandpa. But we've moved on from there. And now, particularly with the problems there have been with mesh, as I'm sure a lot of you've read in the newspapers, prolapse surgery is really last resort. And so there are wonderful pessaries. Pessary clinics around the UK are slightly patchy, but there are places you can look online to find local pessary clinic, one near to you. In London, we're very lucky. We have lots of availability. University College Hospital has one. We have one in the London clinic. And pessaries used to be sort of look rather like deck quoits. They were very hard, rigid, white things that were inserted and left up there for months. They're now made of silicone, they are flexible, they're cube-shaped, round-shaped, all sorts of shape. They're a bit like the old Dutch cap, and you can take them in and out. So you could use them if you were just going for a run, for example. If you think when you go for a run, you always wear your sports bra, so why wouldn't you give your vagina the same treatment? I'm a great fan of pessaries, and they are liberating for women who are feeling they don't want to do exercise because they're worried about either making the prolapse worse or just making it feel more uncomfortable. I examine all my patients, and atrophic vaginitis is a huge problem, very underreported, and the cause of quite a lot of pelvic floor dysfunction. And so I think all of us at some point should have an examination to see if we have it. And I think if more vaginal estrogen was used, I'm a huge fan of it, we would have a lot less pelvic floor problems, and certainly for the overactive bladder, pelvic floor, use of vaginal estrogen is very helpful. I'm going to just talk to you a little bit about pelvic floor, how to look after it, because there are two things. One, doing it often enough, and the second one is making sure you're using the right muscles. And if you aren't sure you're using the right muscles, please seek help. Go and see a women's health physiotherapist, or the GP, or a continence nurse specialist, or your gynecologist, whoever it is. Make sure you have the right advice, because some of us just can't find our pelvic floor. Sometimes in the act of childbirth, the muscles have been damaged, stretched, and aren't working at all. And so if you can't isolate your pelvic floor, please seek help. To isolate it, the easiest way is to sit on a chair with your sort of vulval area on the hard surface of the chair, or an exercise ball, and try contracting your anal sphincter as though you're trying to stop passing wind, and a pulling in of your vagina as though you were trying to stop peeing midstream. I do recommend you try to stop peeing midstream just once to see if you can, because it's a very good bit of biofeedback, which I'm hugely fond of. I'm a great fan of biofeedback. It's a great way of working out what you're meant to be doing in whatever form, and the easiest one is trying to stop midstream. We don't recommend you keep doing that because it encourages the bladder not to empty very well. There's a great app called Squeezy, which gives you detailed instructions on doing pelvic floor exercises, as does my book. But quick and easy way is to squeeze in the anus and the vaginal muscles, count to 5, and in a squeeze, lift and hold, and let go and repeat 5 times, and try to do it twice a day. And we all are going to switch on our computer in the morning, we're all going to clean our teeth, and it's just getting into the habit of doing it. However, if that's just not for you and it's just always wanting to but keep forgetting, then I recommend you seek help or try something like vaginal weights. There's a great little piece of kit called the LV Trainer, and if you've paid for it, it's really expensive. You are going to use it, because I think, having purchased it, but it gives you a feedback. It shows you how well you're doing. And I think all of us, you know, we're addicted to our Fitbits and things like that. We like that visual feedback. But if your muscles aren't working at all, you might need to use electrical stimulation to the pelvic floor to get you kick-started. So that's like a whistle-stop tour of pelvic floor health. I hope it's pushed some buttons and some of you are thinking, oops, that's me. And whatever you do, love your pelvic floor. It needs you.
Thank you, Jane. That was very, very helpful. I'm sitting here squeezing as I'm listening because I'm very guilty of neglect.
Girl.
I've got a couple of questions that were sent in advance.
You need to.
Okay, and then if anyone wants a question for Jane, just put it in the chat box. We've got about 10 minutes left. So this one is from a lady who wanted to be anonymous. She said, I presume my problem relates to constipation. In the last year, I have lost 4 stone and have taken up running. I drink plenty and I have lots of vegetables. But often when I'm out running, I have to get home quickly as I need to do a number 2. The exercising stirs everything up. There are times when I don't quite make it home in time. It's really unpleasant. I never run far from home as I'm so worried about being caught out. How can I sort out this problem, or is this really for me to talk to a doctor about?
Well, yeah, poor her, and also fecal. I didn't talk about constipation and fecal urgency, which affects a smaller proportion of women, and you know, stress incontinence affects between 25 and 45% of women, and I'm sure that's an underestimation of it. I'm sure it's a much higher figure. But fecal urgency is even more distressing. I think we can all giggle about having an accident of wee and, oh, I've wet myself, you know, laughing or doing exercise. And so this is harder. Possibly the loss of weight and the sudden running has caused a bit of prolapse. And it may be, it's hard without examining her, you know, it's very difficult to just give this kind of advice over this conversation, but sometimes it can be that sudden loss, you become a bit lapsed. Possibly the running, all the downward pounding on her pelvic floor hasn't been good. She doesn't say if she's taking using vaginal estrogen, does she? I don't think in that.
She doesn't. She did say to me originally she was using.
But I think certainly she is. So I think probably she ought to go and be. Certainly she would be a good candidate for vaginal pessary. Particularly if she's very keen on doing her running, it would just protect us doing the running. There is quite a lot of evidence that high impact sport has a very detrimental effect on the pelvic floor, even in the very young. One study looked at women and they found that 80% of them had pelvic floor dysfunction, and they were all, you know, sort of early 20s. None of them had had a baby. So for this lady to take up running and lose all this weight is great, but from seeing a women's health physio or someone like me, just to find out why she's having the problem. And it's possible that she did have a little bit of pudendal nerve damage when she gave birth. So, and that's coming back to haunt her now, and she's managed to sort of go through life, and she started a serious running career. But it would, I'm sure, and she needs to seek help, this lady.
Well, that's right. I'll email her and tell her to re-watch this back, but to go and see someone.
Yeah.
So I've got one more in advance and then one more on the chat box.
But she doesn't want to keep running and make herself worse.
Yeah, absolutely. So someone else wanted to be anonymous has said, if I am prone to splitting at the vaginal entrance during sex, how can this be improved and prevented? Would a women's health physio be able to help me? Is this a good question for Jane Simpson?
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, it's possible. I see some ladies, particularly women who've had cesarean section or haven't had any children, where at the menopause, everything becomes much smaller and sex can become painful and cause this sort of splitting. She may benefit from some vaginal estrogen. She may also benefit from some vaginal dilatation, but that is very, see someone for that. So I don't think you'd be buying, she ought to have someone. It's a very
Oh, I think you're frozen again.
Have a little bit. That is a very painful understanding your partner is. It's exercises you you are pushing a bit. So I think vaginal estrogen, possible dilators and some pelvic floor rehabilitation. But again, that's with help. I think she needs to just let someone have a look, because she may also have something called lichen sclerosis, which is a vulval disorder. Pumping the blood around here, hopefully helping estrogen a bit. So from vulvovaginal things, and are told, oh, you've got thrush or whatever. And I think she needs to just have an examination to find out what the cause is.
Okay, thank you, Jane. We've got one last question in the chat box now. I'm quietly confident that my pelvic floor is good. A nurse told me it was solid muscle. However, I'm having a bit of stress incontinence, which is almost under the radar as I'm damp but not wet. Does that make sense? I am on HRT and this has helped.
Yes, I think that's kind of an early warning sign of keeping doing some pelvic floor rehabilitation. I think, you know, it is a bit of use it or lose it. And, you know, we need to keep doing it. It's a bit like any exercise, and particularly as we get past the menopause, and we are, as Louise said, living much longer. You know, grannies are doing marathons. I did one in my 40s. I'm not doing another one, thank you. But I think, you know, we are all aging and living much longer, and also with a better quality of life. And so you don't need to suffer from stress incontinence. I think so very interesting to see you do some pelvic floor exercises for 6 weeks, and you know, really diligently, and see if it improves the situation, because you don't need to be damp.
No, okay. All right. Have you got a copy of your book there? Because mine's in the other room and I don't want to leave. So I just want to show. Right. So this is Jane's book. And she's very generously offered to give away 5 copies of this. So if anyone would like one, if you can email me and tell me why you'd like to win it. And obviously give me your home addresses so that Jane can send them off. My email is katie@lattelounge.co. But thank you so much, Jane, for joining us this afternoon. It was really, really helpful. Yeah.
It's great to be in here. Thank you for having me.
Oh, pleasure. Thank you. And any last questions? We've got probably 1 more minute before our last session. But if there's any other last questions, just pop them in the chat box. Otherwise, I think everyone needs to stretch their legs, have a glass of water, and probably quickly pop to the loo before our last session, which is not about women's health, but it's about employment and all sorts of lovely things about brushing up your skills. So thank you very much, Jane, and have a lovely rest of Sunday.
Thanks, Katie. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Right. I've just seen, as Jane left, that there's one more question in the chat box, so I will email her. But hello, Emma.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, I'm Emma. Nice to meet you.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. I've enjoyed the last session. I haven't been on all day, but it looks like a fabulous day you've all had.
Yeah, we've had a really fantastic day. We've had a mixture of fitness, of cooking, of sleep, of women's health, and our guest speaker. And I'm delighted to leave, and it's by no means least due to last, because I think it's going to be very, very relevant to stop talking about women's health and talk about your subject. So I'm just going to introduce you to everyone first. So this is Emma May, everyone, and Emma is Director of Operations and Employment at Work Avenue. Emma, I'll just give you a little bit of background, is a law graduate from Manchester University and qualified as an HR professional. Emma has a background in HR management, psychometric assessment, outplacement and careers guidance, and has held roles in the public, private and not-for-profit sectors. Emma supports her colleagues in the overall management of Work Avenue and is also responsible for the provision of all services to job-seeking clients. So Emma, maybe you can just start off by telling everyone a little bit about what you do. Now, I know we're in this horrible lockdown period and there's been a lot of women who have been furloughed, or they've lost their jobs, or their partner or their children have been put in that situation. So it would be fabulous if you could sort of start off by saying kind of what you do and any kind of top tips on how to use this time wisely.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, that was kind of what I was going to do, actually. It's it's a strange old time we find ourselves in at the moment, isn't it? So yes, as Katie said, thank you for the introduction, Katie. As she said, you know, grandiose title, Director of Operations in Employment. Some of you may have come across Work Avenue before, some of you may not have done. Very briefly, we're an organisation that help people earn a living. We help people earn a living in all the main ways that people think about earning a living. And typically, most people will either consider getting a job, in other words, becoming employed, or alternatively, they'll think about becoming entrepreneurial and starting a small business. Katie, you're a pretty fine example of that yourself one way and another, but there are many, many others like you, women and men, and people all across the country who decide that being employed and beholden to someone else is not necessarily the way forward, and they want to sort of harness what they can bring to the table themselves to start up a business. So we provide all sorts of interventions to help people who are either looking to get employed or to become self-employed. We help with the CV, we help with interview skills, where to look for work, how to look for work, networking, everything to do with entrepreneurship, starting up your own business, both from a business management perspective, but also as well from thinking about how to reach out and get your business message across to people who might want to engage with your business. And we provide our services either one-to-one individually to clients, or alternatively, we have a whole raft of collective sessions. So we'll run workshops, we'll run training courses. Obviously, the last 3 months have meant, like every other organisation, we've had to change what we do and how we do it. And we basically just went virtual. And now we offer all of the same services virtually. We offer webinars, our workshops have gone online, our one-to-one consultations have gone online. I should also add that all our services, virtually all our services, there's just one exception to that, but virtually all our services, the overwhelming majority of our services are free of charge. And people can take advantage of us as little or as much as they like. Some people prefer to be more engaged and intense. Other people prefer to be a little bit more hands-off. So that's the nature of who we are and what we do. Let's think about, as I was preparing for this afternoon, I began to think about, you know, what are the main issues of our times, and kind of anything that we might have thought about before March kind of seems a little bit irrelevant now in the world. It's like, it's like all bets are off and everything has become something a little bit different, and yet at the same time the same as well. So during, you know, the corona times, obviously first and foremost is our health. We have, you know, and if I think back particularly to how things were as February ended and March started, we were shocked, we were scared. We faced the unknown, and fear of the unknown is a very, very potent force to people. So our primary concern at the time was for our health and the good health and the safety of our loved ones as well. But that was March, and now we're in June, and we've kind of got used to it. Now, it doesn't mean we're still not fearful of it. It doesn't mean it's gone away. Frankly, we probably know as little about it now as we did 3 months ago, if we're all honest. However, we've also been able to, if not relax a bit, but certainly think about other things. And our minds have started to think about the things that troubled us before the virus, you know, came and disrupted our lives. So job loss, redundancy, you know, or not having a job to go to was an issue back then. If anything, it's become more of an issue in today's world. A word that we never knew existed 3 months ago. It begins with F, that other F word, furlough. We'd never heard of it 3 months ago. Well, I certainly hadn't. And it's become a word we bandy around all the time now. So job loss, what the future holds. But then all the issues that troubled us at the age we are in life. And, you know, I also am a lady of middle years. I have adult children. My children are, you know, early 20s, like many people's, I would imagine. We're all of the similar demographic to each other. You know, we need to think, we always have worried about earning a living ourselves, putting food on the table ourselves, making sure we can pay the bills ourselves. But now we're also thinking about our children. Some of us have had children who've gone through university. Some of us have had children who perhaps have chosen alternative pathways through life. Either way, we now look at the world ahead and we think, how is this going to play out for anyone who's looking to work at the moment? Are there going to be job opportunities for me? Are there going to be job opportunities for my children? Do I have the skills that can take me forward as we progress through, as I progress through life myself, but also as we come out of this strangest of times, and the world may look the same, may look different, many unknowns, and unknown is scary, but we worry about what the future holds for us occupationally. We think also, should I be reskilling? I may be a lady who worked before I got married. Perhaps I worked a little bit after I got married. Perhaps I've worked all the way through. Perhaps I haven't, but perhaps I need to consider that now. So issues about upskilling, reskilling, acquiring new skills, diversifying into other avenues of employment become particularly important as well. So let's think about some of those as we progress. I'm very happy to take questions on the chat if that's what works for people. I would also say, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, Katie, but if people have a question, ask it at the time it's relevant, because then the answer also appears a little bit more relevant than if it's left until right to the end. Or please do ask your questions at the end as well. But either way is fine by me. You're not interrupting my flow. I'm actually ad-libbing as we go. So very happy to take questions all the way through. So let's think about the issues we, as women at the stage of lives that we are thinking, have in our minds as we consider going back to work. Perhaps, there are those people who've actually almost welcomed the lockdown, because in many ways it's given them something to think about, and almost like, something to, an obstruction, something to stop them having to think about what comes next, the work that may come next. Right now, all they can think about is being at home, worrying about the home, worrying about the health. But for others, the thought of what comes next financially is hugely worrying. Some people are losing jobs, some people are returning after a period out where they've raised a family, perhaps cared for elderly relatives. Let's think about some of the main issues that people face. And I'm going to jump straight in, which the issue that I think is probably the hardest for us at the stage we are in our lives, and that's confidence. I've probably jumped straight in there, perhaps a little too gung-ho, a little bit too bombastically, but I truly believe that it is the biggest issue that women particularly face. I'm not suggesting actually that men don't face it, I think they do. But I think that women do. And I have to say that when I work with women and we're looking at jobs that they could apply for, going back to work, 9 times out of 10, a woman will look at a job description and all she will see is the 1 out of 20 item on that job description that she can't do. That item might be the final one in a list of 20 other items on that job description. And she'll look at me and say, see, look, can't possibly do that job. Look, it says that I need to have 5 years experience in receptionist work. And look, I've only got 4.5. I can't possibly apply for that job. The similar man might look at that job. Actually, that man may have 30% of the job skill, but he'll look at that job and he'll say, look, I've worked in reception before, I can answer the phone, I'm sure I could make a pretty good fist of this, I'm going to give it a go. We women give ourselves a very hard time when it comes to self-esteem, self-belief and self-confidence. And I do think we have to work at this, and there's no easy way to get around this almost except to work at it. In other words, you can't become confident except by trying to feel a bit more confident. But I would also say there are things you can do as well. All the skills that we've gained, those of us who perhaps have been out of the workplace for a bit, we have gained so many skills. We've raised a family, and you know, when we think about that, we tend to think about the cooking, the cleaning, the keeping home. Perhaps we don't think enough about the skills we've gained, where we were thrust into a role that we had no training for, and we just learned how to do it without training. We learned massive negotiating skills. How many times have we had to negotiate, communicate, persuade strangers, perhaps doctors, perhaps other professionals, people that we know nothing about, persuade them and wade in and do this with no preamble? We've jolly well found the confidence and the strength to do it there. We don't necessarily know how we found the confidence and the strength to do it, but we have, and we've gained those skills. The point I'm trying to make is actually this has been a very, very, very good training ground. It's been said many times before, but if we can just somehow focus a little bit more on some of the positives from what we've done. You know, we've established relationships with people that we've never had to establish relationships before. These are massive ways of gaining confidence. We also feel that very often other people who haven't taken a career break are better skilled, more fluent, more able, more worthy somehow than we are to take advantage of any job opportunities there may be. It's simply not true. We are as able, as confident, as worthy to take advantage. We simply have to take some small steps to allow us to do that. What are some of those small steps? Another thing we have to face head on, and I'm sorry to sort of, you know, go bomb, you know, sort of gung-ho straight into the sort of these things, skills. It's really, really hard when we've been out the workplace for a long time. We've lost confidence, but part of the reason we've lost confidence is because we believe deep down, you know, we know that perhaps the workplace has moved on a little bit. And I can't come back at you and say it hasn't moved on. Don't worry, you'll slot straight in where you left off, because it has. The workplace has moved on. Life has moved on. Look at the way we're sat here this afternoon on a virtual session talking to each other. This is a very, very tiny example of how things just do move on the whole time. But what have we done? Well, the first time we went on Zoom, we were absolutely freaked out by it. How would we get on? How would we adapt? How would we switch it on? Okay, what was the link? What was going to happen when I was on? Do I mute? Do I unmute? Do I show my camera? Do I not? What about the chat? 3 months into this lockdown, suddenly we've all got fairly sophisticated video conferencing skills because we've learned them, because we've had to learn them. And the same is true of any skill that can be learned. There are amazing ways of upgrading other technical skills that you may have, none of which involve necessarily exposing yourselves in a very public way either, and many of which are free. There are umpteen websites available to people to upgrade their skills. Some people might have heard of Allison.com, Udemy.com, that's UDEMY. Another one is LinkedIn Skills. And, you know, don't underestimate the power of good old YouTube as well. It's pretty good for skills upgrade. Do, you know, be brave and confront the fact, like we all had to with Zoom, or some people may also have been exposed to Microsoft Teams as well, and take some time to upgrade your skills. Become the person that you do know that you need to be to work in today's world. And you know how very often in conversations that we have with people, we say, and people and women have said this to me so many times, I just need someone to give me a chance. I agree, we all need someone to give us a chance. But be the person that somebody wants to take a chance on. This is a two-way street, you know. We have to give in order to receive. And I think those of us who are able to harness and almost confront our demons and upgrade our skills, do it, and you won't regret it. You will become a stronger, more confident person, like we all have become on Zoom. It's such a classic example. None of us would have paid lip service to video conferencing 3 or 4 months ago. Not for me, we would have said, well, we're all doing it quite confidently now. So I do think, you know, doing that, and it's not enough, I have to say, and again, Zoom is a classic example of that. It's not enough to go online and upgrade your skills. You then have to put into practice what you're doing with your skills. So it's not enough to do a simple, I don't know, simple basic Excel course. You then have to practice the Excel, because if you're not using it, like we are with Zoom virtually every day of our lives these days, those skills become a little bit obsolete again. They become rusty. You lose the confidence that you have to use them. And I do have to say that actually employers don't need you to be the next Bill Gates, the next Steve Jobs in terms of your technical capability. They really, really don't. They just need you to be good enough and confident enough. I can't tell you what good enough looks like, but if this is the line, it means being just about here and not there. And nobody knows actually where the line is. It's a growing process. And the more you do, the more you grow, subliminally, the little bit more confident you will get step by step by step. That line suddenly becomes very attainable, and you never know you're crossing the line of confidence and skill, but suddenly you realize, you look back and you can see that you have the confidence and skill. And that's really what it's all about. So it's all about sort of confronting it, allowing yourself to do this, training yourself, upgrading your skills. And then at the same time, the other side that people do need to have, and that is a CV that they can regard as contemporary and elegant. Why is the CV so important? Well, I can only say that the CV is so important because here in the UK, it is. In other countries, actually the CV is not, or the resume as they call it in America, actually it doesn't have quite the significance in other countries that it has here in the UK. But it's the tool by which we set out our stool for gaining employment. So whether we're talking to someone about getting a job or applying for a job online or answering an ad in a newspaper, somewhere, somebody down the line will say to us, oh, tell her just to send her CV in. At which point we hold up our hands and we freak and we throw another hissy fit. Haven't got one of those. Last time I wrote a CV was in 1995. Don't know what I'm going to do now. It's a disaster. But it's not a disaster. There are things that you can do to make your CV look contemporary and elegant. Your CV is not your autobiography. In other words, you don't have to have a CV that takes you on a journey, that tells your story like a fairy tale, beginning at the beginning and ending at the end. If your CV isn't your autobiography, what is it? Well, it is, of course, your advert. It is, of course, the means by which you tell the world, hello, I'm applying for this job because I know I can do this job and I need to tell you and show you how I can do this job. So it's all about setting out your stall, demonstrating the match, the fit you have to the job you're doing. And you can demonstrate that fit and match in whatever language, in whatever way is going to make most sense to the reader of that CV, who may be the employer, maybe the recruitment agent, maybe the friend or the person you're talking to. So one size doesn't necessarily fit all. There's all kinds of things you can do to harness the skills that you have gained, whether it's through previous work, through the time you've had out of work, the hobbies you've had, the things you've done in your spare time. There is so much you can do to showcase that in a way that is going to be attractive and helpful to the reader, that, you know, don't be scared to have a go. So what with building your confidence, upgrading your skills, and building your CV, you're going to put yourself in a much, much stronger position. But of course, the other thing you need to do is talk to a person, or ideally many people actually, because it can all seem quite confusing, it can all seem quite bewildering, you know, almost like you're a rabbit in the headlights. Which way do I turn? What do I do? Sometimes your family and friends, people who know you best, can give you that best advice. Sometimes it can be helpful to talk to people who aren't invested in you, and who don't necessarily know you from the inside out. They can sometimes give you the best advice, and they can also sometimes give you the worst advice, if you know what I mean. Sometimes a total stranger can give you more impartial advice, more objective advice. So I guess my advice would be take advice from both of those groups of people, and somehow, some way, the fog will start to lift. You will start to demystify the pathway forward. There's no doubt about it. You know, you will start to sort of get your head around, do I want to, you know, have I always had an idea to start my own business, or is it something that would just suit me now? Or what is the part-time work or the full-time work that I'm suited to, that I could get into, that I could work towards step by step, and get into that way? There are so many different variables. It's very hard to generalize about what might suit, but I can tell you there is so much out there and so much advice. And the other thing that I would, you know, that if I was talking to this particular group, you know, people who perhaps have been out of work a bit, or perhaps heading back into an unknown world, is to think about harnessing your skills and strengths and putting them to good use through volunteering. If, of course, you can afford to do that. And I completely recognise that some people can afford to take time out and volunteer, and other people, that's just simply not an option. It's about going and getting a job right now. We're all different. We all have our own agenda. We all have our own needs. One size doesn't fit all. But if you can, volunteering, it really is a superb way of gaining confidence, putting some structure into your time, into your week, networking, reaching out to a group of people that you didn't know before, who see you through the skills and the contribution you're making, rather than as a friend or a family member. So it enhances your skills and capabilities as well. And again, there are so many places that you can volunteer. The pandemic has, you know, shown us that the volunteering happens on a macro level through very well established channels. But it also has happened, you know, by little pop-up initiatives, you know, happening in my street, my neighborhood, my community. And I can tell you all of those have happened in literally my street, my neighborhood, my community. And if it's happened for me, then I can also assume that it's happened for everyone else, because there's nothing particularly special about where I live and what I do. So those are, you know, fantastic opportunities, but there are also, you know, websites that can help you find volunteering. It's funny that when we are looking for something, that's something that we're looking for suddenly becomes available. If we're looking to volunteer, suddenly opportunities do suddenly talk to us. Don't ask me how that happens, but it really, really does. We find often, or generally I would say, we find what we need to find when we need to find it. And the same happens with all of these things as well. We just have to be brave enough sometimes to take that step, make that next move. Brings me to one other point that I would really, really like to get across. When we think about the work that we want to do and what our next steps are going to be, we often think about it in the context of what I'm looking for. I'd like a job that is 10 minutes from home, part-time. I want to work only in the not-for-profit sector. I want to work school hours. I don't want to work school holidays. In other words, we're thinking about a set of must-haves from our perspectives. And of course, that's all about what we can take from the job that we're looking for. What's really, really important at the same time, those things are obviously in the back of our minds. They must be, they're going to be. But what's really, really important is that we think about what we're going to give to that job, because that's what an employer is going to hire us on. And if we're thinking about starting a business, we might want to think about the product that we, or service that we feel passionately about. But do other people? Are other people going to want to buy that product or service? Are other people interested like we are? Is the employer interested? You know, there's no point saying to an employer, I want to work for you because you're 5 minutes from my home and it's going to be so convenient for me. That employer wants to know that you've got the skills, the capabilities, that you're going to be a reliable, safe pair of hands, that you're going to turn up for work every day, that you're going to do the job that you've applied to do, and you've got the skills and the desire to do that job. In other words, see the world through the other people's perspective, not your own. I think that's really, really important, actually. So it's just a little something to think about. Now, I said that I would give a few thoughts to those of us who've got sort of emergent young adults, whether they're late teenagers or early 20s or whatever, young adults emerging onto the workplace. And really, I think much of the same that I've talked about already really applies to them as well. There's a few differences, however. It would be nice to think that this group of people haven't yet lost the confidence to step out into the workplace, that this group of people are brimming with self-confidence. They've got the advantages of youth on their side, of energy, of their whole lives stretching ahead of them. But I think as we sit here 3 months into sort of COVID-19, I think it's fair to say we may all have lost a little bit of unwavering self-confidence about what the occupational future is going to look like, even our emergent young adults. So I think those things do apply to them as well. But I would also say that these are young people heading out into the workplace, so I would like to think they are a little bit more confident. They too have to build a CV with a coherent narrative. Their CV will look very, very different to our CVs. They're heading out and they're focusing on what they'd like to do, harnessing the skills they've gained in their 2 decades of, or largely 1 decade of life, of active life so far. And they have to think about that. And I would also say that a young person ideally shouldn't really, if at all possible, scattergun their approach to thinking about the future. They do have to give some focus, like we do, as to where their skills, experiences and working preferences are best suited. You know, a generation ago, it was every parent's dream that their offspring would go into the professions because it was a way of earning a reliable, steady income for all. The doctor, the solicitor, the dentist, the accountant. And whilst those careers clearly are still around and are clearly great for many people, they don't suit all. And there is no doubt about it, and I mean, just pause to think about this for a moment, there's no doubt about it that we're good at what we love, and we love what we're good at. In other words, it goes around and it comes around. If you're not, you know, if you fundamentally don't like numbers and precision and things like that, don't be an accountant. I'm not suggesting that an accountant's job is all about numbers, but clearly numbers are going to be a big part of that. So if you're no good with numbers, don't think it's going to be the best job for you. I know, I work in the not-for-profit sector, and I know that I'm best suited there. I really, really am. I'm not very commercial at all. I don't have a desire. I'm not good at doing the deal, at that kind of sort of, that approach to making money. I'm very well suited. I finally learned this, in fairness, after 3 decades of working life, but not everyone is suited to, you know, that sort of environment. So I finally am able, after 3 decades of working out where it is I'm best suited, have found that I'm okay at working in the not-for-profit sector. Some people are really, really good with their communication skills. This will apply to us and also our emergent young adults. You know, so find a job that really harnesses their communication skills, or help them down that pathway, or tell them to, you know, to talk to professionals, careers advisors who can help them make the best of the skills that they've got. But the other thing that I would say about people emerging onto the jobs market now is that, you know, if I'd have given this this chat and been on this webinar in February, I would have said a slightly different message. I think it's going to be very hard for many of our young adults. Some will go straight into the jobs market, some won't. We've got some tough times ahead, and I don't think I'm saying something that's earth-shattering to any of us. You know, when I say there's going to be some toughness ahead, there is going to be tough times, and for the employment, the economy. And so if our young adult children have to take a job doing something that maybe is not where they've seen themselves headed career-wise to start with, this will not be the end of the world. It's okay to even if they make a career move that is not a career move that they find suits them, or they have to take a job that maybe isn't what they would have hoped they could have done first time round. Life will continue. They have a whole working life ahead of it. You know, we've probably all read, you know, articles online or in the paper that, you know, a whole generation of young people are going to be challenged moving forward. They're not. Good times are ahead. Jobs will be sought. People will get their careers on track. Take a job, do something, gain some skills. You know, life will continue. It's always moving forward, one step in front of the other, that I think is really, really going to be the way forward for them and for us. So I think sort of some closing statements that I'd like to make kind of relate to positivity, really. It's very, very, it can be, and I think we've seen a lot of, it's been very scary the last 3 months for all kinds of reasons, for all kinds of people. I can tell you that I have experienced personal sadness through the pandemic, and I'm sure I'm not alone. I'm sure many of us have experienced personal sadness and known people who have also experienced personal sadness and fear and illness. And now we worry for the future where that's going. But these things won't last forever. There will be some good times ahead. There will be good times socially ahead, and good health. If people haven't had good health, I hope will be coming ahead. And there will also be good times for jobs coming ahead. I can tell you in my organisation that people are getting work already. Yes, there are bad times ahead, but there are also good. Narrow the odds in your favour. Keep taking steps forward. Upskill yourself. Volunteer. Do something constructive. And if you keep taking positive steps forward, I guarantee you will take yourself a little bit closer to the job you want to do. Set yourself up by taking those small positive steps and start narrowing the odds a little bit in your favour. And the good times, I hope, I believe, will be just around the corner. And my organisation can help, theworkavenue.org.uk, but we're not alone. There are many, many people who can help. I don't want this to be about my organisation. It's here to try and, I hope, inspire and give people a bit of positivity, a bit of energy, a bit of self-belief that things will get better, because they always, always do. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
That was such a lovely way to end. I feel like crying. I feel like
let's have a bit of laughter instead.
I feel like we need to sing "We'll Meet Again" just to end.
I do firmly believe that things will get better, even in the most terrifying days when there's fear and we feel doom and gloom, and the economy is nosediving. And the headline on Friday was the GDP had gone down, what, 20%, 24%, some ridiculous huge number. These are catastrophic things, but there will be good times. We will get our lives back on track. We will get society back on track. We will get our jobs back on track. Everything will get back on track. I believe.
I want, if anyone wants to ask Emma any questions, please put them in the chat box. Sorry, someone's just said Emma's absolutely fabulous, but I'm not allowed to name it. Emma, I think the reason why I was so happy to end today with you is it's oh, hang on, what does this one say? Let me just read this one. Where can I go for career advice to help find out what kind of work I am best suited to? I've just left teaching and am an ex-nurse. That's from one of our members now.
Well, this person who's had 2 careers already will have gained so many We call them transferable skills. It's a phrase that's used banded around, but it's basically harnessing your skills from one area of work you've used and moving them into another area of work. So someone who's had 2 careers really is on the brink, I would say, of finding their third. Now, there are loads of places you can gain expert advice and guidance. There are so many private careers advisors out there. I'm sure on your site, Katie, I'm sure if someone just puts into the search careers, that there will be many people who will offer their services. My organisation, theworkavenue.org.uk, I head up a team of qualified and experienced careers advisors. As I said from the beginning, we offer our services free of charge. No careers advisor can and should ever tell anyone what to do. But it's all about asking the right questions to enable a person to, again, think about what they might like to do. I don't really want to, sort of glibly liken it to therapy, but again, no therapist can tell a person what to do. But it's all about allowing a person to take steps forward so they can get to the point that their pathway ahead becomes clearer. And so it is with careers advice as well. It's about allowing a person to demystify the pathway ahead. They can find the next route forward. But I would say to a person who's had 2 fabulous careers already, my goodness me, what a fantastic springboard for moving ahead with your next careers pathway.
Absolutely. And I've got another question here. Many women and girls will talk themselves out of a job as they might not be able to do this or that. Men and boys will assume that they can do anything and go for it. Girls and ladies, go for it. Absolutely.
I started out by saying exactly that we managed to find the one item on a job description that absolutely proves the point that it is inappropriate for us to make that application because we're hopeless and we can't do it. I mean, it's just, we owe it to ourselves to get over this nonsense. It is rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Whereas the equivalent man, I can tell you, because I work with men and I work with women, of all ages, and it's not an age thing, this is absolutely a male-female thing, the man will look at that and say, yeah, that looks about all right, I could probably give most of that a go, when actually, probably they've got experience to do 40% of that job. And I have to have very, very positive conversations with that man, just guiding them and reminding them actually why maybe they don't have the majority of skills required for that job. Not that I want to put anyone off a job, but actually we have to work in a world of absolute reality here. But our reality is a lot better than we give ourselves credit for. My goodness me, we have so much to offer.
I mean, it's so interesting because I'm going to just talk for 1 minute about my own experience. The reason a lot of people have asked why I put today together in terms of the sort of speakers and the sort of sessions and everything I do with the Latte Lounge, I basically use myself as the sort of market research person. So I'm a midlife woman. I had 4, years of misery. So with perimenopause and menopause, so that was always going to go in. But with that came the weight gain and not exercising. And I lost 3 jobs, which I loved because I cried every day and thought I was rubbish and useless. And I left them and just thought I'm better off at home where no one can see me and I'll hide away and I'm rubbish at everything. And so today is kind of almost like a sort of putting a mirror up in front of me. I never wanted to start a business ever. Or I did business studies at uni, but like Emma, I've always worked in charities. I found I'm very comfortable working in charities, helping people and giving things away for free. My husband gets really cross with me because my mantra is, I'm rubbish at business, I can't do it, I don't know how to do it, I'm just going to give it to them. And his retort is, you can't work 24 hours on your own doing what you do to help other people because you're basically killing yourself. So what I have learned, and I had some fantastic help and advice from Work Avenue in the very early days, is, and we were discussing this with Andrea.
You don't need it anymore, Katie, trust me.
I do.
Don't need it.
So I decided you never know enough. I think I lacked a lot of confidence, and a lot of that was around tech. I knew I loved marketing, I knew I loved PR, I knew I loved helping people. I didn't like making money, it felt weird. I was very fortunate that my husband could just about support us, but I just didn't like asking other people for money. And I think what I've learned is you've got to surround yourself by people who are experts at things that you're not. You can't be an expert in everything. So, you know, I've got Tara who helps me with the admin, who's amazing at finance and being organized. And I'm the most disorganized person when it comes to filing. I can't do it. I hate it. She loves it. Invoices, it just, you know, I'm in such a mess, but Tara's set up QuickBooks, you know, and I used to say, I better learn how to do it. And she said, don't, just do what you love doing and I'll handle that. You know, I've got someone, although I love social media, I'm not that great with sort of putting Canva designs together. So I tried to learn how to do it. And then someone else came forward, Kia, and said, I love doing Canva, just let me do it. And so it's about kind of letting go, surrounding yourself by people that know more than you do, and just focusing on what we're good at. And it's all right to say, actually, I am, you know, I've always put myself down. I can't do that. I'm rubbish. You know, my dad was a doctor. So if I'm not a doctor, I haven't succeeded in life. You know, I failed. And actually, it's a bit like you, Emma. It's taken me 30 years to actually think, okay, I'm actually quite good at this, and I like doing that. So it's been a really brilliant way to sort of end the day. It's kind of encapsulated pretty much what a midlife woman is struggling with.
You know, another thing I just want to add is that, you know, again, a bit of a positive note here. We almost, you know, sometimes we like to sort of discharge our own responsibility for ourselves as well. And we say kind of it's society's fault. Society has made us be like that. Well, let's not accept that. Let's just stand up and say, actually, never mind what society says. I'm fine. I can do it. I'm okay. It's going to be fine. Kind of take responsibility for ourselves, just like you did, and move it forward, move ourselves forward. Never mind what other people or society or men or just do it. We can do it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also that I used to think success, you know, people say, oh, you've done so well. And I'm like, well, I haven't, because I haven't earned anything. And they're like, well, success isn't necessarily just about, you know, earning power. It's about sort of, you know, what you've done to help other people, or what you know, you've let other people springboard off you. And I think the Latte Lounge is full of some unbelievable women. I mean, there are so many amazing women who, you know, setting up their own businesses. And I'm astounded every day with, you know, what the women, you know, in the group do. So I've got someone else has just said, you mentioned putting into practice new skills that have been obtained online over lockdown. Without a job using those skills, such as Excel, as you mentioned, how do you suggest doing that, please? I've completely changed careers 4 times, including going back to college for 3 years at the age of 49 to take on a whole new career. It's hard, but so worth it. And it's never too late to learn and change. By the way, I changed career again at 58.
Yeah, I mean, picking all that apart, that's magnificent. That is amazing. To the point, well, I say it's amazing. No, it's not. It's brilliant, but it's not amazing. I expect nothing else. We are highly skilled people. To the point about, you know, you're right, learning a skill, and if you don't put it into practice, there are ways always of putting skills into practice domestically. And I use Zoom as the example here because it's obviously the pertinent example. We're using it all the time, so we become skilled. But just suppose that was Excel. Pardon me, you know, we can absolutely put into practice. Do a household budget on Excel. Do somebody else's household budget. Prepare a spreadsheet about certain other numbers. You know, there are things that we can do. Volunteer for something and helps, you know, if you volunteer, if you become involved in something volunteering, maybe you can create a spreadsheet for the group of people that you're volunteering with. You know, there are absolutely ways of practicing the skills you have gained, but not necessarily in a work setting. I completely acknowledge that it is easier to do that in a work setting, but it's kind of, we let ourselves down if we say that we can't do it unless we're in a work setting. So we have to do that. We have to take that level of responsibility. If we've upgraded our word skills, then create some sophisticated documents. I never, you know, PowerPoint was always something that I sort of struggled with. Well, I spent ages just creating PowerPoints just to make them a little bit more funky, use some of the animation tools, anything to keep, you know, to sort of practice those skills. You talked about it with Canva, Katie. It's the same thing. I know you say you've handed it over to someone else, but you recognize there was a skill there that needed developing, and you were going to practice with it and do it. So I think there's always ways of practicing skills. Learning a skill without that perpetual familiarization with it will weaken it, that is for sure. So do it.
Yeah. All right. Has anyone got any, we've got about 3 more minutes if anyone has any other questions. If not, I have one last question, which may not be relevant to everyone else, I don't know. I've got, well, 4 kids, but the 16 and 18-year-old had their GCSEs and A-levels cancelled. And it's, you know, it's pretty shocking. And the 18-year-old is living for the moment when he can hopefully go to uni, which isn't until October. Now, so far, you know, we talk about using this time wisely. He's a writer. He's written a book. He's written a play. He's written a film. I mean, it's amazing. And because he always wanted time to just do that. But now, you know, him and his brother, they're staring down the barrel of 4 months of nothingness. And they're not even, they just, you know, we're not going on holiday. You know, we're not going anywhere till October. And, you know, obviously there's the whole mental health element is pretty shocking on how it's affecting them. But we're running out of ideas because the 16-year-old can't volunteer anywhere. No one will take him. And we're thinking outside the box. I mean, he's a musician and he's very busy making music, and that's great. But, you know, the 18-year-old, again, they're very limited. There's not much, you know, I feel frustrated. It's almost like conscription should be, you know, there's thousands of 18-year-olds across the country with nothing to do, who have had 3 months of sort of holiday. And I just wonder if there's anything that you can think of that these sort of teenagers could do, you know, whether it's online or to prepare themselves for going on to uni or college or work between now and then.
It's appalling. I couldn't agree with you more. I think, you know, we started out this lockdown worried about sort of the elderly, the 70 pluses, and we're ending it worrying about our younger, sort of our young adults. And I actually think we've got more to worry about with our young adults than we do with our elderly in some way. And it's absolutely, you know, the profound impact. It won't last forever, but it is happening now, and I think it's really, really bad. I mean, you know, I hear what you say. I think if those young adults who are of adult maturity, adult age, i.e. 18s and above, I do think, I know of a number of, I can think of one 18-year-old I know who actually went to work for the NHS as a porter during the pandemic. He actually he was fit, he was healthy. There was so much fear about those who weren't fit and healthy. He wore PPE, he trolleyed around hospitals doing that sort of thing. Voluntary, he wasn't paid for it. So I think there are plenty of things that an 18-year-old can do to volunteer because they have that legal adult status. I completely understand about the 16-year-olds and all the things you've said. You know, it is very, very difficult. In terms of the skills that are going to be useful, and again, without knowing individual people and what they're good at, skills that will be useful going through life are going to be technical skills. This pandemic has shown us that everything has gone online, and whereas some things will go back to normal, the inexorable sort of creep of technology taking over every function of what we do. So I think if a young person, and young people are good with technology, clearly that's a complete generalization, but yes, I think it's a reasonable generalization at the same time. Any skills that they can gain, you know, Excel skills are never going to be wasted. I think to have a basic grasp of certain coding skills, if you're you know, if your Excel skills are sufficiently okay, and I don't mean amazing, I mean sufficiently okay, to upgrade yourselves with some basic coding skills will also be really, really useful moving forward. If we think about the jobs that are gaining ascendancy as we move forward, it's all in sort of cybersecurity and digital marketing. It's all these online fields that are having an absolute explosion of, you know, jobs that our generation couldn't have contemplated when we were young adults, and certainly weren't even like a twinkle in the eye of our parents. So anything that a young person can do to harness really good technical skills, I think, that will be time not wasted. And specifically things like coding and Excel, those sorts of things.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say is, I know it sounds a bit daft, but if we're going to have this massive long summer, we've raised our kids in a very risk-averse way. That's very much, and again, I'm not an expert parent. I've had 3. I'm as expert or inexpert as any other parent. But why not allow them to do something? When I say risky, I don't mean risky, jumping off a cliff risky, but, put a rucksack on and go hiking in the countryside, go and do something on their own, not D&V style that's supervised, I mean, completely unsupervised. Why not? We're not going to be able to go abroad this summer. As we know, holidays are off the menu completely for just about all of us. So if it's not going to be something on, the screen stuff, the learning, the upskilling is one thing, the volunteering is another thing, but go and do something that you just might not have done with a friend or 2 friends. Take a tent, go and camp somewhere, go and, do something that just might have been off the radar at some other time. That would be my advice.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. But Emma, thank you so much for joining us. Judith has just said, just to end with, she suggested teaching assistant to help reception in year 1 by listening to them read and to help them in the classroom. I guess that all comes down to sort of having checks, whether the checks would come in time, but that's it's a good idea. But yeah, thank you so much, Emma, for giving up your Sunday. Really helpful. And we're recording this, so we're going to share it to the sort of Facebook group that, in this week, so everyone else can obviously enjoy some of the things that have come out of today. So thank you so much. And I'm going to just quickly wrap up before we end. I feel like I'm going to get, I shouldn't say it, DVT. I've been sitting here since 9 a.m. Right, does everyone want to turn on their cameras and mics? Well, maybe not cameras if you don't want to be recorded, but if everyone wants to turn on their mics for a minute, just in case you want to say anything. But just to reiterate, if you would like your free bottle of silk, I'm just trying to get it into shot, please email me with your postal address, and if you're happy for me to pass on your email. Thank you so much to our sponsor Silk. Thank you also for all of you for purchasing tickets. We're here to support the Eve Appeal, which is an amazing charity which we heard about at the very beginning. If you'd like to donate more or to help, in terms of volunteering, go to the Eve Appeal website, and there's lots of information about how you can help them there. But really, all that's left to say is, I'm going to show you 1 second. This is our birthday cake, which which I'm gonna give to a worthy cause, but you can all have a sniff. Normally, we do this. Last year we did it at the Grove Hotel, and it was a gorgeous spa day, and everyone had treatments and lovely lunch after. So go and have a if you have a partner, or then go and get a foot massage. If you don't, go and paint your nails or make yourself something yummy, or go for a walk. But just thank you so much for supporting me. You're always terrified that no one's actually going to show up, and you're going to be just sitting there on your own. And just thank you for being such a great supportive community in the Latte Lounge. So any last words from anyone before we all sign off? If not, hello Caroline.
Hello Katie. Just a huge thank you. It's been such an amazing day, and I don't usually get to your live ones, though I'd love to, but obviously sometimes it clashes with my work and so on. But it really, you've had amazing speakers. They've all been so articulate and interesting and engaging, and I don't think anything has been lost by doing this on Zoom. I just think this has been an absolutely wonderful day, and I've had my camera off because sometimes I've treated it as a bit of a podcast and done some other bits and pieces that I've needed, or I've had something to eat and I don't want you all to see me grazing. But honestly, I've had the most fantastic time. So thank you very much. It's been great.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm really, really pleased. That's really lovely of you. Thanks so much. But yeah, so just have a great day, and we'll do this next year, and please God, next year we'll be in a nice hotel or in a spa, and we can all meet for real in person and hug and, you know, kiss and just be free again. I'm not going to start singing We'll Meet Again because I'll cry.
And you can't sing.
No, and I can't sing. So have a lovely Sunday, and we'll probably see you online tomorrow.
Bless
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Well done,
Bye.
Kate.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.